Okay, friends, this is an emergency. Alexa, turn on T2. Sorry, I'm sitting in the dark. She won't use my lights. Let me go grab some ice water. We have a scene of apocalypse and a camera burnover in progress um, in Santa Barbara County. So they have evacuations on level 2 for some areas. I left. Hang on, the lights are not coming on. I don't think she can hear me over my air conditioning. I left the stream thinking that we could pick this up in the morning. I said I would check it at 10:30 or 11. And I got back from my little walk. And oh man, I didn't realize all hell was breaking loose. Um, I checked Watch Duty from time to time. This must have happened pretty recently. So look at the camera burnover that happened. This is the last 3 hours. I speculated it would happen, but I didn't realize it would quite happen this quick. I thought it might, but I realized I needed to rest my voice and whatnot. I just didn't realize it would get this bad this fast. I'm not familiar with the area, so let's see if we can get some lights on in here so you can actually see me. If you haven't seen the camera burnover, oh man, it started at Lake Zaka earlier today, and I knew that this had the potential to be one of the um, worst fires, like the next really big mega fire for California. And somehow the cameras survived. Shut my mouth. I figured they wouldn't. And look at that. That is a fire whirl in a twisting pattern, rarely seen by human eyes, but more and more often seen by cameras. Um, when fires get ferocious, hey, Christopher the Trail, there's an extreme danger sign when uh, when twisting patterns happen. Even if there's just tiny, like miniature dust devil things, but they're of fire. That's when fire crews know that the situation is incredibly unstable. So when this happens, like in the grass, like here earlier today, we saw that was just a whole bunch of grass and sagey stuff. You know that there's extreme heat. So much heat is rising so fast because of the fuel being consumed. Yeah, it's way over 4,000 acres. Yeah, should have been back sooner, but I was walking, and so I fast walked my way back here. It's a beautiful night in Portland. Uh, it's a hellscape in parts of Santa Barbara County. So this is we don't get too many camera burnovers. We had one the other day, but I need to show you what's going on in the other cameras. Look at this 3-hour time lapse. Can I be seen all right? It's a bit dark, isn't it? See about the other one. This is a bit too bright for me, so for nighttime, if I'm orange, it's just going to have to be that way. I can't run around messing with the light temperature right now. I can't give myself a migraine, that's for sure. But this is the 3-hour time lapse. Wow. So this is the Los Alamos one where we were monitoring it today. It zooms back and forth a couple of times. You can see the busy traffic in front of the cam. Remember, the Los Alamos is looking to the east, and Lake Zaka is pretty remote, but it's moving fast, much faster than, well, at the worst case scenario. I always think about the middle ground, best case scenario and worst case. I just thought it would be in between middle ground and worst case. I didn't know it would be full blown worst case scenario tonight, but that's why I read the red flag warning. It's totally different than the regular, like weather on the apps. Yeah, I was about to go to sleep, guys. I'm super exhausted, but I'm wide awake now. Are you? I don't know if I should throw back an energy drink or what. I think the adrenaline is enough. I'll have to go get some water for a second. Is this visible? Good enough visibility? It's. I have to make sure I don't get a migraine looking at screens at night. Um, both of these are 1%. They're just darker red. Maybe that would help. Uh, no real time to worry about the webcam. Look how it exploded. And this is just the Los Alamos cam. There's worse cams. It looks worse. Look at this. I don't clickbait. This is the thumbnail. This is live. This is our live image. I wish this was clickbait or some generated thing. I wish I was saying, yeah, isn't this neat technology? This is looking due north. when I saw these cans, I went, holy God. So I don't know how long it would take to get to inhabited areas, but um, we're seeing it rapidly spread to the west. I believe we're seeing a pretty serious wind change direction, and or erratic winds colliding with each other, the ones from the ocean and the valley. So it ran south. It did a camera burnover. This is our our 3 hour time lapse of the camera burnover. This all changed in the last 3 hours. And I didn't know I was looking at it until I went, oh crap! It looked like ropes of snakes of purple fire on the image. Then I realized, yeah, I've seen that in camera burnovers before. It's the high heat just incinerating like the dead trees and stuff around here, and they look purple on the cams. So you can see incredible embers. Like this is 1 frame a minute, but the purple is camera distortion, but maybe not. A lot of aerosols are uh, turn the sky different colors. It's hard to say. Maybe real firefighters could say if this purple color ever happens. I've never seen it before in my life, of course. Luckily, never been quite this close. So who knows? Camera issue or not? But oh my God, just cameras are alive. Don't ask me how. Maybe somebody is there babysitting, and I don't think so. But that was at 11:19, 11:20, 11:21 p.m. 11:22, 11:23. It's running around as a fast-moving grass fire, but of course it did ignite all the dead things on the ground. 11:24. I want to duplicate this to this window so I could keep this time lapse. Wow, just wow. So we'll go down and get a real-time view of Santa Barbara County. I put in the links in the description of this video, by the way, a link to the watch duty. Right now they don't have an evacuation map. It's still, somewhat remote, but it's coming to the west. So the different cameras we have, like the Grass Mountain, it already burned over, so it's already on this camera right here. We can only see fire perimeters instead of fire hotspots on these, as far as I could tell, which makes it hard to line up the camera about where things are. So Grass Mountain 2 is looking south, Grass Mountain 1 is looking northeast, where the grass burned down. Let's do the last 3 hours of Grass Mountain 1. Well, as soon as there is an evacuation map, I'll link it. And thanks everybody for being here. Holy crap, look at that. Ugh, I hate being right. But you know what? Strangely, the ferocity of the winds could have laid the grass down flat, and instead of the heat rising and killing the cameras and the flames rising, I bet you it was a miracle where the grass laid down flat and the flames went horizontally across the hill. And so the heat didn't have a chance to rise. It was whipped away by the wind, and the grass incinerated so fast that there's nothing there's not enough time for the heat to rise to hit the camera. That happens. I've seen orchard trees survive who are very small when the wind is so fast that it just flattens the grass down, and more wind, more oxygen, the faster a fuel burns. So the faster it does, the more likely anything is like to not really get melted or destroyed by fire. And this dead tree apparently is just far enough away. The one that we saw on the ground earlier. It's going backwards in time. It looks so psychedelic. I don't think I have to give a flashing lights warning, but in case anybody is, some of these replays might be flashing lights where it goes into infrared. That I should give a warning instead, just in case here. Just unreal. Frame by frame, minute by minute, all within the last 3 hours. This is Grass Mountain 1, where the flames have already eaten the cameras. So we know at least where the fire has come and gone. I'm sure they get mapping planes all over this. Anybody checking the radio? Because I need to explain this before we turn on the radio. But, wow. Yep, see? The flames were flattened out. They should have really gotten rid of the vegetation around the camera and just mowed and everything. So I was like, you know what, we're going to lose this camera. But it was spared by, I don't know whether the devil spared the camera or the grace of God. I don't know who to credit here. Seems like the devil is involved with mega fires, you know what I mean? But maybe an angel. Okay, I'll just say an angel went down and protected the camera because it wasn't humankind that did it. It's our stupidity of not mowing the grass here by critical infrastructure, neglected maintenance, whatever you want to call this. This is so technical. It's just unreal. It's unreal. Um, yeah, Angela, are you checking the radios? Thanks. Yeah, it's near the Neverland Ranch, and it's called Minden School, which I think is a community or a place that Michael Jackson bought. I don't know what's currently there. I don't know what became of Neverland Ranch, but earlier today we got to go look at the cams that are at the university. They were looking for a long distance away. Where's that? I have no idea where things are. Yeah, UCSB campus. We were seeing a mushroom cloud earlier today, and you could see it. Let's do a 3-hour here. Pyrocumulus cloud at night. That's I thought could happen. It's because there's no humidity recovery. It's like 10% humidity and the high winds all night. And the ones from the ocean are colliding with the ones from inland, creating this turbulent, completely, very hard to predict behavior. So that would be a big red, orange, scary glow on the horizon, much like the Los Alamos cam here. Let's do a 1-hour time lapse. We'll get more frames. But what a crazy difference a couple of hours makes. Is Husky here? Sorry. Yeah, thank you, Angela, for checking it. This is Santa Barbara County. It's the Lake Fire, but by Lake Zaka. I will show you the maps. So right now, I don't know. The radio is pretty quiet. Okay. Are you checking the combo one that had air attack earlier? Sorry, the webcam's askew. Thanks for your kind donations, friends. Everybody who's donated, I haven't been able to tally. I sat down and thought, hey, maybe I could get a tally here. And I looked up, well, I was sat down somewhere else. And I thought, I'm too tired to do math tonight. Went on my walk. And when I checked things, when that was just before 10, things were not that bad. I took a little bit more of a walk and went, oh my God. So let's go back to 6 hours ago when it just looked like this, and I was getting quite a bad feeling about how fast it was spreading. They slammed it with all manners of aircraft, 737s, those BAE, 4-engine planes from Canada, Marsh S-2s galore, helicopters. But I looked at, see this, what's coming towards us wasn't even wind driven at the time. It was spreading out in what seemed like all directions. To the south was basically where the wind was driving it, to the right, but we are looking due west. Due east here. Sorry, the camera is due west. So we got marching walls of flame all the way through the mountain. To the south, I don't think the spread is as concerning as to the west. Hey, Oregon Valley, how are you? Please hit the like button, guys. I don't know how I can sleep now. No, I got home cooked vittles though. I did. I was about to go to sleep. This could be a video game. I know, Dave. Oh, welcome back. Sorry you got banned yesterday. That was a total accident. It took me a while to fix that. But welcome back. We fished you out of the ocean. You fell overboard. And then we were able to bring you back. Glad to see you woke up from your coma. I know this doesn't look like it's real, does it? I've seen this too many times before. Usually in the Sierras, it's How long has it been since we've seen something like this near Santa Barbara and the coast? And last year we had a big scare, but it was spreading to the northeast into, into the hills. This is coming towards civilization now, in a way. Holy crap! I just can't believe it. But we got to find out where it's going. So let's look best as we can. Help me understand if Watch Duty doesn't update. But what we can do is CalTopo will have our heat detections, and it'll give us a general sense of the wind. So it made an abrupt turn. Yeah, we were covering a fire last year near Lompoc, but this is giving me crazy vibes, like Thomas Fire vibes, And that was a little bit to the southeast of here, but the Thomas here, see this gigantic red thing? The deadly, huge Thomas Fire, one of California's largest ever. Um, super, super traumatic and destructive. But Santa Barbara County has a unique spot here where LA is kind of sheltered by this like Cove Bay thing. I mean, they got their problems with Santa Ana winds, LA County and whatnot down there, and San Bernardino. Santa Barbara County sticks out, and it gets these high winds from the ocean, even when the California Valley is pretty docile for winds. And you can have this perfect storm where the high winds from the ocean meet high winds spilling out of the valley, trying to make their way to the ocean, and usually blocked by the Coast Range. Right? They're blocked from most of the time going to Nevada. They're blocked from going to the Coast Range. So they try to find their way out of San Francisco, but when there's air coming in through San Francisco, it just pushes it south and has to go somewhere. Some of it will make it, towards Victorville and all that, but a lot will funnel right through these mountain passes and go straight to the ocean here and collide with whatever's offshore. This is a very difficult spot to have fires. And you get the roller coaster effect of the winds plunging over the mountains and picking up speed, especially through the mountain passes. So earlier today, the winds were pretty much out of the northwest, northwest to north winds, sort of, at least on where the part of where the fire started, which is back towards Lake Zaka. Let me clean this up a little bit. Maybe there's a Forest Service map. Shade relief. Where's Lake Zaka? Not familiar, guys. Yeah, right there. It's a little mini crater thing, recreational, blah, blah, blah. When they said the structures were threatened, I thought they meant the tiny home or whatever that is, and perhaps campground or whatever people are saying. Um, it was very unclear at the time. So what was happening was they evacuated people around the lake really quickly about the time this broke out, and we started covering it, pretty well with our last broadcast. And it looked pretty serious. And pretty soon we saw that even though the wind was pushing it to the south and southeast, really, that even it didn't need the wind's help to start spreading extremely fast towards the west-southwest. It was coming straight towards the Los Alamos one camera. Yep, hit the like button, please, to let people know that, help people find us. We don't have that much of a presence down there. We have covered fires in Lompoc before, but it was like 2 people who lived in the region even found us. So hopefully they're searching for fire information and will connect with us. But the more video trends, the more you help them find us. So if we go back now to the current fire activity, where's the fire history from what I covered last year? I don't remember its name. Lompoc was somewhat at risk back then, but they did a really good job eventually getting it under control. Well, that's where the gray is where Forest Service maps in. So let me get to scan topos. These are kind of old, but it gives you an idea what's going on. Shade relief. You can see the nightmare terrain to deal with here. Just not a whole lot of roads and they did announce. Somebody said on Twitter that they expected a very fast rate of spread because wind was aligned with the canyons. That was our last update that somebody said on Twitter. It's Daniel Firecopter or something. Twitter. Now we can see that in action. See these drainages. The the fire moves fastest across, like say if there's a north-south canyon, if the wind is coming from the north or the south, right? Meaning lined up with the way a canyon goes. You see that perfectly here. Canyons are wind tunnels, and then they accelerate the wind. Same thing with ridge tops. Mountain ridge tops, they'll race on the top of mountain ridge tops at maximum speed, pushed by wind as well. As long as the wind is going in a straight line on the top of the ridge top. That's what that whole alignment thing is about. We got just a total apocalypse, camera burnovers. I mean, this is what it looked like at 8:48. I didn't see that. I think it was about 8:30 or something was when I put the show away. So I checked back around 10:30 to see if fires were doing anything because it was back in the smoke. So yeah, just before 8:30, it just looked like that around the ridge. I had no idea that hell was starting to break loose. I checked one camera, it just didn't look that bad around 10, and then I had no idea this was occurring. So Watch Duty just makes the same little jingles. I did check it a few times, but it doesn't make. There's no way that I asked them to do this. I said, could you please make it so Watch Duty has a different ringtone that you can set up for emergency crisis versus, you know, the minor updates about, vegetation fire contained at 5 acres or something. So they said, yeah, we'll take that under suggestion. I really hope they implement that soon because I'm becoming immune to the sound, like every sound Watch Duty makes, it sounds the same. I try to check it all, but I don't know which ones are important. So, Dave Romero says it looks like Cal Fire really put the boots on the ground and put some fires out. It wasn't as bad yesterday. Yeah, we almost lost Mariposa, but my God, they saved it. Super, super good effort. And I'm proud of us and our channel. We told the town of Mariposa to prepare hours before the officials got to putting the town on level 1, and that's, I don't know why, but Cal Fire and other agencies and seem to be stuck in a red tape nightmare of the old systems of having to approve evacuation notices by some sort of a process or somebody in Sacramento who has to approve of it, or they have to run it by a sheriff or somebody, and sheriffs don't know anything about fire, they're law enforcement. Whatever the weird old Byzantine process is, it doesn't work anymore. Fires spread faster than than the old way they used to do things. And it was the ABC system. Fire had to be close to a town in order to even warn them about an evacuation. And then it had to be very close to give mandatory evacuation. And so it was like if the fire was at A, you evacuated B and you put C on notice, but you couldn't evacuate C until fire went to B. And that doesn't make any sense. If there's You just have to think what's going to stop the fire from getting to the next area of inhabitations, no matter how far away it is. If you can't complete a line or do something in time to protect that community, they should have as much notice as humanly possible, even if it's 2 days or 3. They should just explain that this is going to be a tough one. We don't have good road access. There's a heavy fuel load. We don't have that many planes. There's a lot of other fires where, whatever the factors are, it'll take a long time for help to come. The weather's going to be worse. You should just tell people and give them as much time as possible, especially in rural areas where you have to get out livestock. If the worst thing happens when they just might lose everything, they have more time to save things and keep people informed so they won't panic. Even if it's bad news, people will be more likely to trust officials and cooperate. If they think you're hiding something, yeah, why the hell would you believe somebody? I don't think they hide anything. Maybe it's that old, oh, let's not cause a panic. Look, you don't cause a panic if you just, to use black slang, spit the truth, just spit the truth. What's wrong with it? I think they fundamentally misunderstand human psychology. What you don't know about is what's terrifying. So that's our time lapse there. Let's look at the current Rufio image. The Grass Mountain Cam did a burnover and they survived somehow. Shut my mouth. I would have lost a bet on that one, but it's because the fire was so fierce and the wind was so crazy that the grass flattened down and the flames didn't have a chance to reach up and melt the camera lens. Huh. Okay. It's psychedelic. Look at the last hour. Wow. I do believe the purple is just a camera distortion of, color. If it's calibrated for daytime and not, I mean, there's on a few cameras, you have like fluorescent light mode, you have daytime mode, you have overcast mode, and it's all adjusting for color temperature to make the colors look accurate, right? Have you ever taken a picture of somebody who looked like blue, like a Smurf, or yellow for some reason indoors? Your camera was on the wrong light temperature setting. So I don't imagine they have an actual open flame close to the camera light setting, and we're seeing color distortion as if it was like in fluorescent light mode. Yeah, Husky, welcome back. This fire is from the seventh circle of hell. Pretty much. Pretty much. Um, yeah, Husky, it could be a monster for the whole night. When you were saying it could be pyrocumulus whole night, I agreed, and here we are. Just holy crap. So the wind-driven nature of this is it's mostly actually going to spare some of the living oak trees. They're probably going to be fine because the funny thing about high winds is they'll push the grass down and flatten it, and most of the heat will go vertically along the ground, and it will incinerate the grass and any little bushes so quickly the oak trees won't have time to catch. So the pine trees are a different story. The piney, snappy stuff, especially if they have dead limbs on the bottom of them. See what I mean? Camera survival because the wind flattened it down. Saplings and little brush, they're not going to make it. But the fire-resistant trees and the older pines that have intact bark with no other trees right next to them, they're somewhat healthy, they'll probably shrug this off and be fine because it's flattening the grass down and just pushing it real fast. So it's not as terrible as it seems for like every living creature here, but I'm sure a lot of animals just died. This is too fast to outrun. Some who ran downhill and away from where the fire's path might have made it, but unfortunately, this is what happened. Animals sometimes get out of the way just by smelling smoke, but if it gets overwhelmingly fast like this, they'll just panic and sprint and then have to rest. So some of them will find refuge in little behind boulders and little nooks and crannies, especially down where there's drainages and gullies and creeks and the like. But this is quite a sad scene. So here's Santa Ynez Peak West, giving us a different view. And we'll look back at Caltopo. I just want to get myself up to speed. This is just insane. I haven't seen this. Oregon Valley Girls says to all the fire preventative adjacent and who've, good it works. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, thank you much for being here. I don't know. I don't think I need an energy drink. This is all the coffee anybody ever needs. It just wasn't focused. Remember, light is the shutter is wide open. The light is exaggerated for the camera, but I mean, the naked eye would see not just solid bands of white here, but it would still look quite frightening to the naked eye if anybody gets um, like that, you know. It just looks like Santa Barbara foothills got nuked. You know, this is just straight out of Fallout. I can't believe what we're seeing. Uh, just wow. The Santa Ynez Peak West one. Uh, it wouldn't look like totally white right there, but it would look like a deep red and orange, a very frightening deep red and orange. Because when the pyrocumulus clouds form, they do suck fire and burning things up into them, and they, at the center of the nuclear-looking clouds, can finally know what's in the center after the Dixie Fire showed color infrared FLIR images. It's basically a vertical column of, it's like a tornado that doesn't move, called a vortex. It can be a couple thousand feet tall. It'll suck up burning pieces and flames up into itself, and then it'll rise high up and towards the atmosphere and be rained downwind. So we can have extreme long-range spotting if this continues, if the pyrocumulus cloud continues. Do we have a height on it, Husky? Are you looking at radar scope? Has it maintained its cloud, or has it been forming and collapsing? Because I don't think anything is zoomed out enough currently to get a great view, except maybe from very far south at the university campus. But just look at that. This is huge. I think we'll be at 10,000 acres by dawn, at least. If it's not like 6 to 8 right now. Okay, this is our current live view from Santa Ynez Peak West. Big Al, hey, welcome, says it's 23,000 feet for the last 10 minutes. Okay. Is there a way to show the audience that instead of just pecking around on my phone with radar scope? Thank you for donating radar scope to us, pro version, Big Al. But I haven't sat down with you and learned how to use it. And is there a way to show that to the audience, like on a browser? Just unreal. So this is what I read earlier today, where people were like, maybe it'll calm down at night. No, an extremely long duration heat wave will bring very, sorry, let's put in dark mode. An extremely long duration heat wave will bring very hot and dry conditions to southwest California well into next week. Hottest today and Saturday in most areas. Right when the fire broke out. The hot and dry conditions will coincide with northwest and northeast winds gusting from 25 to 45 miles an hour today through tonight across many mountain and interior areas, as well as southwest Santa Barbara County. The very hot temps in the red flag warning area will also bring a significant threat of large vertical plume growth with any new fires. While the classic red flag duration thresholds will likely not be met, considering the extreme nature of this heat event and the holiday fire ignition sources available, cough, fireworks, and dumb people who are intoxicated. Conditions are favorable for rapid large fire growth along with extreme fire behavior. There is nothing worse than extreme. Extreme is apocalyptic, as we are seeing. And they can make record runs. They can run faster than any fire ever measured before, like we saw at the Bayer Claremont in Butte County in 2020. That was at 70% containment before that one got out of control, jumped lines, and erased 2 towns and killed people. And then jumped Lake Oroville. Relative humidity from 5 to 15%. rate. Winds northwest to north winds gusting 25 to 40 miles an hour, except isolated gusts stronger than that near Gaviota and Refugio this evening. One of the cameras is at Refugio. I hope I'm saying that correctly. Impacts. If fire ignition occurs, conditions are favorable for rapid fire spread and extreme fire behavior, which would threaten life and property. The hot temps will bring the potential for large vertical plume growth. Great. So here's earlier with the situation at the campus. 6-hour time lapse. Scary to see today. Here it is, the plume happening at night. That's what, 2200 hours is what, 10? 2300 is 11. Keeps going fast. So this is 11:50. Just a few moments ago. 11:17. It's trying to go even higher. So what happens when these plumes form? If they collapse, there could be a huge danger to fire crews near it. Because when they collapse, think of kind of like what happened at Pompeii for that's an exaggerated example, but when Mount Vesuvius erupted in 79 AD, it was a column and it had so much ash. It was carried up by the heat that when the heat kind of petered out a little bit, all this weight up in the air, like the ash concentrated, right? And the hot gases couldn't rise anymore. It suddenly was heavier than air and it fell down. And so that pushed the pyroclastic flows and the ash downward, and it rolled over Pompeii and Herculaneum and Stabiae and other towns that have been forgotten in Naples Bay. And it, extinguished lives. This is not quite as bad because it's a smoke column. It doesn't have the weight of volcanic ash, but there's kind of a similar situation with wood ash and the like, right? So it's not like rock dust like a volcano is, but it can be so thick that it can create static in the air, similar to a volcano, and even generate lightning. Like, this is how crazy those situations can be. So thank you, Bods, for being here and helping me. This is the kind of fire when it's rampaging that way, you get out of its way and you get people out of its way, and when it gets a little bit calmer, you can come back and try to hit it, but not while it's in full-on roaring down in front of you mode, because if the column collapsed too, it's going to be a giant rush of wind, and then any flames near a fire crew, the flames will push over them. So there's always a weatherologist, meteorologist, who is always on scene, speculating on potential for column collapse. What I don't like in this time lapse, which I accidentally stopped, is that you see how it's pushing up and then kind of falling down, pushing up and kind of falling down. Like here's a lump, and then kind of caps, and it lumps, and then it caps, lumps, and it caps. It's teetering on the edge of getting bigger and smaller, right? So that's what worries me. I don't know if it's unstable. I'm not anybody who knows much about anything about weather. So oftentimes when we hear them talking about fires at night with good scanner radios, we don't have a great one right now. We'll hear it. We'll hear all their Mariposas. Look, I'll have to look at that later. They'll give us information because they're talking to the fire crews. So let's look at watch duty and see if anybody has info there. Watch duty hasn't even been updated much because I don't think they can hear much on the radio either. Without calling a PIO officer, I don't know. So Sycamore Valley Ranch is in the path of destruction. These are some of the latest heat detections. This is Modus and Veers, though. It's not Goes. Goes does the latest stuff. So what we could check, verify that, see that, yeah, Goes is quite a different story. But sometimes it's a little bit of an early heat detection where the hot smoke blows over an area. But with fire spread this rapid, it might as well be a heat detection in the area. It just means that's where the fire is going to rampage and go. So I think it's got a huge, wide front, and it seems pretty obvious that's going southwest the fastest, but it's still spreading out in other directions. So remember, even back here at the back of the fire, where the heat detections have not, the satellite has not detected new heat more than an hour, like the orange, yellow. The wind is still hitting it at the back there. So it will have a spread called backing, just going like against the wind, like back against the wind or back against the direction that you would have thought that the fire naturally would go, right? So fire loves to climb. So like if it goes down a hill, backing, that's like if it doesn't have direct wind on it, it's just stuff fire spreads, so it's typically a slower spread. But these hills are so steep, we'll have rollout too, where flaming debris rolls down the hills. And then at the bottom, it'll light stuff on fire. We're talking about pine cones and stuff. And then it'll race up the other side. So even if the wind is pushing it away from these slopes, it can go and race up them because it likes to climb, right? So we can have spread in pretty much all directions with this terrain. It could be spreading in every single direction, but the the fastest is going to be with the wind here. So and through canyons. So let's look at this is speculation until we hear different. I think it's just kind of obvious what's happening. Fire goes where the wind blows. If they get some eyes in the sky, they could say for sure, they can explain other factors. They did a lot of retardant drops, but I don't know if they mean a thing anymore. I don't know that there's a good side to this fire that isn't spreading. I think it just seems to be completely out of control. So let's refresh, and we'll look at Modus and Veers, not just Goes heat detection. Second, I put the numbers here for if you need help with shelters and animal evacuations. You can call. I also put the link to readysbc.org, and there's a specific web page for this incident. We'll look at it in a second. An hour ago, they did have a intel plane for more than 4,500 acres. It's got to be much bigger than that. Even it's skyrocketing. This looking back at watch duty, and you go, holy. So this was a image at 10. It was almost 11. I saw this and I went, guys, and I started dialing up mods. So thank you, Angela, for being here. Yeah, saddle tramp says I'm only seeing echo tops at 12,000 feet on radar Omega, much smaller than earlier. Yeah, it seems like it's trying to poof. We may be seeing weird phenomenon like constant collapsing, like start, fall, start, fall. Maybe that's not a true column, but people are saying on other apps that it did look like it was a very tall column. Look, it's already almost 4,500 feet elevation. So, but let's look at the current cams. The best view we have is from the campus because they're zoomed out that much. Oh man, did they just pivot? Look at the fire. We need to look at the fire. Come on. I don't know if there's an intermedia intermediary thing between a true pyrocumulus cloud and a column. It seems like there should be, like you rate tornadoes, like the ones that are huge smoke columns, but flatten out at lower elevation should be like a stage 1. Those that make it to 15,000 should be like a stage 2 or type of column, and maximum should be like stage 3 or 4, getting to 20,000 feet. That's just I was just hoping we'd have an easy to understand rating system or education system, like little charts, because somebody, hey, we're the all just people. Hey, somebody do that, okay? Invent a system, and it'll be named after you. Like I really want to name it the Catherine system, but yeah, that's okay. I'm not an expert in this, right? You could name it after me if you wanted. No, but I mean seriously, like we have the Richter scale named after somebody, right? And um, just do it. Just give the public some easily digestible information. There's a Japanese guy scientist who really redid all of the tornado scales because he noticed that some were off the charts. I can't remember, but he invented a new version. It's been handy. I can't stand it. Oh, come on. I was hoping the last few frames they'd pivot back over. Where else could we look at the column from a distance? Uh, Traffic cams? No, I don't think any would be around. But okay, let's just go back to our satellites. And I need a drink of water before I can do that. We're going to switch it to Lotus and Venus. They're more pinpointy, but they don't come around even every day. So as you could tell, if we go to the GOES satellites, these come around every 20 minutes or so. We've had much more widespread growth, to the southeast. My mouse has gone wild. It's crossed the national forest boundary and grant boundary or whatever. What is this? Burbant Canyon? We could just assume that it's down in there. Where's the location of the camera, the grass camera? Because that one already burned over. Um, it already burned over. Somehow it's alive. But it's extremely high winds when fire twists. So the whole point I was making at the center of the pyrocumulus clouds, we've seen with the Dixie Fire and some of the in 2021 with the really advanced FLIR color infrared cameras that were movie cameras. At the center of pyrocumulus clouds is basically a twist of fire and heat, a couple thousand feet high. And we saw some that were at least 3,500 feet. Later, some that I estimated to be about 6,000 feet tall, just on my local knowledge of how high the mountains are in the background around Plymouth County and Lassen County. Yeah, Ted Fajita, thank you, Husky. I just can't remember his name. The person who created the Fujita scale for tornadoes. Yeah, so it's also an F scale, but or is it the one and only F scale for tornadoes? Angela Round says the current temp is 97 degrees there and holding at 19% humidity. Oh man. Wasn't that the Reno disaster, the Reno tornado that moved in slow motion and scoured neighborhoods to dust? Like, where they never even found people and human remains, but neighborhoods disappeared and were never heard from again? They were just concrete slabs. Nobody ever even found their homes or their vehicles. Like, it was an unimaginable scale of tornado damage. And these can generate fire tornadoes, these big vortexes. They can generate them. And so when they give lectures on fire tornado phenomenon, and not many people have lived to film or witness them, as we put more cameras on the landscape, we'll see them. Small, miniature, dirt devil type, dust devil fire, they call them whirls, that it could be anywhere from like 3 inches tall to, 70 feet tall in the air. when those start to form, then get the hell out of the area because fire tornadoes could form. That's a precursor warning to get out, you know. With structure fires, it's the equivalent of snake ropes on the ceiling. You know, flashover is probably imminent. Get out. Because once they're there, you can't escape it. It's been filmed at Janesville in the late 80s or early 90s, same place the Dixie Fire went later. And a fire tornado, there were little whirls on the ground first. Pretty intense video. I won't really show it. But it picked, firefighters dropped what they were carrying and ran for the truck. Some people dove in and the truck peeled out of there, but those who were reaching for the truck were picked up by the fire tornado and thrown very long distances and injured. I think they lived, but holy crap. They used that as a teaching video, and it's one of the few ever caught on camera. So up, let me see. Fujita was not Japanese, but he was American. Oh, I thought he came from Japan. Not in the mood for trollery right now, guys. See, what was the notice I just got on my phone? It was an email. Pyro Cloud. Oh, cool. Thanks. Thanks, Alan. Somebody's given me a picture. I thank for your kind donation. Robert, let's see. Yeah, later we might be able to check that out. Watch Alan Walker Tube. I don't know what that is. We will maybe later. Yep, and I was trying to get to my email. Sorry. We'll look at that soon. Let's look at our current Refugio image. Last 30 minutes to last hour. Where is it headed? Now watching the smoke columns. Let's see which direction. This one's looking due north, basically. Yeah. So yeah, that's right. Where are the grass mountains? Sorry, I have to take apart my mouse to fix that. It zooms the wrong way. I'm not trying to make you sick. I'm sorry. So the Grass Mountain cams. I guess we could just look up Grass Mountain. Grass Mountain, Santa Clara County, California. I don't see it named. Forest Service. Is that where it is, though? Forest Service map generally has that kind of stuff. TF Outdoors. Might impact the Neverland Ranch. What became of it? Does anybody know? Did they turn it into something? Abandon it? There's Grass Mountain right there. Grass Mountain Trail. Okay, let's look at the imagery to see if it looks like at all like what we're seeing. Do they have the longitude and latitudes of the camera stations? Because we know that the Grass Mountain cam had a burnover. It's still functional though. Husky says no, Smitty. He was born in Japan and he did survey the damage from Hiroshima after the war in 1946. Oh, he is Japanese. Okay. I don't know if that has to be a rating debate. It's okay. That's just what I thought. But really, I'm not really in the mood for a lot of making fun of me type jokes right now. You're on notice. Yeah, retired red. I'm sorry. I didn't see your question at Santa Barbara County. So if we zoom out a bit, I'm sure you figured that out now. But oh yeah. What I should do is I forgot to put up the note that explains it. Yeah, earlier today I said lake fire, Santa Barbara County, large, concerning. Now it's apocalyptic. It's mega fire. Apocalyptic camera use. I never clickbait. Wish I which this was not real. So let's see that this is, let me sort that. That one is Mariposa. French fire. I gotta put that in tab groups. Put that away. I'm running out of tabs and I can't stretch the screen longer. We get weird distortion. So if we zoom out a little bit, we got multiple camera angles. We're trying to figure out where Grass Mountain was, where the cameras could be. Then we would know where the fire was because they burned over. So wherever this is right here, I guess we could look at other things in the landscape. It can be a street map. Like, is that part of the Neverland Ranch? It's got a train? Is it, I don't know, Sycamore Canyon? I would say that would be impacted next, or it could be impacted right now. We'll have to look at Twitter too. I don't know how many people are covering this in the middle of the night, but the local news has got to be abuzz with this. Yeah, Grass Mountain. Okay, so these cameras are located to the west of Grass Mountain, and there's, and they're burned over. So they're not looking at whatever here is to the left. So let's look back at Caltopa where we can zoom. Sorry, I'm really unfamiliar with, yeah, that's gotta be Sycamore Canyon. Sorry, the mouse just did that. Let's turn off the wind. Okay, so cams are right here. Oh, maybe that was a trail instead of railroad. Map key. Map builder feature. If outdoors. Map builder hybrid. They're like these. I don't want to make my own map. I just want a decent one shown to me. Map builder topo. Okay. Just you highlight things. Yeah, that looks kind of like a, maybe the Neverland Ranch. Maybe Michael Jackson did put trams and trains all over the place. I don't know. Yeah, Neverland Perimeter Pathway. Did he have the foresight to put fire suppression and stuff there? Or is it still around? Is it? Oh. So this is the trail, the Grass Mountain Trail, I think. Lookout Mountain. It's not where we wanted to go. Caltopa's a bit weird. All right, we'll do this. All right, Grass Mountain there. Right there, Zaka Peak, Zaka Lake, Grass Mountain. But the cameras are not exactly on Grass Mountain. Don't ask me why. When we look at them, on the next peak over, overlooking that, just south of Lookout, just west of Grass Mountain Peak. See what I mean about it raging everywhere, like it's going over Colton Peak. This is looking to the east. Fire loves to climb. If it would pivot around and look at the other side, that would be great. Then we might see what is becoming of Neverland Ranch or what's happening. If we put on, I really wish I could just overlay what's going on with the alert wildfire cams with Caltopo. If anybody knows how, there might be a way to do that, like import where are the alert wildfire cams as a layer. It's not that. I'm not that good. I'm good with computers. I'm not that good. I wanted to take ArcGIS mapping course classes for all this digital map stuff. They said you didn't pass out. You didn't pass your math prerequisite. I'm like, well, I was in advanced algebra and geometry. Is that enough? I said, no. You have to go back and learn long division. because we're not going to even test you on algebra or geometry because you can't take this aptitude test with a calculator. Like, well, I can't do long division because I have numbers dyslexia, so I can't memorize times table. So I have a calculator that does that. Look, I understand advanced math. I just can't do long division. They say, well, looks like you need to go to school for about 5 years for math before you could take a mapping class with computers. I just went, okay, I'll read books. Screw you, academia. That's what I ran into. So, like Mark Twain said, I try not to let school interfere with my education. All right. So looking back, Bob Hayes' Neverland Ranch had a mini pumper with 2 firefighters, like fire stations. I would hope. That doesn't sound. I don't know, Bob, if Zaka Lake Resort burned. I think they may have protected it when it first broke out because fire was spreading in different directions away from it. We never got a clear picture. We listened to a lot of the radio. We heard, aircraft from a really scratchy thing. We heard random sheriff's office stuff. Somebody was going down a freeway dragging a chain, but not much relevant except, hello, plane, drop over here. Okay, where's that? Okay, I'm a pilot, I'm checking in. Okay, I'm a pilot, I'm refueling. That's all we really heard. We tracked the planes, saw where they were dropping retardant, but it's long since chewed past it by now. I don't think the retardant ended up mattering. The only good it possibly could have done, I think, is bought firefighters time to assemble here to combat apocalypse. At least it sort of worked to help save Mariposa, right? As soon as it ran up a hill, the fire north of the town, I'm critical of one thing, constructive criticism, that they did not put the town on evacuation alert officially, but they did start calling in dozer crews and crews from 2 and 3 hours away. And they arrived about in the nick of time, and some of the flame retardant on the mountain, I'm sure, bought them time to get to the right places to help save Milton. I don't even know what we lost in Mariposa. So if you can find that out, Bob Hayes, that'd be good. How do you know about Neverland, and how did you find us? I forgot to tweet that I was live. I forgot to get my water. Let's look at the live image. Something more compelling, actually. With Cal Topo, if that's Grass Mountain, this is where the cameras are. Maybe right here, right here, just here, here. But they're not looking down over the Neverland Ranch, so we can't see. All the other cams are pretty dang far away, just showing fire spilling over a ridge. Could be this ridge right now as it's coming down here, best guess. But it's a huge flame front, and if I could draw on the screen, it would be, I don't think you could see very well that I'm trying to jiggle the mouse. Once I get my third monitor set up or the laptop, I'll be able to draw pen on the screen. But it's huge. If you look at Caltopo, what is Caltopo? Excuse me. See, from corner to corner where the red is, that's a pretty much solid wall of fire heading to the southwest. So it'll run ridge tops fastest and through canyons fastest. So it did the Cam-burnover, which is just right about here, just south of Lookout Mountain, Grass Mountain. The cameras burned over right about here. They're not looking in the correct direction. They're looking northeast and east. We don't know what's going on here. Orange means there was a fire detection sometime in the last hour, but not a new flare-up enough to trigger the satellite again. So we don't know. It's a margin of error just somewhere within the orange square. There was a heat detection. It could be way up here. But the fact that these cams burned and their location is right approximately here means I would think it would roar down quickly down towards this section of the Neverland Ranch. It looks like there's more. And when they were talking about Midland School being at risk, yep. I don't know if this is a community, part of the ranch, or part of its compound. who bought it or what, but this is definitely at risk. It's coming at it. But they murmured something about this on the radio a long time ago. Chris says county sheriffs, they've added an evacuation campground going door to door at this time at Anna something. Thank you for the heads up. Let's refresh. Watch duty. All I want to know is how can they stop it from getting even closer to larger communities? Yeah, radio traffic? What radio though? Why don't you just tell us? Radio traffic indicates resources are evacuating campers and inviting our residents into Figueroa area. I'm learning. At least I know how to say Lompoc. I'm learning. So I would say the next places in danger other than Midland School and whatever Sycamore Valley Ranch is. I guess they renamed Neverland. Ranchos Los what? I can't read that. Potreros? Ranchos Los Potreros. Rancho Corral Ducati? Here. Saka Station Road area. What can they do to stop it? If it gets on flat or lower ground, they could possibly just defend little structures as it goes past them on bridges and just let the hills go. Defend little structures, let it go past, it'll move really quickly because it's mostly grass and there's some trees and stuff, but like we saw at the Cam-burnover, it'll move real quickly. So it's over for that area quickly. So they can do shelter in place as long as a building has a good water supply and it's got defensible space. You know, they can let it go past them. Smaller communities are easier to defend. Homes and ranches with water access, it's sprinklers, irrigated, whatever. Fire access roads, water tanks, ponds, green grass around it. That's relatively easy to defend. They just need enough people there. Scanner link, thank you, Big Al. Okay, let's turn it on. All right.
Yeah, by the way, I don't know if you caught that traffic earlier, but Battalion 18 is now November, and we are in November.
Thank you, we got it.
Okay, copy November.
All right. Sayer says just drive by hugs, thank you. Just shared it to X. I don't have Facebook, sorry, migraine's kicking in, but I'm going to alert mode. I hope you feel better too, Sayer. There's a new fire, the Heaton fire in Antioch. I mean, check that out on my phone. We got to check out the latest images. We do have some activity on scanner. I just wanted to do that. We played a 3-hour time lapse of this is Refugio 1. I don't click bait. Wish this was fake. The radio is playing. Let me know if volumes need adjustment. And we did get something in the mail, some sort of radar signature for the cloud. I'm a meat popsicle. I'm gonna turn off the air conditioning. Excuse me. Oh man, I'm so tired. It's darker here, so I don't get a headache. This is our latest image from one of the cameras.
1098, 647. Can't make it up here.
Up here, where? But after it roars through that canyon, assuming the winds continue throughout the night, which they said they probably will, how far could it get, and what is there to stop it? Like, what's there to stop the main fire, even if they protect the little towns and maybe hopefully parts of Neverland Ranch? I guess they could use it for other reasons. You know, where is it going? Where could they stop it? Probably at 101. That's their best hope, but if there's high winds, it can spot over. So what is the biggest inhabitation that may be next at risk? I'd say it could go towards Los Alamos and Los Olivos, if that's what that's called there. I'm sorry, these words are tiny. You zoom and they resize themselves to be tiny. So that's part of which town's area. Solvang. I don't know that it'd make it all the way down there, but okay. These northern neighborhoods like Los Olivos, then that's where they would want to try to protect. But the rate of spread that it's doing, I don't know how does elevation change? They race down the slopes the fastest. If it gets down to the flatlands, you got an advantage. Usually it's not quite as fast. It'll just depend on wind speed. But wind is funneled in canyons, right? Still kind of a canyon environment with the 101. So I believe it could spread out and threaten both places ultimately. Los Alamos here. And of course, things in front of it first. Rancho Los Potreros. Eventually Los Olivos. I just don't know the time frame. I don't know how quickly it's going. So we'll have to monitor it, and hopefully they'll explain what's going on. So if these cameras would just turn around, maybe they don't have a good vantage point, you know. But I think honestly that 101 is their best road to cross the T. So wherever a fire is going, you got to get ahead of it, stop it at a T. You got to cross the T. So what is a good, thick, wide paved road with fast access? Defensible? 101. So by dawn, you know, they could be prepping places like Los Olivos for defense, and or Los Alamos. I'm just not familiar enough with the area. We're not getting enough good information to find this out. We could have something that's not a midnight miracle because the wind. Sometimes in these mountain fires, we experience what I call the midnight miracle, where just after midnight the winds die down, and then that gives firefighters time to pounce and go direct on the fire, to directly battle it, to stop running away from it and getting people out away from it, and to attack it. That's what happened with Mariposa, a midnight miracle. But we're seeing high winds throughout the night, probably with our forecast. So is Grass Mountain pivoted? Yeah, it pivoted. It looks south now. Okay, Grass Mountain what is looking south? Grass Mountain 1 has changed. So it's looking south. Okay, finally, it's not looking at its own dirt anymore. But look at the wind throwing the embers, see? And that's embers can fly around and light other things on fire with dead vegetation on the ground like that. You can imagine what happens when an entire tree is on fire. And these go long distances and start spot fires a long distance. So at least, even if you can't salvage log or the wood's worth nothing, first get the tree on the ground. Second, wood chip it to start the regeneration of the mulching process, you know, for healing the land. But at least get it on the ground. Here we are. So we don't have a good glimpse of this. It really just have 3 minutes ago. 3 frames. And we can't see much in the night except that it's going downhill where the grass mounted camera is. And we found the grass mountain camera is just south of Lookout and just west of the actual grass mountain peak, overlooking the Neverland Ranch thing. So it's heading down here like a big flame front, what we could tell with the cameras. Can't see into Sycamore Canyon itself where this Neverland Ranch thing is. Right? Where Midland School might be part of it, I don't understand. But it's coming down this way. So they have road, Figueroa Road. I don't know how wet that creek is or how deep it is or what good of a water source is. At least they have a paved road. Since it's running mostly along the ground, they've got a good chance perhaps of stopping it right here if they're really lucky. But the road terminates here, so I think it could just keep going that way. That would be line number 1. They need to have a contingency line. If it goes past them, it's still not very inhabited as region out here, as far as I can tell. But then again, these are old maps. It's newer ones. Yeah, it's wild, but then you start getting inhabitations down this way. Don't know what kind of neighborhood, or it's a series of ranches, I'm not sure. But that'll be the best hope for the southeast corner. This is where Forest Service maps end. Fortunately. Water. But that terrain's hard to deal with. Okay. And every minute we'll get a new frame, so we check back every couple of minutes. Tell me if there's a different cam view that we look at.
3931 with the units back for a 459 alarm on Carpath. Thompson, code 4. Let me 10 code 4.
Yeah, I know about the fire activity history buttons, thanks. Or were you guiding somebody else? Hasn't burned quite some time. 2006. Figueroa. 2002. The Zocker. Yep. If you're sharing it, somebody else, thanks. Big Al. Bob Hayes says the biggest threat to this area is if sundown or wind event occurs. If it does, the fire has the potential burn over the mountain ridge into Santa Barbara. Yeah. This is mega. This is super large. I'd call that mega. Would you? I would.
1150.
I don't think we have to take a poll on that one. It's burning up its own fuel fast.
Engine 44 is back on Forest and heading to the lake incident break. Can I get a location for ICP?
Santa Barbara County on Pulse Point.
Engine 44, everyone's meeting up at Fox and Canyon and Zaco Lake Road on that 8,000 block.
Or Towns? Oh, I already have it on Pulse Point.
Medical emergency 4836 Stillwell.
Oh. Okay.
Padres operations on ForceNet.
Okay. Assigned units to the vegetation fire.
Yeah, can you check the location of engine 44? She's near fire station. Suggest RON there and then show up at their briefing at 0700.
You want to have engine 44 not report to the fire at this moment?
Station.
Lake operations, standby. Break. Engine 44, Los Padres, Forcenet, tone 14.
Go for 44.
Engine 44 operations is inquiring. You're headed into the fire correct right now, and what's your ETA to that location?
Los Padres, we're about 15 to 20 minutes out.
Copy. Break. Operations, did you copy track?
Yeah, I copied and they can continue in.
Los Padres copies. Break. Engine 44 operations, copy track. Continue into that location I gave you.
44 copies, thank you.
Los Alamos one has looked away from the fire for some reason. The smoke is so low to the hills. It just has a red strip. Man, 3 hours. Okay, I had the alerts turned off apparently. So if you get the Pulse Point app on your phone, Pulse Point, and you figure out how to add an agency, Santa Barbara
Checking on progress, see how you guys are doing.
County is there. So en route is Unit 202, whatever that is. On scene, I don't know what B means. It says B18, B21, B22. Like I know what E means. E is an engine, right? Fire engine. I don't think there's a key for all this, so maybe you could walk me through it.
We're doing a LPS TAC 4 for our November tactical. So if you understand that also. We don't have any other resources, so Ventura County Type 3 question is a tactical.
Hang on. B18, B21, B22, CRW10, I guess, does that mean crew? CRW12, DZ22, which I would imagine is dozer.
It'll have to be spaceship tomorrow.
As a patient. This is live, by the way. This is looking south, kind of towards the Neverland Ranch,
LV TAC 4.
which would be on the right out of view. So crew 10, crew 12, dozer 22, dozer 2023, dozer 24, engine 324, engine 330, engine 331, engine 332, H964. I don't know what that means. Is that helicopter? LPF -ENG, LPF engine, WT26, WT32, water tenders. That would be water tenders. Water tender 26 and water tender 32. Those are the ones on scene, and on route it says 202. It's got to be more people coming than this. They're responding to the quote vegetation fire at 5200 Figueroa Mountain Road, Los Olivos, California. So Pulse Point is amazing this way. And this incident began at 3:45 according to Pulse Point, and there's still, arriving units on scene. Some of them were cleared already. DO10, whatever that is. Fire ASU, ME24, ME30, ME31, ME32. Anybody know what some of these mean? Hey, Elijah Butler, how you doing? How you doing? Welcome, everybody. I wish we are meeting under better circumstances today. FYI, here's the coordinates of the camera. Thank you. Thank you, man. It's now looking south, so Neverland Ranch would be like on the right. Thanks. Let's plug this into to Caltopo, the burnover scene is just wow. Just wow. I didn't think the cameras would survive because there's so much dead vegetation and they didn't mow the grass around it. But the fire was so intense, the cameras did survive. Because the wind was so strong, it flattened the grass against the ground, so the heat didn't rise and melt the camera. And it was so strong that it incinerated the grass really quickly and then moves on. See how there's a lot of black coldness as the fire moves? It's because it was so fierce, it was like a furnace, like a blast furnace. So it's over. Anywhere the grass and the vegetation burned off, it's over. I tell people you can ride it out in a culvert or underneath a bridge or something. Oftentimes you can come out of hiding in like less than an hour. And in 2 hours, it's cool to walk on. Or at least walk quickly on in boots, you know. It's the worst will be over quickly and the fires go past. There will be the remnants of dead stuff and some trees on fire around you, but if it's a super firestorm like this, wow, look at the weird little circles. Don't think you have to drive like a madman and outrun fires. It's better to keep a cool head. You know what? The circles must be where the embers landed and caused spot fires, and then they went just spread out in all 360 degrees from there. And fire spots ahead of itself. And wind.
Case number 7101, 7101, have a call, 951.
Just unreal to look at. Who knows how this started, man? It started by Lake Zaka. Maybe somebody's recreational accident, barbecue out of control. It's a lake that people recreate at on the 4th of July weekend. Who knows? But it wasn't lightning, man. It's not lightning. But in these crazy high wind conditions, with 15% humidity and 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts, any little thing was going to spark. There's something called probability of ignition. It means like if you have normal vegetations, like say grass, right? It's dead. Grass always dies after spring in California. If a spark were to land in the vegetation, what's the percent chance a fire would start? So if you ever try to start a fire with like flint, you know, like the old-fashioned way, like fire striker, you know, camping or in the woods, you keep doing this at your tinder, you know, bang, 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 till finally it takes, you blow on it and all that. Well, that's when it has a percent chance, right? When a certain dryness is reached, such as it hasn't rained for a while, but the wind and the triple-digit temperatures have been drying everything out to super dryness. Because people don't understand, even dead vegetation can get a little bit wet again by dew, humidity, right? When it's these conditions, it's 100%. Any spark, and it goes crazy. So that's why all the big ones seem to start at once on the same days. It's just that normally you have a percent chance, and so you have lower amounts of ignition. Fewer fires actually start. But when you have high winds and a humidity like this too, and the dryness of 100% chance, they all start at once, and they can't be everywhere at once. It's just crazy, these still frames. Man, so you can see that a lot of the living trees, the ones that are mature with really thick bark on them, they'll survive. A lot of them will be a little bit damaged, but the taller they are, the thicker the bark, older they are, the more they'll just survive when a fast-moving grass fire goes past. Yeah, they evacuated everybody around Zaka Lake, but that's about where it started. Yeah, the purpleness is, I was explaining, there's camera settings for color temperature these days. Color temperature means cold, like blue colors are like, cold, yellowish, and red colors are like warm, right? If you ever mess around with camera settings or on your phone, whatever, it'll say temperature, right? The old point and shoot cams, they try to make it easy for people, and you would select fluorescent light bulbs in your house or the normal kind of light bulbs, incandescent. And you would see like fluorescent bulbs were like a tube, and then regular looking round light bulb for incandescent. Then it showed bright sun, outside, and it would show partly cloudy. And you would choose the correct lighting condition to get a good photograph. And if you chose incorrectly, like if you put it on fluorescent mode, but it had like it was a sunny day, everything looked weird and blue. And like people's faces looked blue, blowing out a birthday cake or candles, Um, so you could always correct that in Photoshop. And if you develop film the old-fashioned way, they could color correct by changing levels of magenta, yellow, and cyan. But here, there's no real gigantic wall of flame setting, right? So the camera's on auto. And I believe we're getting a lot of blue because it's probably trying to choose.
34 to back for check fair competition at I will
It's choosing
off
wrong.
DCHP requesting choose the welfare of a white female adult routines seen southbound Highway 1 from Constellation.
There's sheriff's office here too. There's not much we can do about that.
I'm in.
So whatever setting it is wrong. We could ask real firefighters, does it ever really look bluish purple? But I don't think so. When you get actual blue flames, that's like methane. Depends on the chemical that's burning. And then flame colors change with the actual heat. The hotter the flame, you get X, Y, and Z temperature, color of the flame.
3231 with you at the back for a 450 domestic on Woodmere.
Sounds like a domestic violence thing. We're going to hear, unfortunately, sheriff's office stuff too.
4264 Woodmere Drive. He thinks that a male that she was dating is in the house after a fight. Male subject Nathaniel Cantu, 33 years of age.
Alright, let's look at our other cams. I was hoping Grass Mountain 1 would, instead of looking due south, look a little bit over towards the ranch, but we know it's running down the hill. So that's the view that we're seeing. And so if they can stop it, if they're already assembled here at Figueroa Road, or wherever that is called, they got a good chance. If not, if it climbs into the hills here, they got a huge problem.
415 earlier, she left. The subject is possibly still in the house. His family's supposed to come and help him get his things. She's requesting deputies to come and make sure he's no longer on scene.
But it makes for an eerie time lapse. Yeah, it was 3:46 or so, according to Pulse Point, I believe, that they started rolling out, and the incident's, of course, still alive. Let me show you the Pulse Point app. If your community uses it, it just depends on which community signs up. It's for first responders, so every time there's a 911 call and they actually do something, you'll see the unit, the time right there on your phone. But not all counties use it. So like Portland Fire and Rescue, and it's department-based too. Portland Fire and Rescue has it, Hillsborough Fire, Woodburn, Salem, Kaiser. I can look at all the local things around here. But then you'll have a blank spot, like not Vancouver, or not Hood River. It just depends on your county. So I'm very highly aware of like what goes on in Washington County. That's all hooked up, and Multnomah County for the most part too. parts of Marion County. But then there's like, what's going on in Lincoln County? I have no idea. So if you get this, it's for, I think, iPhone as well as Android. It's somewhat easy to use once you get the hang of it. The way you add an agency is you pull down from the top, and then you already have agencies listed. You can add as many as you want, I think. And then once you get down to the bottom of the list, then it says add, and that's one of the weirder things. And it's got a map view, so if you hit map view, you can see flames like on the map. If you just want to track fires like this is a heart attack or whatever. It will alert you too if you know CPR, if somebody needs CPR near you, like the blue dot is you. And this is a heart, like a medical emergency. So it's supposed to alert citizens to start CPR before first responders get there. I've put that on as a notice, but it has never gone off in years, But I'm in a city with very rapid response. I'm sure that if I lived rurally, that it would be more important and that they would hit the button for that, right? So what you see is pretty much all of the
I have one right here.
things when they start, and you can say, hey, notify me for only fires or only water rescues or only flooding or something, or only traffic accidents. You could turn it on and off. So
The other units on
I don't know what that is there. It's just bleeding my eyes though. So if you need any help, I could give you a little bit of it. I know how it works on Android at least. So let's zoom out a bit. Oh, and it also has a little button to listen to scanner radio immediately, and usually to the correct channel. That's what's amazing. I usually swap over to my app called Scanner Radio because it has an actual equalizer. In this case, though, for the vegetation fire, it's got a map view, but it does not have a link to a scanner. Santa Barbara County is like a scanner wasteland. We need more or radio enthusiasts ready to volunteer out that way. Because Broadcastify is only as good as the amount of volunteers.
I see instrumental.
Well, panorama.
And for info, there's an additional division out there, Division Delta, working the Fox and Canyon Diswalk area, right?
Delta working the what?
B Fire 22. We've got one Type 3 strike team out there and one Type 1 strike team out there as well.
Got strike teams. What did they say? Like a Dalton Canyon?
Richard, can you give me the division mnemonic and what resources are out there?
Yes, please repeat. Oh, I want a cupcake. Suddenly want a cupcake. I thought it was something like Dalton. Did I mishear? It's not.
The others are 24.
Oh, God. Turn that down a little bit. 160.
Alpha operations.
I guess we won't get our update. Okay. Back to the apocalypse.
Division Alpha Operations, command. Yeah, are you looking for Dozer 24?
This is 15 minutes.
Yeah, they went down. They said they cleared the road and it looks pretty good. We've got SVC Logistics attempting to make their way up there for you to pass up some logistics.
Looking good where?
Yeah, if you would, when he makes it there, he's in a white Ford SVC truck. If he makes it to you, just can you let me know he made it?
I don't know if he's talking about the fire looking good or looking good with road access. Following the white truck. Find the white truck. The last hour. Unbelievable. It's just such a wide.
It says, where I was at was a road, but there ain't no road there. But it's a good ridge. It goes a little bit farther out, and it says it ties down in, I think, the road. Probably the road that we came up on. Definitely.
Yeah, where's Santa Ynez Peak? Oh, here. Jeez, I'm blind. So it's actually just looking north-northwest. All right, we got a little bit of a better idea. That must be looking zoomed in.
A1 units at the Lakers.
It's coming off Grass Mountain and past the cams. I would believe that we're looking right here.
Is Hook still down, or can you run people?
It is currently working, however, unknown if that's going to last for long, so go with your subject.
Hey, broke fish.
Can't do first set Nathaniel, it was July 12th, 1990, actually driving to jump roll.
That is some random sheriff's office stuff. So on the far left, we've got little dots, and I would say, I'm hoping that the fire is here and not across.
All 24 with 1215. Right off the search at 903 West Laurel. Prison Gym. RP is inside working out with her brother and friend. Unknown subject started banging on the glass window of the business.
All right, I'm gonna mute that for you guys. Yeah, we have no heat detection in this spot over the Figueroa F road. How do I say this? Something Mountain Road. Figueroa. I believe we're seeing the fire on here, just to right here. Coming down because it already hit the camera. Yeah, there's some insane stuff, bro. What's popping? Well, it's apocalypse. Here's our current live view, looking north-northwest. It's gonna try to eat Neverland Ranch.
The suspect possibly a female wearing a dark gray hoodie and unknown color pants. The person also carrying around a wooden tray and is using that to hit the glass.
This is the last 6 hours. I went offline thinking, well, I'll check it again at 10:30 and see if it's bad. I went offline about 8:20ish, 25. And around 8:38, all hell broke loose. They hit it with retardant and everything they had, but reading the red flag warning, how they'd have 45-mile-an-hour wind gusts into the night, offshore and onshore winds clashing together, 15 to 5% humidity, no recovery. It's 90 plus degrees. there a new warning? Let's check it.
He is 1129 on an ID card pending automated app and affirmed he is on CDC parole for 245 parent A, parent 1.
Sorry, the sheriff office crap.
Go for it, thank you.
I wanted to sleep. Okay. Is there anything new with evacuation stuff? Okay. Warning for Zaca Lake Road, east of Foxen Canyon Road, south of Sisquoc River due to a wildfire.
Log 16.
They don't seem to have a map. We had camera burnover occur.
So it's impossible.
I knew it would
Okay,
happen.
is it a tree or rock?
Yeah, a very large tree.
Copy.
Very large tree making a road impassable. Hopefully they'll take care of it. If they could stop it at Mount Figueroa Road, they've got a good chance of, saving things. I don't know about Neverland Ranch, but lost. I can't remember. I gotta get some blood sugar. But we're talking about how fire does not look purple, right? To naked eyes, the camera.
West Cannon Perdido Street.
Yeah, Helen Henthorne. Is it like a town? You have local. And welcome back. Did you change your mod name?
112.
I have a list now. I have to try to make a chart, keep track. But amazingly, these are cameras that were low to the ground.
West 1.
And I thought they were going to burn because they had no protection. They would just let the grass grow right up underneath them and dead trees everywhere. But the fire was so intense,
You're on first.
the wind laid the grass down, and so the heat couldn't rise and melt the camera bubble. But look at that link, the Zoom Earth. Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Husky, for putting it there. All right, let me finish the tour of the camera burnover for broke fishing. So we know that the fire's moved past here. And then look at the weird little circles. I'm interpreting that as the fire's embers spotting ahead of itself and boing, boing, landing in the grass and then spreading out 360 degrees everywhere the ember lands. Because we only have an image every 1 minute. And then the brightness kind of overwhelms the camera. They're not very good, expensive cameras. They're pretty cheap, so we're not going to get. Plus, there's high compression. We're not going to get really clear images like pro cameras. This isn't that haunting. Okay, let's look at what Husky's given us. The replay. I hate time.
Enter 51, respond for a medical assist at Jaspers 114 South H. Henry.
Yikes. So far right now, Neverland Ranch and campground stuff are threatened. I've been asking people, but I don't know what the town of Minden School is like. I don't know if it's a little community, but Los Alamos itself could potentially be threatened. And if this jumps Figueroa Mountain Road, then the little community, what's it called? Blood sugar. That's where the Forest Service map is.
Also in DOB of 66 is 01. Is
Okay, then Los Olivos would be next if they can't stop it around Figueroa Mountain Road. Right now it may be holding, or we know that the camera has pivoted south. We can see it going down these slopes from the north, and the camera's looking north. The Santa Ynez that are looking northwest show that. So Neverland Ranch is up here, right there. But I don't know what Midland School is. It almost looks like it's part of Neverland Ranch. Like, did he buy a ghost town? Did Michael Jackson buy a ghost town? Yeah, nighttime quote column. Railvin says, I'm in Ventura, the next county south. Local news hasn't said a peep about this yet. And we're just still recovering from the 2017 Thomas fire here. And all the rain this year made new fuel. How did you find us? I'm glad you did. That's why we do what we do. Is the media? We do the media's job that they don't do anymore. This is some of the most crazy stuff I've ever seen, but they don't cover it.
Normally, they're in front of the business on the bench, across the ocean and Cypress.
Somebody collapsed. I thought it was a firefighter, but it was somebody by a business.
Yeah, are you, you see that stake side that's parked on the side of the road?
I do hit the share button and share to community pages, and we spread by word of mouth. But like last year, I covered
We're on Zaka now.
fire by Lompoc, and almost like only 2 people from the area actually found a stream.
Yeah, I'm working my way that way. Just hold tight.
Oh boy.
44 copies.
The Neverland train station is much closer to the Veers detection locations. Yeah, Helen, I think so. But yeah, Ventura County, I covered the Ventura County fires and the flooding until late December. Ventura County has been slammed. I did say that I haven't quite seen this bad since the Thomas. It's, away from inhabitations, but it's coming towards them. So we were just looking at the map, like what are good barriers for the fire? They really need to stop it on Mount Figueroa Road here. If it jumps up into the hills, it can race along here, where they have to cross the T, right? They have to have a paved road that's wide. As the fire comes, they have to cross the T to stop it. So do they have any good east-west roads paved, quick access, where you can get a lot of units to help? No. And once a fire gets on top of a ridge, it has maximum speed along the top if it's the same direction as the wind. Where's the wind? Yep. Same direction as some of these ridge tops. And the canyons act as wind tunnels that make it all go faster. So they don't have good T crossing down on the flatland, right? They've got a road parallel. So it may be easier that if it sweeps down here to just structure protect the individual ones, let the grass fires go past, and then as it keeps going down, find a good place to get ahead of it, cross the T, make your dozer lines. They need a break in the weather valley. They need a break in the wind. Right now, it might be just better, like they did with Mariposa last night, saving it as they let it go past the town on the mountains to the east side of it. And then when it tried to surround the town from south, they stopped it right there. And they just let the mountainside burn off. So, but there does seem to be ranches and buildings down here. I just don't know what. But everywhere there's.
3238.
We're carrying the 8095 en route to Whitmer.
I would assume ranches.
Okay.
I don't know if they're old mine roads or ranches, but there are some buildings according to the map.
One in custody.
It's easiest to defend really small, compact areas. To prep them and let it go past, and then chase after it elsewhere. smaller, compact communities are easier to defend. That's why I said that I don't think they'll lose Mariposa's downtown, and they didn't. They got a lot of people there fast and prepped things and did an awesome job. Yeah, thanks, Relevant. How did you find us again? The Thomas was a brute. Yeah, I wasn't doing Firestream back then. I started in 2020, but last year I
This
did.
staging area there, just park there for now. I'll get back to you.
44 copies.
I totally forgot to tweet that we're live. How did I do that? Let me hit the share button. Been hectic. I've got to go get some hydration and some chocolate stuff. Why does Twitter do this? Cuts off my. What's the title of my stream? Cut it off. County live wildfire tracking. Okay.
1:28 hours. Traffic accident with injuries. East De La Guerra Street and North Milpas Street.
The 44 operations, can you go to LP Tech 3?
Santa Barbara County, one big hashtag. I'm just going to say it is. Seeing images. Marching walls of flame. I don't clickbait. Don't clickbait. People will find out. So I'm checking out the hashtag. If anybody else has got maybe local images or news, let's go back to live images. So that's live in the last 15 minutes. This is Santa Ynez. So this is looking north by northwest. Neverland Ranch would be off in the canyon out to the left here. So the up here, straight in center, where the brightness is, up those hills would be where the Grass Mountain cameras had the burnover already. So when we look at Grass Mountain 2, I believe number 2 is looking south, and we're seeing the fire go down the hill. So in the foreground, this would be hopefully where they're trying to stage into protection. Mount Figueroa, that road. Sorry guys, I'm really tired. I didn't get much sleep last night because I covered what the French fire at Mariposa County. I covered that until 4 in the morning and watched it till 7. And then I woke up again at 1 to try to do Firestream again. And
1:30 hours. Engine 72. Truck 71. Battalion 74. Traffic accident with extrication. Command 2. East De La Guerra. North Milpas Street.
what? This guy is saying the lake fire.
Driver's truck upgraded to a traffic accident with extrication. You can switch to command 2.
Sorry, they're talking about traffic accident needing extrication. This is a bad way, a really bad way to say,
4931.
hey, shut up, radio for a second. I'm reading a tweet. This guy, Edgar McGregor, I don't know who he is, says the lake fire just burned past the Grass Mountain wildfire camera without touching any of the large pine trees in the area. This is an example of good wildfire that helps the ecosystem and not nuke it into oblivion. I hope this is what's happening elsewhere in the lake fire burn area. Did you not see the gigantic mushroom clouds and the advancing huge wall of flame that we're seeing? That's not good wildfire management, and that's not renewing. Elsewhere, a lot of the landscape is meeting oblivion, and a lot of animals are dead. And a lot of people downwind are just choking on the smoke because it made black and seeing clouds all over our landscape. Don't tell people that that's good. That's a really bad way to advertise what really is good. Now, if it had been small, if we had been intelligent and kept burning the landscape year after year after year, and when it's not this red flag conditions, like when it's smart, like when it's spring, just after the grass has started to die, but not high temperatures yet. Winds are calm, and we have actual control. We can prevent the pyrocumulus clouds and the gigantic pollution thing from occurring and the terror that people experience and the loss of homes and beloved places, okay? But we didn't do that. We let the fire load build on landscape for more than 20 years. So this is a man-made disaster. It's not anything else. It's really not good in a, let's try to convince the public everything's fine kind of way. You're just going to spark rage instead of win people over to your point of view. Some of the nonsense that the people want to do to promote. See, fire is oftentimes good in landscape. Yeah, not wildfire. Okay, controlled fire is. Wild is rip-roaring out of control. It's a disaster. Mega fires are a disaster. We caused them by being stupid. I'm trying to tell people this is a good result when they can't breathe and they're worried their town might be obliterated or all their horses are going to die. Not a good idea. Just take a few psychology classes. Anyway, it would be good if we did burn these hillsides off, especially by the critical infrastructure, but we've seen California didn't do good enough. They knew, like, hey, we had heavy rains. We've had a bumper crop of grass. It's now waist high, shoulder height. Not much proactive protection of the towns has been taken. It's really sad. All right, we got firefighting. They're talking about that again instead of the stupid traffic collision. Why is it following the ridge? Is that due to wind or it's just following a fuel line? It's burning along the ground. And okay, I couldn't make that out. The wind's pushing it to the south. Yeah, towards the Neverland Ranch, to the southwest. We're looking north by northwest from the and Santa Ynez Cam here, which is a similar
operations. Copy the ground ambulance to Fox and Canyon, Zaca Lake Road for medical. I need to turn around and get better reception. I can call you back.
So Neverland Ranch would be off camera to the left, and here is Grass Mountain where the camera burned over. So we're looking to the northwest here. And if we switch to, is it Grass Mountain 1 or 2 that's now looking south? Number 1. Opposite direction, going downhill towards the Neverland Ranch, which would now be on the right side of the screen. A relatively new viewpoint. So the wind is pushing it down the hill. It's shifting slightly, but it's mostly coming out of the north and northeast right now. And today it was coming out of the northwest. We saw it spread mostly to the southeast today, and I was going, oh boy. What was alarming though was not even wind driven, it started pushing west, just running down slopes. It's very steep, so flaming debris will roll down the hills and light the hills on fire. So it was really alarming, and so I called this the big fire today to watch, the California's greatest new threat. As far as we don't want big mega fires, they just obliterate the environment. They're not beneficial. But yeah, the Neverland Ranch, I don't know the status. They're not explaining. Raveland says the one positives are lakes and reservoirs are still fairly full from the massive rainfall after like a 10-year drought. Yeah, there's pros and cons. But the flash flooding wasn't cool.
Engine 21, code 2, meet us on scene, 4264 Woodmere Road.
That Ventura County, for example, experienced. Ventura County was so hammered. I didn't expect to do it.
Calling some traffic about a need for an ambulance. Just trying to get nature of injury, or if you call that in or anything else, or if you need me to call dispatch right now. Yeah, I'm getting turned around. I'm not in a very good spot for commo. I'm trying to reach Division Zulu right now to get more information. Okay, copy. And did you already call the ground ambulance, or need me to call dispatch for it? Yeah, if you could just get it started, and I'll contact Zulu with particulars. I copy. Reporting to 8000 Foxen Canyon Road there. Foxen Canyon and Zanka. Confirm. I copy.
They may have a firefighter injury or something. Because they just said something like Fox Canyon.
This time, one red tag. Not sure about the other this time.
Firefighters die a lot in traffic collisions racing to the scenes. It's high impact and
One red tag. I copy that. About to
they can't see well in the smoke and darkness.
Okay, yeah, we're talking to the IC. We're going to get the ground ambulance and started. Can you repeat the nature of injury? Soup 3's bringing them out, and that's all I got. Gonna cut a street out the road so you can get out. But this individual 1165, engine 1165. Copy from engine 1165, and is the patient with Soup 3? No, they're in a different vehicle. Soup 3 can help you grab those forms. Yeah, there's Soup 3's gonna cut the tree, and then there's that 1163 coming out with the patient. Six will have the patient in the Type 6 engine. And it's just an illness, just not feeling well. Nauseous and vomiting.
Oh dear, do you see the patient's not doing well?
The operation, I see copies direct. Information, going to the border. Reached out to the county, they should be there, responding shortly. Copy. Operations, Little Spider. Operations, I just got the phone with Santa Barbara. They're going to get a ground ambulance going entry, and no ET on the ambulance at this time. But do you have the nature of the injury so we can create an incident? Yeah, a crew member from one of the modules up there is not feeling well. He's vomiting, and he's being brought down to the location of the ambulance will arrive at. Hello, spotters, copy.
Okay. That could be anything from heat exhaustion to being poisoned, food poisoned, or bad burrito. It could be something worse, but there's something else that happened. A rollover crash needing extraction, so I thought that was what had occurred. It must be two incidences. Either way, man, this takes it out of our heroes. It's like 90 degrees at night. I'm hoping that the fire's spread is slowing down. It looked like it was driven by really fierce wind gusts, around 50 miles an hour. If it's dying down, it's the best thing possible.
Control medic engine 26 available.
Clear 3 is 1010.
Okay. All right, we're still looking at some of the live views. Let's do like a 15 minutes. Yeah, if that's backing action instead of being wind pushed down the hill, good. They just need some time. It was rip roaring, blazing going down. This happened, hey, B-boy, Loretto, thanks for being here. The wind's dying down, but just look how wide.
Okay, just an update on patient. Appears to be 2 red tags. And we'll update with any further. Copy, 2 red tags.
What does a red tag for a patient mean? He's triaged that way, like during September 11th when people were hit by falling debris from stuff falling off the World Trade Center as they try to run out of the buildings.
Opening bay with David 3. Public assist with century therapy at 501 and a half. East Pine, adult son, hospital, the resident. Unknown where he's at and concern is.
Okay, anyway, somebody was tagging people, and black tags is goner.
26, brown over brown. Last name wearing a navy blue sweater and black pants. They do not want to report him missing at this time.
Okay, somebody's missing, but they don't want to report him missing at this time. I hope it's not a senior or something. Everywhere orange is structures. Francis, I just tuned in. Do they have something downer winds, sundowner winds earlier? I'm not even familiar with the area. But they had today, it started at like 3 in the afternoon, 3:45, and it was looking like it was horrifying even then. So I said, this has got to be our biggest threat. And then right before 8:30, I went to finally go outside because I haven't been outside in days. I'm trying to fight this thing called coal miner's eyes, where I'm sitting in the dark looking at screens all the time, year after year. And I've adjusted to, I could practically see in the dark, but I can't stand sunlight or bright lights of any kind. So, doctor said spend at least an hour outside per day. So just as I walked away and turned off the stream, and I wanted to sleep because I was up until 7 in the morning covering what happened with Mariposa yesterday on 4th of July. Okay, I haven't really slept a lot. I said I'd check in around 10:30 when I got back from my long walk outside, and I was talking with people, and they're like, "Oh, I don't think anything's happening." And I happened to check watch duty, and watch duty didn't. Just has the same jingle for like normal stuff and like hideously apocalyptic stuff. I finally checked it again just before going to bed, and it jingled about a different fire. And I went, "Holy God!" Here's a 6-hour time lapse of Grass Mountain. I've got to eat. So the camera burned over and survived because the winds were so intense that it flattened all this grass to the ground. So the heat didn't rise and the flames didn't lick up and melt the camera. It's pretty low to the ground. Yeah, I don't know what the tagging is for triage for patients, but I know black tag is there a gunner. Learning about September 11th stuff. Guys,
I'm out with the RV.
What's your RV?
I'll show you.
54 Poultry, so she's advising he was last seen walking westbound 400 Cherry, Pine Island.
This is what we were watching earlier today, and we just couldn't see throughout the smoke. They did all kinds of retardant drops with aircraft. And then all hell broke loose right as I entered the street. And I took a lovely little walk. Finally cool enough up here to do it. But even though they were slamming it with retardant with 737s and everything, helicopter, maybe it just bought them a tiny bit of time, but the wind shifted. At first it was out of the northwest, it was pushing it to the southeast, kind of parallel and down the mountain range. But as I saw to the west, not even being pushed by the wind, just rapidly spreading down the hill. It was super concerning. I think we have to go to a 12-hour in order to show you that. Yeah, we will be missing a lot of frames. But all day we've been trying to get more information. This one channel that we have barely talks about fires. It's mostly sheriff crap. Sheriff's office crap. So.
30, respond for a medical alarm, 823 Choctaw Road.
And we're hearing stuff from all over Santa Barbara County. So this is just a Refugio camera. We were looking at the other ones. So this one is looking for a different vantage point. But this is kind of what we were able to see. I'll show you the Los Alamos was looking almost due east, and we saw the red marching walls of flame kind of going quickly down the hillside faster than kind of normal, not being driven by the wind. So I thought, man, if the wind changes direction and it does blow it west, man, how are they going to stop that? It'll just roar out of the mountains. So what we had was a nightmare scenario of it going all day along the mountain peaks, like spreading southeast. Then the wind change came from the northeast. At the same time, a lot of wind was coming out the ocean and met right there, making it erratic, hard to predict conditions. So it spreads southeast along the ridgeline. All of a sudden, wind is mostly coming now from the northeast. It changed right about 8:30. Just
Like
ended.
Says further the mechanics bank, didn't see anything.
Resulting in a massively long, miles-long wall of flames just coming out of the hills towards the valley to the southwest. So, you're a Lahaina fire survivor, have every good intention, then you should hate Hawaii Electric, man. We hate PG&E and SoCal Edison for the same reason. They knew that their lines and power lines were starting fires, and they just didn't turn it off. Same thing with 16 towns being destroyed pretty much in a night in Oregon. Detroit Lake almost to Dayton with the Beachy Creek fire. Um, but if you truly are one, I'm really sorry for what you went through. But
Reported by AMR.
Copy, second patient extricated, being transported by AMR.
okay, that's the traffic collision. I believe extrication required. Yeah, I don't believe anything of the sort like laser weapons starting fires because okay, I will if say Anchorage, Alaska burns down in the dead of winter. That would be weird. But what happened with Paradise, where my brother almost died, Cascade Fire, where my family friend did die in Wildfire, what happened with Santa Rosa, all these things. Why would the government or any other government spend trillions of dollars on a laser weapon when a $5 road flare could have done the same thing? And why would they be burning down sleepy retirement communities, little vineyard towns, and tourist towns like Lahaina? There's no logic or rhyme or reason to that. They're not strategic targets. These power companies, though, they have no conscience. They're corporations. They want to make money. They don't care who dies. And so when wind blows fiercely, they have a temptation to keep the power on because they can't charge customers for power on days they don't deliver. So we have stupidity at work with things like Pacific Power. Even the fire chief of Gates was saying, your lines are falling down to 75 plus mile an hour winds. Turn off your freaking power. And they said, well, it's the middle of the night and none of our supervisors are around. They're on vacation because it's Labor Day weekend. We can't reach them. We might get fired if we turn the power off without supervisors. Yeah, there's a lot of corruption, immense corruption, unbelievable amounts of corruption, and the people suffer, and you won't get reimbursed by the power companies. Like my brother wasn't fully reimbursed. Politicians will protect them, and then people will have to sell their land cheap, like my brother did. It's just not justice. So it's not some weird shadow government or some lizard people or lasers or whatever. It's the power companies and the people in charge to protect them. And I'm starting to understand about the corruption with power utilities, the PUCs. They're the missing link in the corruption puzzle. But once we push for legislative change, as soon as people who make decisions that kill people, like they decided with PG&E to let lines fail instead of maintain them, that was in their memos when Butte County investigated them for 85 counts of manslaughter. On Paradise, it's just a greed thing. It's cheaper to let lines just fall down eventually in storms than repair them. So if anybody actually makes a decision like that, like if you or I did, we'd be in prison, right? A couple of legislative changes, such as they can go to prison, they can get all their assets forfeited, their airplanes confiscated, their yachts. We'll see immediate change, and this will stop happening. Because guess what they'll do? Instead of threatening their employees with, "Hey, you're going to be fired if you ever shut the power off without supervisor signing off on it," they'll change their rules, and it'll be like, "Please do shut the power off in case anybody could get hurt." So I don't go to prison, right? So I don't lose all the wealth I have because they don't have hearts, but they have money, and if they might lose them, then they'll change, right? So the good news is we just have to inform the public about this and push for change. A lot of this will stop. I don't know what caused this here. It was started by a lake. Probably some human accident or stupidity. Recreation or fireworks, you take a pick. It's the day after the 4th of July. Some people are still lighting fireworks. Some people thought, oh, as long as it's over a lake, it'll be okay. There's thought processes like that. They don't realize fireworks can be duds and that they can shoot off the wrong direction because they can be faulty. A lot of times people go, oh, what have I done? I'm just speculating that sometimes that's what happens. I believe that may have been what happened with the um, fire that happened on 4th of July in 2022, the Electra that started on a lake. Okay, I'm still listening to the radio, but their sheriff's office are running like license plate stuff. So, but if we keep, but what they do is they laugh when people are saying space lasers, aliens, mole people, and lizard people, and shadow governments, China, and terrorists, whatever, Antifa. You blame those entities, you're never gonna get any justice. They're just laughing. They're just laughing, like, oh, all the way to the bank. Oh, we're killing people and erasing towns, and they're blaming space lasers and shadow governments. Awesome. We we can continue status quo. There's no penalty for us. We get to make money while killing people. And the rest of the world doesn't know, but we do, that most of the deadly and town erasing fires are not caused by people, they're caused by corporations. I didn't know that till I lost my friend to wildfire. 1 year before Paradise. They did it again. Paradise, and I nearly lost my brother, but we're spreading the awareness. Something we could change. So yeah, it's our crumbling infrastructure, greed. It's like the Ford Pinto scandal all over again. Well, greed, Fractalis. Going even deeper to what you're speculating about, greed. Greedy people they are different from you and me. They cannot feel empathy. We're not relevant to them. And when they're allowed to be at the top and make the rules, that's when we get the problems. But we could change all this. Uh, Cal Fire in California has the resources to attend to the normal lightning strike fires and the accidents and the occasional stupidity fires. They just don't have the resources to go with the extra fires started by power companies, the ones that are the biggest, the Dixie and like. But the good news is that we could change most of the situation with a few strokes of a pen, and then these things may not get so big. Like the sequoias only burned because 35% of of the nation's resources were on the Dixie Fire, and they still couldn't stop it. That was caused by the power company, right? So we lost like 35% of the sequoias on Earth since 2020 in wildfires. We gotta push for change really quickly if we want to save things. But there is hope. We don't just have to tax cow farts and hope that eventually China and other countries will stop making CO2. That's not going to do anything. We take effective action. We've got a lot of things we can do. Remove the invasive weeds, groom the landscape, do common sense things like don't build neighborhoods that are death traps with only one way out without building fire shelters, right? Maybe we can just say, hey guys, fire coming, just get in your shelters, and there won't be any mass death events and the traffic jams. We could solve most things with and prevent most disasters and tragedies with just some intelligent rule changes, right? Yeah. And I try to encourage people to think along the lines about what can we solve? What can we come together, left, right, center, anybody, come together to work together to change this stuff because we're all affected. We are all affected. So the basic chat rules is we talk about solution-oriented topics best we can. No arguing about stuff that goes nowhere, like the causes of global warming, whatever. That's not going to be good. No blaming the left, the right, or this group or that group. That doesn't work. It goes nowhere. But what can we actually do? And what can we verify? Right? There's plenty of other channels that'll talk about any kind of conspiracy or fantasy or, speculations, notions. They all exist. Go there if you wish. The people here who are anxious and worried about is my home still standing? Are my horses still alive? They tell me that it stresses them out to give them anything more to worry about. I mean, I love a good, put me to the test. I'll see if I can explain a weird photograph. How did this building survive and not that one? Or how did this happen? I love that sort of thing. I love myth busting and looking at stuff curiously with an open mind. But I can't stress out the people that are listening here. They don't want to know about one new thing to worry about, such as shadow government's after you, or this is an act of war or terror, or somebody's following you, or like we don't give them extra things to worry about. So we got a whole lot of new viewers. I just explained. I had to kind of go over the rules again because there's no room in my descriptions of the video to post them anymore. I usually put evacuation links and like. Excuse me. Let me adjust my my tabs here off screen. I'm clicking on the wrong buttons. Running out of real estate. I want to put like stuff from the French fire away there. This is not to mute or muzzle anybody or inhibit free speech or whatever. Just that's the feedback I get from people. They just want to know as much as possible that can be verified, and everything else stresses them out. So, no, I can totally. I've myth-busted a whole bunch of stuff about Lahaina. The guy who ran around pawing through the car, insisting a laser melted a car. I myth-busted that. Don't be afraid. You are not targeted by lasers. Nothing hit Lahaina like that. White ash is crematorium temperature, and absolutely a megafire can produce that. Absolutely. The kind of fuels that are in homes and in cars and vehicles, and the crazy elephant grass that's around Lahaina, and the hurricane force winds. If you add, okay, fire needs three things: oxygen, fuel, and heat. You add any of the three things, like winds provide new oxygen, and you get a much fiercer, hotter fire. Of course, you get white ash. It happened in the Tillamook burn. But everything that's made out of plastic is basically like an oil drum. Just think of it as crude oil. The amount of vehicles and homes and everything on fire at once. That huge amounts of lumber. Plus, they actually had gas grills in some of the restaurants and stuff in the downtown, and the gas mains going. Yeah.
Vision Zulu, operations.
Operations, go ahead for Zulu.
Yep.
Okay, the ambulance just showed up. They're here at the Foxen Canyon and Zaca Lake Road. You want them to stage here or start working their way up?
Look, I really hate people that perpetuate hoaxes and fear. You are being lied to by those people. They're trying to scare you and try to control you with fear.
Padres, operations on command. You copy that?
That's what I do and I do. I stick to the facts and I can debunk pretty much anything you throw at me, but it's not going to be right now while people are evacuated and worried about, what's going to happen to their homes.
Zulu on command. Go ahead.
Go ahead and break my rules. You'll just get banned, okay?
Hey, Phil, if you're going to be there, can you let me know when the patient makes it there to the ambulance?
Yeah, will do. Break IC operations.
Getting the information here that we provide is right.
The county, or the ambulance is on scene. Just waiting for the patient now.
And speaking of privilege, I am protecting my people. I won't allow the sort of thing that stresses people out. I am the facts-only resources on the fire. If you want to talk about things, you can get your own channel and say whatever you want. That's what free speech or whatever is about. Not that you have it on YouTube. It's a private company, and they don't allow you to talk about everything.
I'm pretty sure it was already passed on, but we're going to do a 0700 briefing at the corner of Foxen Canyon entrance to Zaca Lake. I'll be out there a little bit before that if I am.
I just try to say really politely, I'm exhausted. I've been covering fires for like the last week, almost every waking hour. I'm a bit on edge.
Midnight 58.
Sorry, that is a sheriff's thing. Another time or place, I'll be happy to debunk everything, like the stupid car melt thing I already did for Lahaina. guy was claiming, oh, steel is melted, and none of the steel was melted. Not even copper was melted. Copper wiring was still intact. How did the fire get inside the car? The window was open. Just why did the wheels turn into powder instead of metal? That's because those are hubcaps made out of plastic with metal powder in them to look like metal. The wheels actually did melt. You know, it was just so ridiculously stupid. When so many people are like, "Oh yeah, that's clear evidence a laser blew up the car." This guy did this, and he scared people, and he got lots of likes, subs, and clicks, and he financially benefited from making such a video. You gotta think about the motivations of people. He put his logo above his business on the entire thing. He started accepting donations for the Lahaina victims, but I couldn't find his charity registered anywhere. You know, you gotta start worrying. You gotta wonder what motivates people sometimes. I don't know if he was. I don't know what his motivation was, but he wasn't assessing the situation well at all. Look, you control people with fear. Who you should be suspicious of is people trying to make you afraid. Have you ever thought about the power companies wanting to do a psyops on you so you don't blame them, so they don't have to reimburse you? I think the power companies maybe sometimes don't shut off the power because corruption. Maybe land grabs are real. I don't know. That's that sort of thing. Greed. That kind of conspiracy sometimes is true. You know, it comes out later. There were conspiracies to short all the people of their land as LA expanded. They bought up their land and then rerouted people's water from other counties. And so they bought out the farmers. First they cut it off. Then the farmers couldn't afford to irrigate. Then they couldn't harvest. Then they couldn't pay their property taxes and their mortgages. And so the carpetbaggers came in and bought their land. But they knew, because of what LA had planned, that they were going to put some freeways and use the diverted water to build housing developments. So they shorted people out of millions. Like, corruption is not a new thing. That sort of thing happens time and time again. But we can change a lot of this. We can change it if we push for new laws. And the moment you can put golden handcuffs on very rich people for making life and death decisions that cause mass death events, we'll see a whole lot of different change. Once they can lose their airplanes and their estates and their $1 million homes and their yachts and their jewels and their freedom, they'll never have a heart to appeal to, but you have to hurt them where it counts, the wallet. This doesn't happen in some parts of the world, right? I don't know what was just happening on the radio. But look, I think it's a lot less windy. Look. All they need is time. Our heroes only need time. If you want to challenge me and say, hey, explain this photo, I'll be totally happy to when emergencies aren't like happening. I will look at anything with an open mind and I'll try and explain it. I'll be the first to admit I can't explain something. And if I ever do see something that looks like a weapon of war attack, I'm going to tell the world. I don't care if it's embarrassing or risks my reputation. The Japanese did create incendiary weather balloon bombs, and it was a secret during World War II that they were coming on the trade winds, lighting forest fires in Oregon and Washington and Idaho. Some made it to Montana. That was real. Had to be declassified later. If I see anything weird, I'm going to let people know. I just never have. I'm very, very. Oh my God, spider just came out of the ceiling. Holy God. Oh God.
Command to zone.
Okay, I can take bugs. I can't take spiders. Good thing that was a tiny one. I don't know if I saved the video, but one time I was streaming live and a spider came off the ceiling, came right in front of my
52
face,
responding
just
800
about landed on
block
my
on G.
head.
George for vehicle fire. The gray SUV street side on G. George, close to the car wash. No RP could advise any subjects inside, and they're trying to put it out.
That could be suspicious, man. Why is a vehicle on fire? Oh man, I screamed that time with the spider coming down the web. Oh man, I need some rest. Since I set up the screens, I don't think they fully seal the windows.
Side.
Well, that's cool. Citizens are trying to put out that vehicle fire. That's good. We got a new jingle, Olala Fire, 9900 block of Upper Olala Road, south of Olala. Where is Olala? Let's see about this new one. Douglas County, Oregon. 5-acre vegetation fire moving uphill into timber per radio traffic. Douglas County is a hard place to have a fire. Just west of Myrtle Creek. They were in red flag. I gotta text somebody I know there. Yeah, there's a fire west Myrtle Creek. Yeah.
1233.
I'm at the vehicle fire. Looks like they put it out. I'm blocking northbound traffic from Pine.
Copy.
Good. All right. Let's look back at our 6-hour time lapse. This is for Figueroa 1. If they get a break in the wind, that'll be the best case scenario here. It's going to be a hard battle for the days to come too. We'll have to look at the continuing weather forecast, but geez, it's so wide, the flame front. Apocalyptic. Husky says the lake fire is so bright that I'm seeing it.
252, you can cancel.
From Kansas far away is Gorman. Ooh.
This is Coast Guard Sector Los Angeles, Coast Guard Sector Los Angeles, Coast Guard Sector Los Angeles. For safety marine information broadcast regarding small craft advisory shift unless you channel C to Alpha 157.1 megahertz out.
Friends, like once again, if you want to email me with things that you think I need to know, okay. But I don't want to chase away the people who get stressed out by the I'll just call it unverifiable conversations, the theoreticals. I am exhausted. I've been doing this for weeks, man. I'm barely brain functional. I can't really get into a debate or look up examples of things. But I've seen a lot, some of these fires are not natural at all. They have probably arson. We've seen a lot of weird, suspicious ones. Some of them people will think that just lighting the Ring of Fire, for example, like before 4th of July, was probably youth, or I assume youth, maybe not. Somebody probably put one of those fountain fireworks on a hillside. It was a dead calm wind night, but near the coast of California, called the Canyon Fire. I can't remember which day. But I'll show you just how suspicious it looked. It was a perfect Ring of Fire.
Copy, quarters.
We have to be very vigilant about, that's the arriving units on the scene. There's probably whoever I imagine it was like a fountain type of firework in the middle of the hillside there on a rock. Whoever did that and ran away probably watched it from a distance and said, that's cool. Oh, neat. This was harmless fun. Not knowing just how quickly things can get out of hand. There was nobody got hurt here because it was a dead calm. They arrived fast. But stuff like this happens. And so this is obviously not natural. There was no lightning whatsoever. So if we do see anything suspicious, take pictures.
2-1, can you send an additional unit?
In these conditions, the crazies and the firebugs and the whoever come out of the woodwork, right? When fire crews are busy elsewhere, some of those intentionally set things do
route from Las Positas.
stuff like this. So report anything suspicious, but get license plates, you know. If there's a crowd watching a fire, film the crowd. You know, you could just kind of pan around 360 like you're reporting on a scene. Don't try to get anybody's attention, you know what I mean? Like, don't put the camera in anybody's face, or somebody might be like, hey, what are you doing? You know, just try to do it, because the people who largely do these things repeat their behavior, whether or not they're criminals or stupid, right? Or mentally ill. Either way, it doesn't matter. Intentionally set fires are usually caused by the same very, 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 very small percentage of people, and they repeat their behavior until caught. So we have no idea what started this one today, but it was by a Lake Zaka, and it's the day after 4th of July. So who knows? Could be they just tried to pull a boat out of the lake, or some random little thing happened. With 100% probability of a fire ignition, that means any spark into anything dead will 100% guarantee start a fire. So that I've talked to fire chiefs and captains, and they've said that
101, you're up, Rita.
tools falling out of the back of pickup trucks and vehicles have started fires, like just stuff falling off a vehicle. So don't just alert people to them dragging a chain. But if there's like tools on top of the toolbox and hasn't been tucked away, or just stuff in the bed of the pickup that could bounce and fall out, like a loose chain, like a coiled one up, not in use, have them secure it. Because one time a really big fire by Shasta County was, by Shasta Lake, I believe, was started by a crescent wrench jumping out of falling out of the back of a pickup truck, pulled over on the shoulder, and it hit the asphalt, chipped, threw sparks into dry grass. Like, I was a bit unaware that things like that could happen. Wow, that's a flare up. Let's check and see if. Sorry, I'm still listening to the radio. They're just talking about random sheriff's office stuff. Yeah, it is slowing. We don't have new heat detections south of this line, which is where I hope they're trying to hold it, which is the paved road here. Figueroa Mountain. This is our best chance to get a good fire line right here. If it gets into these hills, that'll be a nightmare. It'll kind of run. You start to get a lot of structures. That's where all the yellow dots are, orange dots. And I don't know how you could defend it. I don't know if it's neighborhoods, ranches, what does it. But I'm so glad it didn't race all the way down this sycamore thing here. If the wind had kept blowing 50 mile an hour like it was, that really could have happened. It would be down here by now. So, man, maybe it's a bit late for the midnight miracle, but is wind dying down? Let's look at my radar. And it's still tropical. What is it? Still tropical storm, bro? Now they don't think it will hit Houston Square, but maybe. On the Basin Fire morning update, they're talking about if it tracks towards Arizona, that it could affect California's fire weather. But look, we're all in red flag like crazy here. The deeper pink is. I'm gonna read for a different weather source. Man, my pizza got cold. I hate getting so excited. I forget to eat. Let's do the weather for, let's see, what, Los Olivios, or maybe we should go up higher into the mountains. Los Alamos. Where should the lake, like Zaca itself, maybe? I'll just do that. Zaca Lake, California. Current conditions are 91 degrees there. Let me turn off. It's kind of chaos. The red flag. There. Okay. Kind of map should be in the back where you can see the wind better. It's, yes, it is. It has died down. At least this is looking better. This is looking better. I see that it's going to come back. We're still listening to the radio. I just muted it because it's about, currently it's about random police issues. That's going to be too bright. I wish the little wind things were thicker because you have to kind of zoom out to see where the wind's going. See offshore. And it blends in with the background here. Okay. I'll read NOAA forecast and see if this one lines up from my radar. It's called Lake Socket. It's not showing up. All right, let's just do Los Alamos. Good enough. 69 there. It was 81 up in the hills. Currently, the high 90 or so today. Oh, firefighter chatter. Let's listen.
The supervisor's office.
At Lake Zaca itself, there's 8% humidity right now. 8. I think when you bake cookies in the oven, it's a little bit more moist than that. Overnight, clear with a low of around 87. The current temperature at Lake Zaca is 91. Overnight, clear with a low around 87. Northeast wind around 10 miles an hour with gusts up to 20.
401 1039, Thomas.
Dawn will be at 5:20. Look at, yeah, current wind speeds are around 11 miles an hour with gusts up to 18, and they will diminish down to gusts of only 15 miles per hour, around 7, and then we don't have any more data for Lake Zaca as far as the NOAA weather app is concerned. Let me go and see if the red flag warning has a different, no data available. It looks like I may have to update this app. I'm a beta tester, so hang on. I'm reading from a cell phone. Yeah, update fixes for alerts. Okay, there we go.
Go ahead.
I'm David, Sam William, 529.
Anyway, I'm going to turn it back off again. That's more police chatter. They said Los Alamos come in, and it was supposed to be firefighter chatter, but they didn't reply. Okay. Placer County has a fire just west of Roseville. 1 acre grass fire, moderate rate of spread. We'll go back to there. Okay. All right. No weather. Red flag Okay, they're running a license plate. I gotta turn that down. Red flag warning continues in effect until 6 a.m. Saturday for the Interstate 5 corridor, Ventura County Mountains, Santa Barbara County Mountains, Southwest Santa Barbara Coast, Interior San Luis Obispo County, Cuyama Valley, due to gusty northwest winds to north winds, low humidity, very hot temps, leading to large vertical plume growth potential. An extremely long duration heat wave will bring very hot and dry conditions. Southwest California will into the week, hottest today and Saturday in most areas. Hold on to your butts. Hot and dry conditions will coincide to the northwest to the northeast winds gusting from 25 miles an hour to 45. Today, throughout tonight, across many mountains and the interior areas, as well as southwest Santa Barbara County. The very hot temperatures in the red flag warning area will also bring a significant threat of large vertical plume growth with any new fires, such as what happened today. Well, it's yesterday, technically, with the lake fire. Blah, blah, blah. Onshore flow will likely be on the increase Saturday through Monday, which may lead to increasing southwest to west winds across portions of the interior. And that means the possibility of red flag warnings extended in some areas. So relative humidity will be hovering around 5 to 15%. Currently, it's around 8% at Lake Saca. Temperatures max of 85 to 100 degrees across southwest Santa Barbara coast, up to 110 in the foothills and the mountains. So excessive heat warning is also in effect. Dangerously hot conditions with high temps of 106 to 116. The hottest being Saturday with very warm nights. Where the interior valleys and mountains of southwestern California. This will last until 9 p.m. Wednesday. The excessive heat warning. There's a high risk for dangerous heat illness for anyone, especially the very young or the very old, those without air conditioning, and those active outdoors. Hold on to your butts. It's going to be a bumpy day tomorrow. So check out wind. Right now, at Los Alamos, we've got winds 4 miles an hour with the gusting to 16. I tried to say Lake Saca. I didn't really find it for me. If we move our little center pointer thing to get an update, it's a Sylvain portrait. Seriously. Maybe the zip code, that's not Sylvain. Okay, Santa Barbara County, yeah, 86 degrees up there in the mountains where the fire is. The wind speed has died down to 4 miles an hour. Or at least forecasts say the current. That's saying wind direction from the southeast. That's not real. From the east. That's just forecasts. That's why I like NOAA weather better. Okay, let me look at my phone, which has NOAA weather. Currently 12 miles northeast of Santa Ynez, California at 3,300 feet. And that's what happened when I said Lake Saca. Saca Lake, California. Yeah. So looking at the current conditions. Yeah, it's still saying winds are about 10 miles an hour. With gusts up to 18. Yakima County, Washington has a new fire. Oh man. Not again for Yakima County. It's called the Sheep Company Fire. This is pretty far away from Yakima itself, but boy, they've been pummeled by fire after fire. They've had crazy red flag conditions. Okay, let's look away from the weather and look back at the cams and see if the winds are indeed died down. I just unmuted the radio in case they start talking about things again. Sorry, chat was hidden.
The subject's going to be at 6515 Parnell Road.
Just my volume again.
It's back area.
Yeah, I know, Redman. Wackadoodles are out in strength. That's a good way to put it. Okay. Lahaina and Maui has been proven to be direct energy weapons. No, it hasn't. I'm sorry. Just we don't talk about that here. Proven? Seriously? Gullible and the naive. If you ever want to make a smart person stupid, you can do two things. You could piss them off, or you could make them fearful. That's my old saying. What propagandists try to do, and the people who are deceivers try to do. Be very suspicious of anybody who tries to piss you off or make you afraid. And be extra suspicious if they have financial benefit or any kind of benefit. Especially all the likes and clicks and subs and all the fear-mongering channels get. I'll never forget the day I was really pissed off that they tried to say the Orville Dam was going to collapse. They're not telling you that, but millions are about to die. The whole dam's going to flood everybody to Sacramento. And this guy was raking in the money on YouTube and all the donations.
Hey, Phil, 4.5 miles up from where you're sitting, there are power lines across the road. A utility and a few truck and the Type 6 engine, we could all get underneath it, but it might be impassable for anything larger, like a buggy or a Type 3.
Yeah, I'll work on that, see if we get a power company out here.
Okay, yep, hard to miss, but 5 miles up and a couple sharp switchbacks in there.
Okay, is the poles, are they burnt down or just broken wires?
Still looks like probably burned down because the wires are fairly taut, 3 of them. But yeah, maybe 8 feet up.
Copy, thanks.
Okay, let's do a time lapse
11 Charles, Officer Snyder, 1015.
from the other views. When I ask people nicely and exhibit a lot of patience during stress, there's a time when it evaporates and runs out. You will not piggyback on the success of my channel to spout and run your mouth and try to make people afraid. You should be ashamed of yourself. This is scum of the earth behavior. Reevaluate your life and get out of here. Thank you. All right. Rule breaking is not tolerated. You can obey, then you can stay. That's the way it goes. I said you could email me privately about any concerns you have. I'm going to flush them immediately down the toilet now. But, like I said, I protect my people and fiercely. The narrative here, my life-saving message work is not going to be hijacked. I do not have time for riffraff or bullcrap. Do you guys? I don't. Anyway. I know, fractalist. What happens though is a lot of time I realize I'm actually arguing with children. Like one time I had a serious argument with a guy called, well, I won't name it. Doesn't matter. And he was really, really talking about how the government could control the weather. And he was watching the 1960s. Remember those old happy-go-lucky newsreels? Like, with the new invention of the hydrogen bomb, we can now make hurricanes a thing of the past. And he really wanted to test if they could break up hurricanes out in the Gulf of Mexico with hydrogen bombs. They were saying, man, we could do that. Holy crap. Man, the 60s was so full of optimism that the technology would solve all of our problems, like every single one of them, man. But that didn't pan out, you know, because all that would actually do is create a hurricane with nuclear fallout. That's the only thing worse than a hurricane. Cloud seeding was going to do everything, but oh, whoops. You actually have to have clouds with enough moisture in them to actually drop rain if you seed them. Whoops, that's why that doesn't really work. Extremely hit and miss. Whoops. So cloud seeding only really effectively works where it was going to rain anyway, generally. Whoops. There's some things we're just never going to be powerful in nature. we can't be that arrogant. And so we have to be intelligent. Adapt to nature to overcome instead of thinking we could just put a leash on her and make her do what we want, right? Okay. Thank goodness. Let's see from the smoke columns. There's a dying down. How's the oh, it moves away. Seriously. Still? Okay, what's still looking at the fire? Okay, move back. Okay. If it was there the whole time, we would be able to see the changes in wind speed and direction. Whatnot. Okay. 30 minutes. Still is some wind rolling off the mountains here, but look at the somewhat lazy drifting of it into the sky. It pivoted. Medical. Sorry, I didn't mean to put my watch next to the microphone when it buzzed like that. That was watch duty saying the dire fire is forward progress stopped, and that's the one by Myrtle Creek, Oregon. Okay, great. This on the beach? No, SoCal Boho Girl. It's not at Refugio. This is a long distance camera. That's what's scary. It's up in the hills. It's the same one we were covering earlier today. It's the lake fire that was up by Zaka Lake. Lake Zaka. It exploded right after I entered the stream. So if you do, we weren't even looking at it with Refugio cam, which are down there by the ocean. Like, they were looking, this one is looking due north. We were looking from the Los Alamos cam, and the Grass Mountain ones burned over. Like, they survived, barely, but only strangely because the fire was so intense because of the wind that it blew the grass down, and the wind incinerated the grass so fast that the heat was pushed away from the cameras. The flames were never given a chance to go up and melt the camera's protective bubble. And it's psychedelic, like that's like here is only one frame every second. Remember how I predicted camera burnover? I didn't realize it would be that soon. This is at what's 22 hours? It's 10 o'clock? Yeah. So this is 10:50. I was going to check the cams and come back to see if I need to go live at 10:30. And I went, oh my God. So, yep, the camera survived. I would have lost that bet. I would have put like, $500 on the bet that they burned. But hey, just goes to show. A couple of these baby trees got utterly destroyed. And we got these eerie little rings of fire where the embers were taken by the wind and started fires downwind. And then the main scene of the fire, this line of fire, catches up with it. But that's a great example of spotting. That's why it's called spots. These embers land on dry grass, expand all in a 360-degree radius. It's a spot. I guess that makes perfect sense of why they call it a spot. Isn't that nuts? But this is when the wind was fierce, and it seems to have just given them enough time. It seems to have died down. So I don't know what the status of the Neverland Ranch is. We haven't gotten it. They're probably trying to save it. They either have or haven't. But it seems to be going down. There's a huge, long wall of flame front that's heading for various places, like the canyons that eventually lead to Los Alamos in the northwestern section, and to the south it would hit Neverland Ranch and then eventually Los Olivios, I guess. Sorry, I'm still listening to radio. It's all just sheriff's office crap. But when you have twisting like that, you have extremely dangerous fire conditions. This is what makes firefighters really nervous, because the heat's so intense that in order for more heat to rise quicker, it has to twist, and it sucks flames up. And a lot of times people wonder, why did a house burn down? And like in the middle of the yard, like there's lawn furniture that didn't burn. Well, ABS plastic has an extremely high melting point, and well, green grass doesn't burn, so there's no heat underneath it to melt it. But B, the strange things happen when a firestorm hits and like entire neighborhoods are on fire. The plastic parts of the house and the intense heat, like the vinyl siding and everything going, for more heat to rise as the fire happens faster, it has to go into a twist pattern which sucks up more heat. So the heat goes straight up. And so things just adjacent, like the lawn furniture, which is very sometimes impregnated with flame retardant anyway, recycle bins in the street don't get affected because the heat goes up instead of out and across like a normal kind of structure fire, like one house fire. But the whole neighborhood and all the trees and everything, there's a huge firestorm. It's sucked up and it's like a tornado. So it's eerie. So SoCal Bohogas says the Zaka fire burned from there to Ojai when it burned. We don't need this again. What year was that? Yeah, is somebody arguing? Sorry, do I have to check out? Thought we took care of the land and the law. Yeah. Sorry, there. I was listening to the sheriff's office there. Um, all right, never mind. Still more sheriff's office stuff. But thank you, mods, for running around deleting stuff. You know, the thing is that people can claim to be firefighters. We've had so many fake firefighters and attention-getting liars. You know, we had fake fire victims too every once in a while, and people believe them. They get all kinds of likes, thousands of likes, and it's like they just rattle on stuff that's nonsense. It's really easy to figure out, like, you're an idiot, man, not a firefighter, you're a liar. Um, but the weird thing is, I don't understand how people will take word of mouth and think something is the truth without any shred of evidence or whatever. And then, like, you present evidence and, like, I don't believe it, it's fake, it's set up. And it's like, okay, all right. But like I was saying earlier, once I had a pretty elaborate argument and I thought I was doing well, presenting my side of and having fun. And this is basically when people said, please stop entertaining the conspiracy theorists at all. I was having fun. I was like, hit me, show me some suspicious photos, I'll explain them. Or if challenge me, right? I'd love to have a show like that, other another time, another place. And part of it was good, and part of it was just explaining. People appreciated it. But then later at the end, the person said, "But I know how the government controls the weather," and they were looking at the 1960s, how hurricanes could be defeated by thermonuclear weapons stuff. And I said, this was all theoretical in the 60s, right? And he's like, "No, my dad said it." I said, "Wait, your dad?" I found out I was arguing with an 8-year-old. It was that was embarrassing, right? There's people from all walks of life, ages, mental states, uh, education levels, and I'm privileged to have been born where I was and had a bit of a worldly education. The state of our current education is just crap and very sympathetic. If we increased it, if we increased the budget, I'm got back on track to teaching things that are real and matter, like maybe fire education and safety. That would be good, I think. And so far, I've never used y equals mx plus b. I've never had to launch a mortar, but if I ever do, I'll go back and apologize to my math teacher. It's like, I don't want to learn this. He goes, you have to. I'm like, when am I going to launch a rocket? He goes, you just have to. Hey, Beth Francis, thanks for the live stream. Moved away from Northern California. Let me show you some of the other crazy. This is our live view. Moved away from Northern California, but remember when you covered the Dixie with such dedication. Much appreciated. Thank you, Beth. Glad to have you back here. Man, that was nuts. I'm still tired from covering the Dixie. That was 96 days in a row. We just thought it would keep ending, right? Oh, they'll get the hang of it now. Oh, the weather will come now. We'll get a storm now. The rain's going to come now, right? And it just went on and on and on. I don't know how I did that. I had 5 or 6 days off and 96 days in a row, covering it 18-hour days oftentimes. Sometimes I was awake for 3 days in a row. Every once in a while I was just gone, and because I was sleeping for 18 hours to catch up, but I don't know how I did that. Mostly because I didn't know it would be that long. But even if they can get a handle on this, this is Refugio looking straight north, I believe. We have to look back at Los Alamos, Cam. We were first watching this from Los Alamos looking due east. I don't think Refugio was watching this from the very beginning. Oh, you know what? We could do 24-hour time lapses. Wait, yeah, sorry. This way. Here, I forget there's 2 versions. Not that thing. Nope, I accidentally closed it. Misclick. Here we go. Here we go. This is a lower resolution, but it has 24-hour cams. So if we go to Los Alamos 1, yeah, we can show people how it was from the beginning. Let's do a 24-hour time. Wow, look at the mist and stuff in the valley. Now this is an example of how you take care of your repeaters and your camera stations. They have short grass and gravel. I approve of that. Oh, wow, look at how hell break it looks. 24-hour has so many skipped frames. It's morning mist again. I was at 7:35 yesterday morning. It was a sunny, nice day. It was a sunny, nice day. And then this broke out at what, 3:45 or so. And what was really concerning was coming, even though the wind was pushing it to the southeast, which is to the right side of the front, coming due west. We're looking due east here. Kept seeing the fire run down this hill. It was 15 minutes from the top, to nearly the bottom. Like, oh, damn. Even though they were doing tons of retardant drops here, 737 and everything, I was like, I've got a bad feeling about that. Then I looked around and it hadn't burned for so long. So when was the fire that went to Ojai? How long ago was that? Yeah, Big Al, this is a good the miracle they needed. 2014 maybe, yeah. Wow. Okay, I'll look back at Caltopo in a minute. But this particular area, I can't see a burn scar in the last like 10 years. So it's got heavy fuel loads. And we began seeing open flames, but I was like, guys, I want to go to bed. So this point in time, 8:47, I had just concluded my broadcast. So the frame right before this, it was just every once in a while fires peeking out. Looked like that when I said I'm going to take an hour, or at least to walk outside for an hour. I haven't been outside for days. And then pass out, go to bed early. Because we covered 4th of July for 12 solid hours as they raced to save Mariposa. So, but thank you for the pat on the head, and I'm motivated by helping people. As long as people every once in a while say you're helping me, or thank you, or whatever. Thank the bots too, please. They're all volunteers. It's chaos without my mods here. This happened right after I ended, and so I'm not able to really look at my phone. I mean, I've got 5G, but there's some dead spots on my walk. This is when the wind turned, instead of it blowing the fire towards southeast, it started blowing it pretty much due west. So what it had done is it had run the entire length of the hills as it was blown southeast, and then it changes. Now a solid wall of flame is going and marching to the west. Sorry, the camera goes out of focus. So this is what's happening by 9:59. Skip 20 minutes at a time with each frame, or at least. So I said I'll restart the stream after 10:30 if we have to, if anything happens. I got a bad feeling about this, but I didn't really expect it. And I looked back at watch duty and went, wait, what's this red strip? Wait, is that a camera error? Nope, it's the black gigantic smoke cloud. And you can only see the fire on the horizon. Oh my God. Some of the worst look like that. And then the camera goes away for some reason to look at the wrong direction. Pivots back and you can see this super long, miles long, marching wall of flame coming down towards the flatlands, Neverland Ranch, etc. So finally, they started updating watch duty with the cameras from further and further away. And I was like, wait a second. I thought the grass mountain camera was going to burn over. And I looked at it, and there was just this weird purple ropes on the screen because it was so tiny on my phone. I tried to zoom in, and the alert camera does not play nice on a mobile browser. It's the buttons you can't press, they're off screen. And I finally got it to enlarge. I realized the camera had already burned over, and the purple ropes were the distorted colors of the dead tree next to the cameras. But I went, oh, I did it. I managed to hit the button and do a time lapse of that, and I went, holy crap. Yeah, so Boho Gal says, do we have wind direction? Well, currently it's, let's see here. Can't see it very well on my radar. But it's a lot more mild. It's probably 4 to 5, maybe occasionally 10 miles an hour. Los Alamos is down here, bottom corner of the screen. And you can barely even see the wind. If we zoom out, even off shore, it's a lot less windy. Like pink is kind of the mildest of colors. It'll get more fierce colors for more fierce wind. Like if we go back and look at the hurricane and stuff, the remnants, you can see how the pink gets sucked in and starts turning blue. Sorry, the mouse is trying to die. I don't know how well you can see that. But there, that's wind speed of 29-ish miles an hour where the blue is. Saying gust up to 43. It's a tropical storm. Here it says wind speeds around 32 miles an hour with gusts up to 43. It weakened over land, which hurricanes do. I think it slammed as a category 3 or 4 into the Yucatan. I haven't caught up with the news. I really love this area. Cancun and Cozumel and all these places have amazing Mayan ruins and stuff, and the nicest people ever. They have a lot of Mayan blood in them, and they speak their original language. I was shocked that it was still like alive as a language. But of course, I was a child when I went there. But it's other than tourism, it's hard to scratch a living out there, and there's way more Mayan ruins out there than anybody knows about. And there's a place called Xcaret, which is one of the best kept secrets ever. It's just about south of Cancun a bit. And I realized as I was swimming around, like they have Mayan ruins and then like canals you can swim in, snorkel, and coral and all sorts of things. There's Xcaret. I don't see it on the map. There's Tulum, whatnot. I'll never forget as a kid coming up and looking up, and there was a Mayan temple. I had gone deep into the canal system, just right off the coast. And I was like, it was a resort, right? Like in the bay, you could swim with dolphins and stuff. But I was like, why? These ruins look so realistic. Why did they go? And this one's really deep back in the canal system that people are supposed to snorkel around in. Sorry, I'm listening to the chatter still. Let's go back. I just want to show you the wind, the way it looks like on watch duty. There's the hurricane. Hope the people there are all right. But the more you zoom out, the more you can see the wind, but it's hard to do it on the screen. It's easier to see on the phone. But I wondered, like, why did they go out of their way to make an extremely realistic Mayan temple ruin that's not like where people congregate? Like I was deep into the canal system, back of the property sort of thing. It was a big resort, and we only went there for a day just to relax. But I realized it's not fake; it's real. And later, I couldn't get a whole lot of information. I didn't speak Spanish. I started looking around, realizing everything around me is real, and the jungle was half covering it up. And I was like, oh my God, nobody had ever excavated all this stuff. And it turned out the canal system I was swimming in, it was a port for the Mayan Empire. well, city states, but you know what I mean. And they had, it was like Venice. It was their Venice. It's like, whoa. So I have a lot of stories and things I could tell for Catherine's World of other subjects. That's why I want to make like a Catherine's World of history. I could tell people about things very few people know. Um, hey, there's some Morse code. Otherwise, I would. It's probably EMS. They haven't spoken about the fire in quite some time, but see if we can have longer than 12-hour, like 24-hour time lapses of other camps. Like for example, Figueroa. It doesn't have a good flashing light warning. Who knows what this will be like? Yeah, it's in rotate mode, and then you can see the massive clouds going. Maybe I can finally get some sleep, but you can see how it's just starting to blot out the sun. So the other cams, when there's a black sky, it's because the smoke column is that dark. What the heck is this building? It's like a deer blind, but for cameras. It's just eerie. Is that an olive tree? That's cool. All right, so this one doesn't have a particularly good view. That's okay. So Cal Boho girl, we'll let a typo go this time, but next time, muerte. Yeah, Gravity Bong is Santa Barbara County. Yeah, I tried to fit all the words in there. Yeah, if this fire had continued racing and if it had jumped Mount whatever Fuego or where Figueroa, I can't even remember this by this point in time. Figueroa, whatever this is, how you say that. If it had jumped the road, so far it seems like it's north of it. I don't know if Neverland Ranch is okay. But if it had jumped it, then we could have seen Los Olivos in danger eventually by tomorrow. And if the wind had kept pushing it to the west towards the Los Alamos Caro, like we saw earlier today, then it would be making its way that way. So I'm really, really relieved that they got kind of a after midnight miracle. I'm going to call it two in the morning miracle, where the winds really died down. It said with the red flag warning that we could have 45-mile-an-hour wind gusts all night. It's 8% humidity and it's 95 degrees up at the lake where it started, Zaka Lake. Wrath, who's in Australia and intoxicated, says it's raining here on Main Street, two feet deep, and I live in the desert. What the hell? Are they experiencing, Wrath, a flash flood or something? It's your Australia's winter, right? You got a wet season? That sucks. Look back up. Okay. Yeah, well said, Argon Savitar T. Fractalist says I thought it was a gunner for sure too. Which thing? Sorry, that was a long time ago. Fractalist says we watched the footage here for hours. What happened was just infrared failure with dry conditions and high winds. T-Mobile, or was it Samsung? My phone just decided to update itself. I have a business to run here, wildfire tracking. I hate it that you can't decide. It's still just more sheriff's office traffic. This is our current view of the panorama at Grass Valley Mountain 2. This is now. This is now. What does this clear day button do? Whoa, it's before and after. Holy. Oh, the clear day button is like if there's cloud cover, what does the landscape normally look like? Wow. See what I mean? I thought the camera would burn up because there's all these dead trees and other trees next to it. And they didn't mow the grass, like dead grass underneath the solar panels and everything. Holy, look at this. Yeah, well, Android, if you're on Android, there's a crisis going on where Google first thought it's just affecting pixels and basically a giant gaping security hole. And then they had to admit, no, it's actually all Androids. What? And they still don't have a fix for it. So all Android phones are like super vulnerable right now. So like anybody hijacking your phone, breaking in, be careful about the websites you're visiting right now. Cough, no adult ones, you know what I mean? So we'll be getting constant updates as they try to fix these security holes. Android users. Fun. I pulled away. I'm gonna take a screenshot of that. Unreal. Before and after. Maybe we could do this for the other craziness too. But boy, I think we can go to bed, guys. I think we can go to bed. Oh no, I just cursed it. So Pano 1 before. Taking a new screenshot. Pano 1 after. This is your camera. This is your camera with the lake fire. Any questions? Oh, that's unreal. Let me write down some timestamp, which I haven't been very good at, but I'm exhausted. So this is the Unreal before and after panorama of the Cam-burnover. Dude. Wow. So what else is in pano mode? Grass Mountain 1? Is there a possible, it's just like the same effect? Yeah, it's like the same thing. What about like Los Alamos? But okay, maybe they're not taking care of this camera so well that this needs to be mowed. These are all invasives anyway. This is the thistle. The pity the foolish deer or whatever eats that and dies with it puncturing their throat. Or cattle or anything else. Okay. What are you asking, Wrath? 3 hours and you just got here. What are you talking about, Wrath? Did you not see the prior broadcast? Oh, maybe it was your night. This is my second broadcast of the day, okay? So my first one was what, 8.5 hours? Okay, let's rewind. 4th of July, we go live around what, 3 in the morning? We did a solid 12-hour broadcast because a fire tried to eat a town called Mariposa. So I get offline around just before 4 a.m. July 5th. Okay. I monitored the situation until 7 in the morning. I just couldn't sleep, nerves, and I realized I have pain all over my body from sitting in a chair too long and not really moving throughout the day. Arthritis type stuff acting up. So I finally managed to get sleep sometime after 7:30 in the morning. I wake up about 1 in the afternoon. So 7:30, 8:30, 9:30, 10:30, 11, 12:30. I only got about 6 hours of sleep. Started taking Tylenol and trying to come to life. I tell people, guys, do I have to go live? I'd love to have a day off. And then they say, yeah, you actually should. There's level 3 evacuations and a couple of things. Drag myself out of bed. Just tried to start the stream about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Had delays. Had to reinstall the webcam again. 4:45 we go live in the afternoon. But I was already messing around with the computer, so I guess it wasn't a total 8 hours. So from 4:30 or 4:45, I mean, another hour is 5:45, 6:45, 7:45, 8:45. So we were live for at least 4 hours. And I said, oh, for God's sake, I need some sleep. And I need to, reset my sleep schedule. This is not good. I will, and none of the fires were doing anything threatening any buildings. And so I thought, the camera might burn over near midnight, but I'll check back in at 10:30 to see if anything's happening. Just as I walked away, all hell broke loose and the marching wall of flame comes. Yeah, I went out. It wasn't direct sunlight, thank God, but I went out and took a walk for about an hour and a half. Couldn't check my phone. I was in and out of cell phone service. Come back. Hey, Ladybird, good morning. What a beautiful day for an exorcism. I think that's an Exorcist 2 movie quote or something. Somebody needs to exorcise Satan out of the Santa Barbara Hills, please. Somebody call for a priest. That's okay, Ralph. I'm really exhausted. I've been live pretty much every day for weeks. Okay. This is our current view of Apocalypse Now, but thank God the wind has really died down. I think they're catching it at a few strategic locations. We could barely understand the situation. Even the watch duty people don't get a lot of updates. No communication from the officials. We have one scratchy radio that's mostly dominated by unrelated and depressing sheriff's office stuff. So we've been using satellites, trying to figure out what's going on. So the fire today started up by this lake. When it ran the ridgeline as the wind originally pushed it to the southeast, so it made this big long line. Then the wind shifted direction and mainly came out of the east, started pushing it almost due west. That's about the time when I went for my walk. Like literally 2 minutes later, and I would have been like, holy crap, I have to stay. Still listening to the radio. And so what that did is made it, I don't know how many miles long, as the crow flies. Actually, we can find it out. Let's measure. Forgot, there's measuring tools. Okay, this is very crude, but let's measure the distance. That's 11.74 kilometers, or 7.29 miles. That's how approximately long the flame front is. There's a wall just coming down off the mountains, and it was moving extremely quickly. Until about 2 in the morning, it's now 3:18 a.m. I could go into the statistics and find out how many hours I've been live in the month of June. I'm seeing double, and I don't think I can competently do that right now. We had at least 12,000 foot tall pyrocumulus clouds. Oh, I know what's a good long time lapse. The one from Santa Barbara. Wait, yeah, USSB campus. That's pretty far away, but they had a front row view to the nuclear bomb cloud thing. We were trying to figure that out. Lady Bird actually, the way it was running, it really could have raced all the way down to past Neverland Ranch. It may be on fire right now. I don't know. But only past it to the Minden School or whatever that is. I can't remember. Hey, firefighters are actually talking. He just said copy deputy on whiskey. Every once in a while we hear something like that, but we don't hear anything else. So this is what was happening at 10 o'clock at night. Oh, thank you for your kind donations, whoever just donated. Yeah, this is the camera at USBC looking almost due north from like the coast. It's pretty far away that it's looking. Here is earlier today to start around 3:45-ish. But the way I looked at the situation and read out the red flag, it is still 90 degrees up there in the hills. It's 8% humidity. So like high degrees wrath for you in like Celsius, it's like 41, 42, something like that. In some places in California, it's about, what, 45 Celsius? 116 to 118 Fahrenheit. Oh yeah, we've seen unbelievable.
Copy that. The briefing is going to be back at the Thompson Canyon back up.
Okay, that's firefighters, but can you make that out? But let's do a 12-hour.
So you're going to leave the dozer out here?
This is what we were watching earlier. Flames spilled over the ridge. This is when it was originally coming to the southeast. I said, this camera will likely perish and melt down. So we're looking at what's 1900 hours now? 7, and now it's 8 o'clock, right? I said, I don't know, maybe around 10:30 the flames will reach the camera, so I'll check back in. But no, this is like 9:45, 10. I'm still on my walk. Ended up at the gym, 10:45. Ironically, even though there's dead grass growing into the camera, the fire moved so quickly that and the wind flattened the grass down that the flames couldn't reach up and melt the camera. Like the heat was all whisked away by the wind. Sorry it rotates again. That's annoying. I'm so sorry. Flashing light warning. This is late. Oh dear. I didn't realize it was going to be that crazy at the end. But pretty intense. We've seen a lot of burnovers in our time. This is a good one. Captured very well. It's totally nuts. It's a good shot of the Ember Storm when people think they can defend, their house or something with a garden hose. They don't believe me when I say it'll be like a blizzard and every snowflake is on fire. You can't catch up with this. And they're raining down thousands and thousands of landing on you. Every one of it's hot. Lands on your head, you got a little burn on your head. It starts melting your hair. It hurts pretty bad. When these land in your eye, you are screaming in pain. They go down the back of your shirt and collar. I've had hot ash landed in my eyes. It was like having extremely hot sand from the beach just thrown into my eyelids. And every time you blink, you get more into your eyes. I never realized. And that was just me evacuating my mom from the Beachy Creek fire. And the fire was more than 5 miles away to the east, like maybe 10. When you actually have hot embers, raining down on you, you understand why these firefighters have their head to toe and really seriously protective gear, even though it's 115 degrees. Oh, like you say, baby. Well, my mud's here. I can't do it without them. And the people helping me, the donors, the people crowdfunding the info. Sorry, let me check and see who may have donated. I've got new excessive heat warnings and stuff. I already read those out. I think the notifications already got shoved aside. Whoever that was, thank you. And I don't know exactly when it happened. Sometimes my phone's alerting me hours later. But as it just updated, it turned my screen off and everything. It kind of deleted stuff. But it's been wild and intense. When this is constantly in your face, you just can't do this. You need proper gear, proper training, and a lot more water pressure than a garden hose can provide. And even if you wet down your house or something, it's dry in an instant because of how intense the heat and the dryness of the winds are. It starts making its own weather and its own wind speed, and so it'll suddenly go to 65 and 75 miles an hour. The mega fires can spawn their own little tornadoes. And this is a fire world, but when you see any twisting patterns where the flames and heat are being sucked up into the sky, it's a warning that fire tornadoes are possible. That the conditions are right, so firefighters look around, and even if little twisting patterns are on the ground, they take it as a serious warning that they may want to just get out. The colors are distorted due to the cameras not being on the correct setting. I don't even know what setting it would be for giant walls of flame, right? Usually you have fluorescent light, incandescent light, partly cloudy, full sun, and night mode for cameras. Like, how's it supposed to choose a correct mode for fire in your face, you know? I don't believe fires are generally purple. I've seen some blue flames in vehicles. This is a good example of how, see, the flames haven't reached the other hill down there yet. They're right here. This is the wall of flames, right? In the foreground. But the embers are being thrown across the fields, and everywhere they land, they're lighting the grass on fire, and it's spreading out in a ring. That's why they're called spot fires. And then the wall of flames will reach it. And here you see a wind direction change, and it pushes the fire up the hill.
Right, I can use 1098, 415 there.
See how is it?
1098.
It was mostly to the right. 2 minutes later, wind direction. Fire is getting sucked up the hill, probably because the pyrocumulus was forming, the big, big cloud. When it finds a lot of heat, the heat pushes up in the sky so quickly it has to suck in fresh air 360 degrees from its base. And so that'll just suddenly take the fire and suck it up towards itself. But if it depletes that fuel and the heat isn't pushing up the sky as fast, then the fire returns to its normal behavior and goes back down the way it was going. this kind of erratic behavior, fire crews generally can't deal with and survive. They find a spot to hunker down with the area. Hopefully it has a pond, maybe a building with a well or water source, swimming pool. They wet down a truck, hunker down, goes past them real quick, because this is all very fast moving. And in like 30 minutes, it's over, and it looks more like this, the fire going away eventually. You see how nothing's really on fire in the foreground anymore? It was grass, so it's gone. It burned up. You still just have residual fire with more stuff to burn on the ground, like sticks and dead trees and stuff. But that's what I mean when people can take shelter in like a culvert or underneath a bridge or in their car in like a recently plowed field or a big box store parking lot. It passes by quickly in an hour, so you can come out of your hidey hole. Like, this is a safe distance to observe it now, because the fire can't come back up here because there's nothing to burn, right? So when fire crews go into an area, they won't go into an area unless they have an extremely quick way to get out, like a freeway or big paved road highway. This would outrun them though. This is that fast. Being driven down a slope like this with high winds. This would be, they don't enter an area unless they could get a really, jeez, really quickly, or shelter in place somewhere. So when I tell people, look, you don't have to drive like a maniac, just find an intelligent place to ride it out. Most of Survivors of Paradise did that. Big box store parking lots, swimming pools, ponds, underneath the roads and culverts. And fire is erratic. It's a slave to the wind. Little patches of areas will just not burn because the wind pushed it away for a second. You know, not everything is apocalyptic doom. It really looks like it, but there will be little areas that the fire skips over because the wind changes. That's why we don't want dead trees in the landscape. The living ones can come out ahead. These are too close together, and some of them are probably have dead limbs. These will probably be at least heavily damaged throughout the night, especially because of the dead one at its base. But the camera goes into rotate mode again. Look how it was earlier. It's a 12-hour time lapse. So 3:38. See this dead one right here? That means probably the others above will die because of the dead one at the bottom. But the ladder is still there. The later images that somebody just abandoned. See, where's the ladder? Different time lapses have different frames, so sometimes the ladder is clearly shown. Grass Mountain 1's time lapse is different than Grass Mountain 2. Here's the little fence. I think the ladder's right down there. It didn't melt or anything. It's aluminum, but everything just went by too quick. I assume it's aluminum. But man, that is frightening. It's not even a tree or anything. It's just the grass and the non-native bushes I was identifying, the sagey stuff. It promotes fire. It's more intense than California's native grass, and so it just goes poof. It's oily. See, yeah, it's not a tree. It's just the wind whipped up and it consumed these non-native bushes over there. See these over here? Weeds. Non-native weeds. Full of oil and stuff. There's a bunch of them over here, different varieties. So there you are. Oh yeah, N95s are like a godsend. You would want something stronger than that, at least. The ones, I mean, they're something you can keep in your car. You may have to swap as the smoke just builds up. It'll be like you can't breathe anymore. It's like a paste on your mask. But even better are the ones that are like for like people who paint a lot, it's actually really cold in here. Alexa, turn on the heater. Sorry. Alexa, turn off the heater. Sorry if I just did that. Okay, sorry if I did that to your guys' homes. Um, um, I don't know that soaking your plants did a thing, actually, SoCal. Back then, with the Thomas fire in 2017, this is why I tell people just don't leave sprinklers on stuff. It's usually a mistake. Usually, especially from city water, everybody did that in Paradise, and so when they hooked up to fire hydrants to save homes, they had no pressure. I mean, some people in Paradise were probably on well water, but firefighters need your well water too, and good pressure still to save your house. The number one way that fires actually enter a home and burn.
Los Angeles Center on guard. Contact Los Angeles Center 126.52.
Is embers coming in through the attic. Let's see, where did I put the teaching video? Under miscellaneous. Yeah. Okay. So here's a test, Ember Storm test. So they later build a whole bunch of fake homes. Fake, Remember, when I tell people the Ember Storm is like a blizzard where every snowflake is on fire, this is a pretty mild version. It could be worse. So they're bouncing around and kind of mute that until they talk about fires. And they found out various ways that you could burn a home down. So they put different types of plants there and different types of watering. The thing people don't understand is these hot winds are so dry and so fierce that even if you were jumped in a swimming pool and you jumped out, you'd be dry in like 28 seconds. Your hair too. It's that dry, it's that windy. So winning that stuff down, when I saw the firsthand looking out my window, I'm still listening to radio. When I looked out my window when the crazy winds picked up for Red Monday, the first day of my stream, with the conditions of the high wind and it came out of the desert. It was like Santa Ana winds for all three western states. It only happens once a lifetime. Last time was 1933. I looked outside and every single, I mean, it's pretty wet, Portland, Oregon, right? I look outside and every plant, even the ones who had been watered during the morning, we'd had some rains and stuff. Every single tree I could see, it started bending like a fishbowl in the wind and bending. There were sustained winds of like 35 miles an hour. And then they'd be pushed over, like bending like a fishing pole by these 65 mile an hour wind gusts that just would just push everything in one direction and snap it back and push it. And one by one, I saw all the leaves on the trees, like right next to my place, shrivel up as if it had been a drought for eight months in a row with no rain, right? And then I saw the smaller limbs, even some big ones, as they kept getting flexed and flexed and flexed. They began to start cracking. So these limbs would start cracking and not completely fall off the tree, but then they would swing around like a grandfather pendulum clock, left and right on the tree. And then that's when the older homes in the neighborhoods, I could see the different neighborhoods. One by one, I saw smoke rising from the rooftops of these homes because they had the power lines go to underneath their roof. This is the old version. My place, thank God, was newer with buried lines, right? But these trees in the yards were swinging like a pendulum and ripping the power lines off of the roof and then sending the live lines off people's roofs. So back and forth everywhere. fire crews were zipping, just whack-a-mole with hundreds of fires starting every moment. And I went, oh God, what's the rest of Oregon and everything looking like? So that's a little bit of digression here, but it's all relevant. So it doesn't matter if you just watered your lawn or if you leave the sprinklers on, it just doesn't matter. Say you did everything right, you have infinite water supply. They burned these homes down, these fake homes in this warehouse multiple times. And they found out that even if everything was soaking wet and these plants were not even there, you just can't have plants next to your home. Look at them. And these are gutters that melt. So they filled them with pine needles, leaves. And so the metal gutters stayed intact, but the vinyl ones melted and dumped fire on the sides of the homes on top of the plants. So these plants were brand new from the nursery and not drier. So in different cases, they test different types of roofs, asphalt and this and that, but I want to bring your attention to this. No matter what they did, if you don't have a tight enough screen, this is what they found out. Most homes burn down because the embers come in through the attic vents. This is 1/8-inch screening on the attic vent. It's not good enough. And so the embers just go by the thousands into the attic. The homes that survive is nothing to do with water, really. Plenty of times people come back and they're astonished their home's still there. They didn't do anything with waters or sprinklers. Sometimes they were on vacation, they were not home, they didn't prep anything. It tends to be the recently roofed homes that have the most intact screens and people who monitor that the most. And the people who don't allow squirrels in their attic or birds' nests or anything. The number one thing you could do to fireproof your home by telling people about is get really, really fine mesh metal screens and then staple gun several layers so that not even a toothpick can go through, because it just takes a few of these embers to go in and they set the attic on fire. Now what happens is a lot of times fire crews, many different fires, even going back to the 60s, is they would go see a house, maybe some embers in the gutters or the roof on fire, they hose it down and they go, saved it, and they go on their way. They come back, it's burning to the foundation. And it's always been mysterious. Like, how is the fire spreading this quickly? It's ember intrusion. They just figured it out because they had to make an elaborate warehouse set up and rebuild tons and tons of homes to try to figure this out. So the best thing you can do is order the fireproof vents, the gable and soffit vents. What's not shown is the ones that are under the house, like the vents that go under the house. And what people need to do is get something that hydrate. Thanks. Okay, I'm hydrating. The laundry. Okay, where the lint is coming out. Okay, here's an example. This home, Lahaina, this was unattended. I assumed it survived because maybe the firefighters made a last stand here and they were trapped. Nope, it survived from a new roof. It was just re-roofed. So it had all of its, I think it's a metal roof for one thing, but all of its vents were brand new. You don't realize you have to go up there and poke it, poke it with a pencil, and sometimes the screen's totally loose. Birds, squirrels, wind. And if you could put a toothpick through it, the mesh isn't good enough. Order the new fireproof ones that are out there, fire rated. But and wait until they arrive, until you can install them. The best thing you can do is staple gun the mesh and prevent that with mesh screen, metal. Yeah, but here, where the laundry vent is, you've seen this, there's nothing more flammable than lint. It's basically mini plastics and cotton fibers. Any spark is going to make that go up. And the only thing that prevents, there's no like, this is just a bird blocker. This is what protects your home from fire. No. These have got to go. That's like plastic and it'll melt off. So you could take a screwdriver, remove the 4 screws, and then do whatever you have to do. Put a temporary blockage on there. I don't know, staple gun. I don't know how that would react to shining, but get it on there as you evacuate. That's the number one thing you can do. Just remember to leave a note for yourself so you don't run the laundry and accidentally, have a vent block. That's not good. But this is what I'm telling people. This is probably the number one way that fire is making its way into homes. Because there's always lint on the inside of everybody's laundry. And you would not believe that it seems like lint cleaning videos like this. It's not because people don't change the lint trap. It's a design flaw in all laundry. Yeah. Alexei Yazanov. No. Yaznov. Sorry. Barely read Russian. Doma i Gofna i Kalak. I don't know what that translates to. I know Doma is house. I don't know what Grovna is. Yeah, fire. Thanks for being here. We're all very traumatized by fire. How are you? Очень приятно. All right, radio. Listen. Why is somebody putting a toilet roll in there? There. Yeah. See, this is what can be on the inside of your tube. We have a design flaw in the United States.
424, N15, off of VR, starting mileage 0.0.
50 at 345.
Yeah, the dryer vents are bad in floods. Oh, you need to sandbag your door. And then they wonder how the water got in. If they're on the roof, that's even worse. So, Yazavut Katrin. I kind of remember some now. I don't remember the word for fire, but it's очень плохо. Totally очень плохо. Hey, Big Al says it's 6:45 a.m. on the East Coast. Head to bed. I think we should go to sleep. Yeah, this is looking good though. It's fingers crossed. Status is now a horror show, actually. When I was in Russia, I was like, great, I will learn Russian now. And they're like, please speak English all the time. We want to be immersed in English. Oh, man. Yeah. Hey, SoCal, you know Russian too? Awesome.
Maybe in this player room if you want to come on up, we can get out on together.
Shimon here to back for vessel 20,002 just occurred near the Chevron on Butte.
See, the sheriff talks. So does fire crew. Same channel.
268 Highway 246 reading 2 callers. One's advising a white truck ran into a light pole. Truck still on scene, but the driver left on foot. Last seen walking towards the 101. Call takers are trying to get further.
Wait, you crash your truck into a light pole and then walk away thinking you'll get away with it? Okay.
3662.
So far, so good. We can't get any new information. We've been listening to the radio for hours. No additional updates have been received recently. Same thing Watch Duty is saying 15 minutes ago. Watch Duty reporters continue to monitor the incident throughout the night. It remains widely visible on the fire camera. The view above
1.1 and 348.
is from Santa Ynez Peak looking north.
Reports there are probably 3 subjects total that were in the vehicle. The driver described as suspecting alcohol, dark clothes, was the one who walked away towards the 101. Unknown if the other 2 are still missing.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Just crazy. I'm surprised the camera survived. This is the little camera that could. It deserves a name, and it needs like a. You should give this camera a Purple Heart, or Order of. What's the highest decorative medal of the Soviet Union? You should give it a medal. The highest award of the Soviet Union. The hero of the Soviet Union. It deserves that. Pinned right on it and a Purple Heart. That camera.
1097.
This camera is a hero. Definitely should award it. Okay, friends. As you can tell, I'm very tired. So this is our current view. But what we should check out in the last 30 minutes is, did the fire move out of the hills much? Did it? We don't see a lot of movement. Smoke's going straight up at some points. A lot less wind. They just need time to prep everything downwind, possibly. It's going to be another hard day tomorrow. I'll try to get as much sleep as I possibly can. Where's Smitty? He speaks Russian. He loved this conversation. Crazy. Crazy. Look how fast it was moving before. This is every 1 minute. Every 1 minute. All right, friends. So, you're learning Russian. You're on Duolingo. Cool, cool. I could read more than I could ever speak. But I loved their cartoons, man. I started watching kids shows to try to learn, but then the cartoons didn't say a lot. But new Zayas, Pogati. I love that cartoon.
1411 Charles, go ahead.
Your dryer vent thing is 1 foot off the ground. Yeah, I'm thinking of redoing my. I just had mine cleaned, and I said, "Hey, let me go get my other camera, like my good camera, so I can film it. It'll be one of those satisfying videos." He goes, "Okay." I come back out with the camera and load the battery,
November on command.
and he's done. And he's done. Sir.
Medic Engine 32, medical emergency at Katuma Lake is going to be in space 527.
Okay, I'm muting that. All right. Let's go to sleep before something else happens.
Sustained run up the backside of Grass Mountain and is going to be hitting the top of Grass Mountain here shortly.
What? Just as I said that, the fire is making a pretty...
That strike team, if you have the strike team with you, the resources needed for where you're at.
Affirm, yeah, they're getting some SA in Neverland Ranch, and the strike team leader scouting up Fig Mountain.
That copy, thanks. And information, about the morning briefing over here on this side, 0700.
Affirm. Yeah, down lower, weather's pretty calm. It's just backing down the hill, but up higher on the hill, it's still warm and windy up here.
Good copy. Yeah, that's what it is like over here on this side, over here up the second metro. Minimal behavior down lower, but up high still pretty active.
Copy.
I just cursed myself.
Have the driver still on scene.
10%.
Okay, he says right before I unmuted it. The fire is making a pretty good.
Subject in a gray jacket. He's a passenger walking towards mobile on his cell phone. If I can get a unit to contact him.
It's making a pretty good run towards Grass Mountain.
Sorry, I can handle
36 Sam. Vehicle's going to be 8 Union 59225.
He asks, do you need like a strike team or help up there? He goes, yeah, it's, you heard the rest. It's a different situation up top where it's much
5.
windier. It started by a lake, David. Hey, welcome, by the way. It started at Lake Zaka somewhere. There's power lines and wind up there too. We don't know, right? But who knows? It's a lake. They evacuated people from Lake Zaka. I'm sorry, I'm so tired. I could close my eyes and just be asleep right now. So this is the Grass Mountain Cam, but it's not on Grass Mountain. It's just south of Lookout Mountain. Grass Mountain is northeast. So this is looking to the south. Neverland Ranch would be to the right of the screen right here. They said they are trying to protect it. They need some help there. But they said, do you want a strike team?
1411 Charles.
Needing some other help. So if we look, hopefully one of these cams will be looking
11
at.
Charles. Santa Maria tow is to 97 with the 1126 now, and SO's unit is still 97 as well. I advise them you're en route.
That's the sheriff. So we now know that it's running for Grass Mountain, which is to the east here. So here's the panorama. One of them's in panorama mode, so we won't be able to time lapse it right now. I wanted to sleep. Excuse me, I wanted to sleep. Bobby Kiefer says compost and dead leaves will self-ignite in the right conditions. I don't know if that's what happened here. I don't think it was that. I mean, it was like next to a recreational party lake, you know. And they immediately evacuated the people there. On the day after the 4th of July, if I had to take a wild guess at some of the scenarios, somebody's launching a boat or yanking the thing to start a boat, and they just leave and they're dragged something, you know, freak accident. Or somebody has a barbecue at the side of the lake. It has like many campground things as far as I could tell. But there's also, hey, I didn't use all my fireworks last night, but I'm in a lake. As long as I launch it over the water, everything's safe, right? A lot of people have that thought process and they're not thinking the entire thing through. Such as, what if you have a dud or one that misfires, launches backwards instead of forwards, or something happens, right? Sometimes people put them on the ground, the wind picks them up and knocks them over, or something of the sort, you know. It's the day after 4th of July. I'm just going to put money on something like that happening, but we will not know for like years unless they made an arrest immediately and or somebody confessed, whoops,
71. Medical aid. 1362 Pacific Avenue. Cross out.
like I just had an accident, I'm sorry, or I messed up here. Unless that happens, we'll probably not know for 2 years. That's how slowly they get around to telling the public what actually happened. 2.5 years is usually how long it takes for them to do an investigation. The Fawn Fire happened in 2021, and the trial is still ongoing, even though they made an arrest the same day for, you know, alleged crazy arsonist lady who was claiming she needed to purify bear urine so she could drink it in her water bottle, even though she was next to Lake Shasta and the marina and neighborhoods with.
1352 Pacific.
Sorry, that's a medical aid call. Right next to garden hoses with perfectly good water. She just happened to be upwind on one of the critical fire days of the north winds when California declared a major disaster for all the different fires going on at the same time. And then it was right next to a neighborhood of vulnerable elderly people who almost died in the fire. Into thick, heavy brush is where she decided to light this water/urine purification fire, right? Yeah, I'll believe that. I'll believe that when pigs sprout wings and scuba dive. Okay, people come out of the woodworks. Already here on the sheriff's office stuff, we've heard that someone called 911, which is good, because a pickup truck went down the road, sparking some sort of a thing hanging off the truck. There's also ways that fires could start that you wouldn't think of, and that's something innocent, like in the back of your truck or rig. Oh, fire crews are talking. Hang on. Copy that. What? Unsecured tools, or even just things like metal objects in the back, like little short chains or whatever. Going over bumps or pulling over to the shoulder and stuff falling. One of the JB, the retired fire captain, said once a crescent wrench fell out of a pickup and it chipped and sparked on asphalt and went in the dry grass. So there's a lot more ways to start a fire than I thought. People can be drinking.
ASU copy.
Okay, that probably wasn't fire related. People drink and then throw bottles, and the ones that are clear magnify the sun's rays and can start a fire. About glass bottles, not water bottles, not plastic. I was hoping this would update because of fires making run for Grass Mountain, but maybe Figueroa 2, it doesn't have a good view either. Grass Mountain 1's still looking due south for some reason. They never turned it to look at Neverland Ranch directly, which irritates me. That's a big mushroom cloud looking thing for the distance.
62.
Well, if we can't see it, I'm not going to sit here all night and listen to the radio. Probably somebody on watch duty will update that it's making hard push for Grass Mountain. And that makes sense. We're still seeing a lot of brightness on the cameras, but not down low, which is amazing. That means the wind is at the upper atmosphere, like it's up there at the peaks, and it's just going straight across and not really spilling down the mountain. That's why it's taking away the smoke and fanning up the flames at the top, but there's no wind down at the bottom anymore. Great. We'll take it. We'll take it. So, yeah, let me read the chat here. Sorry, friends. Argon, several talk to Jesus. Thanks for your deep thoughts. I enjoyed the last 3 hours of your stream. I'm sure I'll catch the next, but Ben called me too. Mods out there, much respect. Yep. Please subscribe. You'll find it difficult to find us again. Thank you, everybody, for being here. It's true, Bobby. I mean, anything could have happened. These are just my thoughts on it. Yeah, there's a lot of campgrounds.
Subject in RMS. He has a dual last name of Flores Rosales. Stand by. I will let him speak.
I'm returning out the sheriff's office. I can't take much more of that. So we do have an idea where it's headed and why it looks fierce up at the top portions of cameras and not that bad at the bottom. I wish they'd communicate with the public. I'm rating them an F minus at the Broward County right now. I mean, they did things I thought were good. They made their own website on their emergency page. So I was like, great, they'll update it, right? Well, they didn't. So they're keeping everybody in the dark who sees an apocalypse in the distance. The media's not covering it. Once again, it's up to us, just us. They made a page here. They never even made an evacuation map. What the hell's wrong with you? Is everybody on vacation? So the sheriff's office, nobody has said anything on Twitter or Facebook or anything to the public. Can't even hear what's going on. No official announcements. Okay. Yeah, it could be that. SoCal Bohout, you're smart too. Things I forget about, the normals. You know, the stuff that Smokey the Bear warns people about. Put your campfire out with water, because if high winds hit, like well today, that campfire could have been going for 4 days, just smoldering in the coals, you know, until the high winds hit it. It pushes away the ash, coals come back to life, and then the coals roll along the ground into, you know, whatever's on fire. We haven't seen aircraft in a long time. Nothing. They didn't hit it with night drops or anything. Nothing. We were listening to it during the day, but it was so scratchy and horrible. Almost never really seeing anything. They haven't mapped it. They haven't done anything. No helicopters. Come on now. We've just been using the satellites. So I can't give a whole lot of good information about it because we can only give as much. We can only predict as much as what we're given for info. So, yeah, I know, David T. What the heck's up with that? But we've got more days of red flags. So, what's not live? Sorry. Sorry, I don't remember when you were saying something. All the images we do the time lapse too. They end to it with a live picture. These panoramas, I think they update every 1 or 2 minutes. Put the compass on to see the direction. That's a current state, but you can't do a time lapse with the panorama mode, and that's ridiculous. Of course you could. They could just add that as a feature, but they don't. Yo ho, pirate radio broadcast. Yar, maybe. Please, no more direct energy weapon talk tonight. I can't take more of that. Look, I already explained how that works. I'll have to make an educational video. Cars have got a lot of plastic things that take readily, like most of the wheel rims around the tires burn like crazy, are made out of plastic. They're not really increasing the energy efficiency of cars, like the fuel efficiency, the way they burn the fuel. They're meeting efficiency standards by replacing more and more of a car with plastic and aluminum. It used to be stuff like steel, right? So when you have I'll just demonstrate for you right now. We got a great time lapse that shows how you have, they're not weapons, just normal fire comes down the hill. How you have this stupidity of a camera, placing a camera with dead grass around it and underneath it. It's pretty low. So here's as the fires come closer and closer. And it looks worse on camera because it's not calibrated correctly to the right. You can see more of the true image. The shutter is wide open. It's exaggerating light. As it comes and lights the dry grass on fire, I thought this camera would be toast. But the winds were so fierce at this moment that the grass is laid down flat. It's pushed down. And there's other screenshots that are better. See how the flames are like low to the ground here? That's the high winds action. And so the funny thing about it, and different frames are in different parts. The funny thing about it is the heat can't rise and destroy the camera. If it was a low wind situation, yeah, it would just be melting down. But the faster the wind is, the more that vegetation is laid down flat and the flames travel out alongside of the ground. And so what do? They hit tires of cars and they start melting down the vulcanized rubber and they start heating up the gas tank of the car. And so once the tires start to explode and go, there's nothing as crazy as a tire fire. Like if you've ever seen tires stacked at like it depends on the type of plastic. There's two different types of plastic. Anyway, I'll continue the thought though. The vulcanized rubber is not just straight up rubber. Yeah. If you've ever seen a tire on fire burning, it's got that thick black oily smoke. Those burn with a pretty intense heat. And right next to the tires is the gas tank. So what's happening is the gasoline fumes inside the gas tank are trying to expand. They'll heat up, they'll eventually ignite, and you have the gas in the car on fire, as well as all four tires. So there are two types of plastics, thermoset, and I can't remember what the other one's called. So one type of plastic cannot be recycled, period. And that type of plastic, when it gets heated up to a certain point, it just ignites. It doesn't melt. It just ignites. And so plastic is an oil product. Most of it is. So you can think of it as like crude oil on fire. It's pretty seriously hot. It's pretty serious. It's pretty serious fuel. So add the tires to the mix. It's no wonder why the cars burn. So why don't the trees next door? The same reason these trees are still standing after the fire goes past. The grass was bent down low, and the fire went out horizontally across the ground. And so it did light the dead tree on fire down there. But in order to light a mature tree on fire, bark is basically its fireproofing. The fire has to be at the base for a little bit and get it going. Just like you can put logs in your fireplace, and if you just take a cigarette lighter, nothing's going to happen onto the log. You have to have smaller things on fire, burning for quite a bit to catch the log. These trees are alive. They have gallons and gallons of water within them because they are living. So it's harder to make them catch. Plus they have that fireproof bark, basically. So if the grass and the bushes if it's very fierce wind, the flames are low to the ground and pressed against the ground, and they don't have a chance to go straight up to light the branches of the tree for very long. So the strange thing is that the faster a grass fire moves by, the more likely the trees are going to be just fine. It's totally fine. I think we had a different time lapse that accidentally got destroyed. Grass Mountain 2 and Grass Mountain 1 had different views. Yeah, here you go. So here's the Ember Storm from it. So you can see the dead trees on fire down there. But watch in different frames how the wind, this is right almost directly under the camera. Right here, the wind is hitting it. It's flattening the grass down, and so the flames are flat against the ground. They don't go up and melt the camera. So there's two types of plastics. The ones that melt, the ones that don't. So ABS plastic is the kind that is extremely robust, really hard to put a dent in it, like your lawn furniture plastic or your recycle bin, right? So it has to be extremely hot in order to melt. It'll melt first, and you have to get extreme temperatures, like molten metal temperatures, to get it to finally ignite. That's the way that the tougher plastics work. and they're so valuable that you can recycle them. If you own like a barn and a hay baler, some people take the old broken recycle bins and the like and squish it all together and they sell it by the pound or by the ton. You and I that go to the recycling place, they won't just buy a broken plastic lawn chair or something, They'll just say put it in the bin and all the rest. But if you get a large quantity, sell it. Car dashes are typically made of ABS plastic. You can thump on it with a hammer or just kind of bounce probably. The lawn chairs outside, and like I said, they're recycle bins. So these tend to not burn because I found out that not only are they just high, resistant to high temperatures, they also include flame retardant inside of them because they're anticipating recycle bins, for example, and trash bins to be on fire because of, that's very common. People put stuff in the trash bin that ignites, everything from paint thinner to cigarette butts, emptying the ashtray that may not be completely out, to fireplace ashes. So if the wind is not that bad, then you will see the trees and stuff ignite if there's grass and a lot of branches underneath. But see how the wind is just pushing the flames away from those trees. It's moving because there's very, very high wind. The grass is burning faster than normal. Fire needs three things: fuel, oxygen, and heat to be going. If you introduce any of those three, if you add more to it, then the fire is fiercer. So what wind does is it introduces a lot more oxygen. And so like a blast furnace, stuff burns much faster than normal. Ironically, if this was like a not very windy day, just the occasional wind gust, this camera would be melted down. These trees would be on fire. They would not be surviving. They'll be damaged by fire for sure. But every frame is 1 minute. This is one of the good examples of how the trees won't really catch except right where this dead one is, because there's nothing at the base to continuously make enough heat for them to catch, right? It just goes by quickly. So if you learn about fire behavior, you can learn how to survive this stuff. A lot of people would panic and run away from it. But as the camera pivots further down the line, you can see that it moves away quickly. Some stuff is still on fire that's like dead stuff on the ground, but where it's a fast-moving grass fire being pushed down the hill by the wind, it leaves. And there's not much behind still to be on fire. So if you can get into a culvert, underneath a bridge, a swimming pool and the like, you can write it out. That's a better option than, say, panic driving, and then within an hour, the the dirt should be cool enough to walk on, or at least run fast on, with your boots. You just have to write it out for a little bit. It'll be very, very rough, but they're good shelter-in-place options. If you're in your car, you can go to a big box store parking lot, green grass field, baseball diamond. That stuff doesn't burn. And just read a book. The only thing you really have to fear is what if flaming debris rolls up against your tires or your car. You got to get out. I suggest people have a wool blanket in the back of their car. It just draped across the seats. People sit on it, whatever. And you can wrap it around your foot and then kick flaming debris away. Swiffer, like how it has a aluminum type of a pole. I keep one in the very back of my car, not because I need to mop a floor or anything, but I find it's a good lightweight pole that I could use to push away flaming debris, because sometimes these winds will push stuff on fire against your car. You got to get out, push it away, get back in, read your book. 2 hours, it'll probably, the worst is over. Just make sure wherever you're sheltering that you're not underneath a tree that could fall on your car, of course. But you know, big box store parking lot, the baseball diamond, the track and field, the high school parking lot, the construction site in Lahaina, there's a perfectly good place to shelter that people ran past, and that was a two-story covered parking lot. As long as you don't allow anything to roll up against cars and light them on fire, that would have been a perfectly safe shelter for hundreds of people. And everybody thinks they got to panic, run, and drive somewhere. Run. You cannot outrun fire, not downwind. You cannot. You cannot run it upslope. So just keep a cool head and find out where you can shelter in place, and recognize when the window of opportunity has closed. You know, for escape by vehicle. So, microwave energy doesn't recognize the organics. It doesn't melt the plastics, but nobody's been able to explain to me why would somebody use microwave energy and stuff to burn up completely insignificant places, sleepy tourist towns, retirement communities like Paradise. Why would you use like $1 trillion laser-based weapons and microwaves in space or whatever the hell it is, when a $5 road flare would have the same effect? You're not being targeted by shadow governments and lizard people and whatever the hell you believe. All wars are fought with money, and they don't waste it. Strategic targets are targeted by weapons. We have stupidity, greed, and the like. I invite everybody who thinks there is psyops and shadow governments. What do you think about the idea of psyops being operated on you? As long as you blame make-believe, you're not going to blame the people who have screwed you over. The greedy power companies and the like who just don't give a damn that they kill people. You know? They're very, very happy when people get these ideas. But if you understand fire behavior and what's actually happening, you can understand how to survive, and that's why I teach it. I can't help you if you think something from space is going to melt your brain, you know. I don't think a tinfoil hat will shield you effectively. But, I don't know. Maybe a plastic one would, right? Maybe you should get, all the people with those theories should get football helmets. Maybe that'll protect you from the microwaves, I don't know. Let's go to sleep, though, before anything happens again. We know it's making a run for Grass Valley, or the Grass Mountain, but if they're not going to say anything on the radio, we don't have a way to track this effectively. Man. Like I said, if I ever do see anything super suspicious, I'll be the first one to tell you and eat my hat. But this is pretty normal behavior. The more people learn about it, the more they'll be immune to the BS and the fear propaganda. Always be suspicious of somebody trying to piss you off or make you afraid. They're trying to control you. So detach yourself from those emotions and try to figure out what their motive is. What do they want? I think they want to get away with murder and keep a lot of profit. That's just me. This isn't our first time at the rodeo in California. I don't know, maybe a power company will kill your friend one day and you'll feel this thing. Either way, I don't want to talk about those things here. But I will teach what's really going on. Hello, friends. Good night. Time to actually go to sleep. What was this earthquake that just happened? No. There's been a 3.9 earthquake. I have a radius thing. What? And there's a new fire with watch duty. What? In Plymouth County, At Graygle, no, why did I curse? No, not Plymouth County. Oh, here we go again, Dixie survivors. Here we go again. I keep cursing us. Why does this happen to me? I will never say I'm going to sleep ever again. I'll just cut the feed. I can't rest. I can't rest. Okay. Okay. Plymouth County, Gray Eagle. I never even knew how to say that. Gray Eagle has a fire. Gotta go check this. Plymouth County has been there enough. No, not Twitter. What did I just do? I just shut down Watch Duty. I misclicking everywhere. New tab. Watch Duty. Seriously. The earthquake was inconsequential. It's just more of this stuff off the coast of Washington, which does bother me. The Eagle Fire. Up the hill from Gray Eagle Meadows. That was a total ghost town that only had one, from the gold rush, that only had one restaurant in it called the Iron Door. Looks like it's getting developed, I guess. Or maybe these are old and I don't know. It's been a while since I've been here. Active fire visible on 2 different cameras. Great. What's the wind like up there? The Beckworth Peak 1. And the Penman Peak 2. I don't remember these existing. Or Penman Peak. It's not calibrated. What are we supposed to do with this? It's big. Let's look at our more refined cameras. Why do I do this to myself? It's a half hour. Why has it been going on for a half hour, but Watch Duty just alerted me right now? It's just reported to Watch Duty 7 minutes ago. Active fire in the area is visible on 2 fire cams, with Wildcat database listing the incident as a smoke check. Limited information at this time. I still have radios set up for the Dixie fire. Thanks to your kind donations, we have pro versions of Broadcastify. Still have the Calder one, plastic. Did I destroy that one? I did one for Plymouth. I didn't like seeing the word Dixie anymore. I may have destroyed it. Yeah, Ventura. Fire. God, that was a bad one. Yes, this is monitoring 2. That's Sequoia Kings National Park. All right. Browse on the feeds. Plymouth County Fire Dispatch. California Fire Special Witness, the Basin Fire. All right, let's just listen to Plymouth County a second. Hopefully it's not going to be terribly loud. I got it muted for you in case it is. It says it's connected. All right, I'll keep it low. It's somewhat close to Lassen County's border. That's not a smoke check. That's That's fire. It's true, Radman. But as always, I know how ignorant I was before I learned more about fire, and some images were downright frightening, the ones that get presented. So I'm not really preaching directly at them. I'm teaching others. People can believe whatever the hell they want. It's just this is my space. This is my living room, and I get to set my own rules here. This is my domain. Um, Sometimes, I remember youth and other times in my life, I was quite stubborn, and I really clung to an idea until I realized, oh crap, that's BS. That's just total BS. Um, when people are fearful, they could be a lot more susceptible to things, and that's exactly what the delivery payload is of conspiracy theories: is let's make everybody fearful. But a lot of times, people just wonder, like, okay, then how is that explained? And I had to do a lot of research and ask a lot of real firefighters and others. I consulted everybody from like Holt Hanley with his weather. He asked his meteorology teacher, as he was getting his finishing up his degree and then getting his job with as a weatherman. It was really cool. We should watch more of his stuff. Um, I asked, like, it seems like there's lightning on some of these old cameras. Is that a bat on the camera? It's a bat right here. That's a bat. Look at the little wings. I mean, it could be like a moth in front of the cam, but I don't think so. Bat, I think. Anyway, see if this gets any bigger for a minute. And if only one side has an answer about what happens, uh, that controls the dang narrative. So when I actually do figure out, whoa, fire behaves that way, I want to teach people that because the way I learned about, why somebody once challenged me with an image and said, why is the orchard okay? And then two people died in the car right next to it. So I took a look, and it was weird that the orchard trees were indeed still alive. The car was toast, and back where the car came from, in the distance, in the middle of a turnaround, was a RV, something, and it was totally fine. And so this idea that only cars and things that are metal are affected by the microwave energy. Okay, they're thinking about why does metal explode in a microwave, right? Um, that's the thinking, the line of thinking. So I was kind of puzzled. I'm like, why didn't they just stay where it was safe? Well, panic explains that. Um, what the people in the car did was panic drive up a hill, which was their only way out, because I found out the location of this tragedy. And when they were zigzagging up a steep slope, their car went off the road and rolled back down. And so it was messed up. They were hurt inside. Presumably, it was a good tumble off a steep kind of cliff, rolling sideways. And when they landed, if the car was still functional and if they were not too hurt to drive, it was off road a little bit, where they'd have to be pulled out by, say, a 4-wheel drive vehicle. Looks like units have already driven there and have responded. That's vehicle headlights, like making their way there. Let's look at the live view. So the car is tilted and off road, and it looked damaged enough that they probably couldn't have opened their car doors to get out at this point. So what looked like what happened to the car was it rolled into the ditch where there's tall grass. And these orchard trees weren't that tall. And they survived. And I don't think these people could have outrun it. If they could have possibly gotten out and gone back to the RV, maybe. But the fire swept down the hill. And must have been windy enough to flatten the grass down. So the flames spread out horizontally along the ground. And the heat gets pushed away by the wind too. And that's why the trees were okay. It was so windy and so fierce that the grass was completely incinerated and the fire moved by quickly. So the trees were all right. There's nothing left underneath them to burn, so they're all right. And that's what happens when the fires move quickly along the ground. If it had been different, lots of bushes, right? This was an orchard, so there weren't any bushes, right? But if there had been bushes, chaparral, baby trees at the base, it would all been toast, right? It would all been toast. I know, Lady Bird. Look at Plumas County. There's something wrong. But last 15 minutes, see, that's vehicle headlights showing up. And if it's not quite big enough to make a heat detection, or I'd be checking the town and count topo. I mean, well, anyway, sort of pinpoint it. But my God, I'm getting to the point where I'm so sleep deprived that I might just wake up and after sleeping 18 hours or something. Okay, so we got Penman Peak. Go on map. Let's see where they intersect. And Beckworth Peak. Uphill above the town. Blairsden Graygle. Is it pronounced Graygle? Regal? I have no idea. We didn't spend too much time in this place. We were mostly in Indian Valley and around the shore of the lake, Chester, Mount Lassen region, Canyon Dam, you know. Never even got to explore the entirety of Plumas Forest before we lost it. Been to Portola before, but I just barely remember. Running around as a kid, you know. I had a tendency to fall asleep in the back of the car. Interesting view. Right now the wind is blowing to the southwest, but see, it's so close to the town. It's a little bit disturbing. But Penman Peak is looking which direction? To the due west? West by southwest slightly. So if we look at the smoke column, looking west by southwest, where is the smoke going? Excuse me, 1 hour. 15-minute time lapse. West by southwest. Is the smoke going north? Uh-oh. Yeah, isn't it going north by northeast? I mean, the fire will climb. Already at somewhat high elevation. Am I wrong about that? Okay, is the smoke coming towards Penman Peak? Because that would be northeast. Wait. So on backward. Yeah, isn't the smoke column going a bit to the north? I'm too tired to look at this anymore. Jags has just woke. The lake fire looks to be running wild. It's actually going better. It's hog wild up in the hilltops. That's why I went live again after trying to go to bed early. Right before. We're still listening to Plymouth County Fire Dispatch. It's been completely silent. Nothing. Stop it and find a different channel. Oh, sorry. The camera burned over, Jag. How are you feeling after the surgery? How are you feeling, by the way? You won't believe the apocalypse scenes. The 6 hour flashing screen warning, friends. 6 hour time lapse of the Grass Mountain 2 and 1 camera burnover. Just trying to explain to some people that it doesn't take microwaves. You know, why do cars erupt into flames and yet trees are left alone? Because the grass fire moved so quickly that the trees didn't have time to ignite. You know, it's explaining that concept that high winds push grass down and so the flames don't rise. What is that term called, Jag, when they say, you know, when flames are horizontal against the ground? Don't they call them like 8-foot flames? So they mean that like 8 feet across the ground if the wind flattens them. What's that term? I totally forget. I am just teetering on the edge of consciousness. But the fire, they're trying to save the Neverland Ranch down there. But it's right now there's a 2 a.m. miracle where instead of sweeping down towards Los Alamos and other places, like here's the Santa Ynez Peaks 6 hour. The wind is only on those peaks right now, and it's not back in the valleys. So it's cooled off in the valleys. It's super hot at the peak. So right now it's making a critical run towards the actual Grass Mountain, which the cams are not on. Cam's already burned over, but don't ask me why. They're called that when they're not on Grass Mountain. So they're having troubles with it with high elevation, but it's not making a run for any of the towns. So they have every chance of stopping it, probably, or the main paved roads up there. God, I'm getting a critical headache. I have dark mode. I don't see a Sierra County feed, Plymouth County feed. Where something broke out. Right as I said, I'm going to bed again. Something broke out in Plymouth County. I've got to know what. And once again, I'm eating a slice of pizza over the course of like 3 hours. I keep forgetting it's there. I'm trying to figure out which way the smoke column is going. I mean, here's where the fire is at Grable. If it's looking west, slightly southwest from Beckworth Peak 1, then isn't the smoke column going north? Right? It erratically shifts a little bit, but isn't generally going north. Say, maybe northeast. We can find no radio. Back to the chat. George GTZ, hello there. Heat up the pizza, baby. I already did. I already pulled it out of the fridge. Man, Wrath, you don't. Maybe you should cut yourself off from the Foster's Australian for beers. Exactly, Ladybird. Knowledge is freedom. Get a freaking job. Oh man, I appreciate my trolls so much. I really do. Uh, it dawned on me one day. Every time a troll says something disparaging, I get to remind people of how we save so many lives. Get all the fan mail about that. About how many times, even yesterday, we gave the citizens of Mariposa what, a 4-hour head start on evacuation warning before the officials did. How he live streamed 96 days in a row during the Dixie and the Caldor. With only 5 days off. Technically, I was on duty longer than all of the fire crews were. Times 3. I don't know how long their shifts are. That's working as hard as anybody can. I'd be awake and on shift for 3 days in a row. 18-hour shifts were pretty much the typical norm on the worst of the days. So, just what kind of a job is more important than I'm supposed to get? Most jobs are actually pretty meaningless and can be done by monkeys. I'm the only one who does this one, Chicky baby. There's nobody else who's done this. Probably because there's nobody else who can. So I would love to thank all the little people, like the trolls out there. You're making a sacrifice, and I want you to know I am absolutely grateful. You're sacrificing your own dignity and the selfish, the esteem of your own peers. You're just totally slaughtering yourself that way to make me look good and my team. I really appreciate that so much. I mean, I've failed. I've just failed in the past years to express to fully appreciate and express my gratitude for such a sacrifice. To lift us up while you put yourself down. Just thank you. You're wonderful, man. I'm so glad you're here and you're helping the algorithm and everything. Oh yeah, Jack. The other camera burned over. Super wild, man. Oh, I know, man. All I have to do, Jack, is die and make choices. Those are the only two things I have to do in life. It's the only two things anybody has to. I have such sympathy for the people whose lives must be so miserable that they gotta make themselves feel important by putting others down. It's compassion, that makes you immune to any of their words or anything. Compassion. Hey, Irvin, how are you? Hey, shout out from Yakima. What's going on in Yakima? You guys have been through hell. I have been trying so hard to get information. I've got a special Yakima page, like Yakima on speed dial here. We can never find a good camera for any of these situations. They don't give out a lot of information until something is over. We've been trying to cover things. We show evacuation maps and stuff. Did you find us when we were covering all the craziness that's been going on in Yakima? I'm glad, Urban. I have been trying to go to sleep. Rokefish says, okay, I need a nap. Oh, hi. You were back. I'm doing a stream later in memory of the Storm King Canyon Fire tragedy 30 years ago. God, that is the 6th, isn't it? How many people died there? Ah, we've got to acknowledge the sacrifice of so many. Ah, I'm just worried for Plymouth County again, man. when we can't hear anything. Can't hear anything. Thanks, Mike. You're awesome. Hearts, Mike. Hearts. You know, I was always wanting to do something important, and I was so crushed when it became obvious that I couldn't be a firefighter, right? I had an interest, but I always had a natural fear of fire. So I thought, well, first responder another way. I could be a good dispatcher. I could type 92 words a minute. I can obviously sit and wear a headset and type stuff, right? And I realized the competition was so fierce, I wasn't going to get a job because I didn't speak Spanish. I've never made much of an attempt to learn, but I've always been super confused by it anytime I even looked into it. Yeah, I can't hear anything with Plumas County. There's almost no feeds. And so I decided, even though I had some pretty severe health problems later, that I could make video, and I could make videos about disasters and how we can learn from them and how people can survive. You know, not the ones that are there for just, ooh, it's a spooky, eerie disaster show. No, like what went wrong, how things have improved since then, or how we can. So I thought, about having history shows, some of all type, but mainly the teaching people like why are in theaters do we have a crash bar and why do the doors open outward, right? How many people had to perish before you learned to make that little regulation? How many untold lives have been saved since then? Hey, thanks, Jack. And that's good to hear, Mike. Are you still in the Plymouth County area? Have you checked in much? Right now, I have the memory of a goldfish. I struggle with long COVID, and I can remember people, but sometimes I need a memory prompt, a context of where I've spoken to a lot of people, especially in this time. So I got into, video production. At first, I just wanted to be a writer, but I realized not that many people just sit and read websites anymore. If I could get over my shyness, I could interview old timers and at least go, especially to historical places before you lose them, and tell the preserve history at least on tape for the next generation. So I began studying disasters as well as just I have a total, crazy interest in ghost towns. I realized nobody has ever made a database of them. Hey, did they respond? It looks better, or is it just a calibration? Oh, it's looking better, guys. Look, we saw some unit pull up to it. I wonder what might have caused this one. This is pretty remote up there. I'd watch do the update. Is it like a popular trail or something? Is there a road that goes up here? Gray Eagle Creek. Gray Eagle. Hey, John. How you doing, JB? I was telling the Crescent Wrench story. Have you seen the apocalyptic scene out of Santa Ynez Peak West? Right now, they're trying to save Neverland Ranch. It's making a run up for the Grass Mountain. The grass camera already burned over, and it's not actually located on Grass Mountain. It's adjacent. So that was confusing. How are you doing? This is JB has taught me so much about fire, being a retired fire captain in Shasta County, man. And Jag, how are you feeling? I didn't go up there and look. And Mike, how have you guys come through? I had to leave in 2022 when I went to film the Dixie Fire aftermath. We even had Sea Probe ready to fly me over in rented airplane. He was at Susanville. But when the we were in the 4th of July parade in the very back of it, I was ready to have a big pizza party the next day at Pizza Factory because the Golden Bear didn't survive. Ah. But as soon, oh, thanks, Jack. You're very much appreciated. Parts. We're getting close to the laptop. It's going to be very robust and very, very capable. Hopefully, there's still some 4th of July sales, but if not, the CPRO was telling me there'll be new sales that people are trying to keep up with Amazon's Prime sales, which is late July, 17th or 18th, I think. JB says fought fire there in 1990, the Painted Cave fire with 600 homes destroyed. Yeah, is this looking Thomas-like or what? I wasn't studying fire, in 2017 until my friend died in a Cascade Fire 2017. But that was October, right? And that's when I finally woke up and went, I gotta learn about this. I hate fire, but I gotta learn about this. But I used to be crushed, guys. That I was like, I can't help the public. Maybe I'll make disaster videos. Just finish my thought, like documentaries, like little mini ones. And I realized in 2020 when the chaos broke out. I mean, I first went live during the Paradise Fire, just trying to track it to see if my brother's house might make it. That was just dabbling in video. But I just saw fires breaking out left and right 2020 during the huge 3 western states all lit up by fires during the windstorm of Labor Day, Red Monday. And I said, that's it. If the media is not going to even be covering this live, they went back to Matlock and Lassie. They're not even going to cover it as much as. Oh, here's back to these cameras burned over. I'll show you the footage there. It's kind of nuts. Oh, I guess we have to go to the 6-hour time lapse. Flashing light warning, friends. Oh, even that now doesn't have the full burnover. Crap, I should have saved the frames while I had the chance. Maybe Alert Wildfire will do a good job of making a time lapse. But every time you do a longer and longer time lapse, you lose frames. They just go missing. Oh, thank you, JB. Very, very. Can you tell us about what to expect? People are mentioning the sundowning winds, and I just don't know enough about the area. I don't think I've ever been to Santa Barbara proper at all. Just near Ojai and Ventura. Sundowner winds blow from the ridge tops towards the ocean. Yes, that's what we saw. There was a miracle, the 2 a.m. miracle. So it was being blown just fast down the slopes, all the way towards Neverland Ranch. It just blitzed down the slopes. Just as I started covering this in the early afternoon. We can go to 12-hour time lapses on some of the camps. Like Los Alamos 1 here. I got nervous about it, just reading the forecast for 5% humidity and 45-mile-an-hour wind gusts at night. Flashing light warning again, friends. I don't know if it'll happen. But they kept slamming it with retardant with everything imaginable. And it was being wind-driven to the southeast along the ridge tops, but it was going west, just downslope on its own. Just roll out or something, you know what I mean? But it was bad. And I just saw no real fire access roads, nothing good. Started up by the Lake Zaka thing. I'm sure it was human caused by the lake somehow, probably accidental, but evacuated the lake. But all the frames are missing, but in 15 minutes it went and just slipped down the slope and went right past the retardant lines. Oh, thank you too, Larry. Thank you. Mike Hendricks says, nothing scarier than getting evacuated during a major fire, turning around looking at your life, wondering if you'll ever see it again. The 2022 Dixie Fire, Chester, California, won't ever be the same. It was 2021. But yeah, I think that was a typo. Chester almost got taken out. Oh, we had heroes like the real estate camera, you know, showing that our flag was still there. I mean, they did an amazing job trying to protect it, and of course the lumber mill. But that was when the Dixie Fire expanded 16 miles in one night. 16 miles as the crow flies. I measured the flame front here, because unfortunately Los Alamos skips too many frames. Start looking apocalyptic. Now in a 24-hour mode. But I went to take a walk because I hadn't been outside in days. I was hoping to go to sleep early. So right at 8:23 here, when flames were showing really bad, going west, even though the wind wasn't really going that way, I said we could see flames and the camera might burn over the Grass Valley one, the Grass Mountain one. But I don't know when it'll reach it, but we had seen the flames marching towards it. Oh God, look at the before and after. Boing, 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 boing. Once again, you have dead grass underneath the cameras. Great job. Vegetation blocking the view of where fires are. Great job. Dead trees next to the cameras. Good job. Invasive weeds that burn like crazy next to the cameras. Great job. I'm very surprised the cameras survived, but they survived because the wind was so fast it flattened the grass, and the flames didn't have a chance to go up and melt the little protective bubble of the camera. But I bet $50, like with virtual everybody, that it would be melted down. Shut my mouth. I was wrong. Yeah, JB says super dry, compressed air comes over the ridges towards the ocean with great intensity of foam wind like the Santa Ana's. Oh, God. So that's what sundowners are. Are they seasonal or are they just all the time? Are they like a summertime thing? And what is the firefighter term for flames going horizontally across the ground and how long they can reach? I totally forgot that. Yikes. So what happened is the winds were colliding off the shore, and the on and offshore winds were colliding. They were ripping fast over the peninsula, elbow, whatever you call it, right? Going. And yeah, some of the burnover was just psychedelic. I mean, fire's not purple, right? But the it doesn't know what camera mode to choose. Like it's probably thinking it's fluorescent light, right? But we had some crazy embers flying around. Each camera has its own special angle of a camera burnover. You can see the dead tree just sort of melt into the oblivion as it gets blast furnaced by the wind. And so some people kept coming in here again and again and again saying, evidence of direct energy weapons. Why is that, friends? Because the trees don't burn, but cars do. I said, well, look at this. Look how the wind is flattening the fire against the ground so it can't climb the trees. It really is like a blast furnace. That's why the camera's alive. Then they said, well, it's microwaves. Microwaves. They agitate metal like metal blows up in the microwave. And so that's why cars explode, but trees don't. I'm like, well, why didn't the camera explode? You know what I mean? Like it's got some metal ladder over there. And none of what they say really makes sense, but I was happy to explain that it's kind of normal for mature trees to survive if it's just grass at the base. They get in trouble when there's dead stuff and when the wind is not too fast and not too slow. That's when the stuff's stacked at the base, like bushes, stuff that burns a long time, and younger trees get the adult trees going. It takes a while. It's just like firing your fireplace. And just as I was about to go to bed again, and there's a miracle here. The wind is not going down the slopes anymore. It's just going straight out to sea, like the upper elevations. It's still 85 degrees at night. They reported that on the radio with high winds, like 45 mile an hour. So it's still racing around on the top, but they said it's much cooler. It's like 76 degrees down in the valleys. And they said you drive up top, and it's a whole different ballgame. Long flame lengths cause heavy spotting. Yeah, field type spots with downslope winds. Yeah. Yeah, Mike Hendricks says, yeah, the night of August 5th, we had a major run on Chester. Was watching 300-foot tall fire tornadoes in Captain's Channel. And the airport was a fire break and saved it. Yeah, they kept it green. That was ballsy, though, to even stand their ground and not, like, you know. But what else could you do? The fire wrapped itself around the lake by that point. Not really like you could have driven, east towards. I mean, it was already north of the peninsula, so you didn't have a way to go east. You didn't have a way to go west. That's where the fire was going. You didn't have a way to go south. Chester was completely surrounded, and it was shelter in place. Oh, that was unreal. But I'll never forgive myself for going to bed when I thought Greenville was saved. I had been awake for 2 or 3 days by that point, and I saw all those drops of cool wet, which retardant in front of the fires that came down from the reservoir. And I knew so many were assembling there to save Greenville. I've been asleep for 3 days, and I finally went to sleep. Awake for 3 days. I wake up, but it's gone, and I thought it was a prank. I couldn't absorb it. Just couldn't. I couldn't understand it. But that's because they had to escort people to safety, because even though I'd been safely evacuated for like weeks, they allowed people to go back into the town the same day it burns down. So they had to escort people to safety, and they came back in their fire trucks and melted in the street. John Bruno says the fire captain who took me under his wing and taught me so much here. They'll probably see this fire stop on the beaches of Santa Barbara. Oh, wait. Super thick Southern California chemise fuel with high oil content. I was very worried tonight that it would make a run towards Los Alamos. Thank you, Larry, again. And because I measured the distance here, this is 7.25 miles, almost 12 kilometers. Because it ran the length of the ridges first, but there's a little measure tool here on CalTopo. This is crude but effective. Measure length, distance, I should say. Yeah, 7.23 miles and 11.64 kilometers. So when the wind shifted and it started going west, it was just a 7-mile wall of flame. I'm so angry that they're not telling us a thing. I'm reading Santa Barbara County an F- right now. It seemed like they were going to do good. They devoted an entire web page to the incident. And they didn't say anything more. They don't even have an evacuation map. They're not telling people where it might go. I'm telling everybody downwind, like Los Olivia, people between the fire and Los Alamos should be really ready for this. Yeah, if the winds persist, the worst of the winds and heat are supposed to be Friday and Saturday is now Saturday, right? pray that the fire just gets blown back on itself from something occurring offshore. But what is the oh yeah, they'll hit it with aircraft after daylight, but they had been pounding it from the moment it began. It just ignored all retardant. It just ignored everything we did. We could barely hear in the one radio we have the scratchiest. Every once in a while we hear, okay, look out for that copter, look out for the plane, load and return, and that's it. You know, we hear mostly random stuff with the sheriff's office. So we're depending on Santa Barbara to tell us something. The sheriff's office or the Office of Emergency Management, something. They have no hotline and nothing to call. Need support with evacuations or shelter. Okay, where's your evacuation maps? This is a 50 DKP minus on my scorecard. They were amazing with giving information out with like the basin. The Forest Service of all people have gotten really good at that. They kept us in the dark about the K&P and stuff, but hey, this time around they've multiple updates per day in videos, battle maps, releasing them to the public. Hey, good morning, photos. Yeah, JB, it could be quite bad. So back to Gray Eagle, Lewis County. Those are lights of vehicles, not flame, I don't think. Looking better, but just as I was about to go to bed. Something happens in Lewis County by Gray Eagle, northwest of it, or due west of it. But the smoke column is going towards the north, I think. How you doing, photos? We've been quite anxious. The camera burned over. It's alive, though. It's alive. I didn't save enough frames to make a good time lapse. But boy, was it intense and cooking. Most of the good time lapses are over. We'd have to just rewind my stream. What? Watch Duty just gave an update. Is this at all behaving like the Thomas Fire 2? Was that a similar situation? I couldn't follow that very well. Wait, what was the last update? The Rocky Fire in Calaveras County. Spot fires. Oh God. 500 feet in front of the fire per incident command. But it's a fire. 8 minutes ago, they said it was 2.5 acres with slow rate of spread. Moving uphill potential for 20 acres. Difficult access for resources on the scene. Oh boy, that's deep in the mother lode. But JB, we got the people of Mariposa. We told them 4 hours ahead of time. I told them, look, Mariposa and everywhere around has to be ready. They took their sweet time getting their evacuations out, and it was last minute. It really was. But I'm learning from you and others. We know that fire goes where the wind blows, and if any little thing happened, Mariposa was in danger. So we told people to get on your phones and call the people you know there. And people from the area showed up, and we gave some people 4 hours advance notice that the town's in danger. We did pretty good there. I know, photos. This started out somewhat mild yesterday, and all hell broke loose. This is a current live view. Do a 5-minute time lapse. Oh wow, they finally calibrated the cameras. Maybe somebody woke up to do that. And they finally focused the camera. See, I tell people how exaggerated when it's out of focus it is. Light is exaggerated by the camera. If somebody's behind the controls, though, like you know about photography photos, you know. People thought the entire town of Mariposa was burning down. And I said, no. It's exaggerating the light. The shutter's wide open. These are crappy-ass cameras. With a lot of compression. and nobody was really focusing it down. But when they finally pivoted, we saw the city lights were still on, and they did a great job saving the town. I know they took losses though. John Bruno says the Zach fire burned there in 2007-ish, 20,000 plus acres. We have to go to Calaveras County in a second. Hopefully the Eagle fire is getting under control. Looks like they looks better. Oh, well, let me look back at the heat detections, the lake fire. I did put on fire history. Looks like the last time it burned was, excuse me, the 2000 McKinley on that spot, and this one is, yeah, the basin is no longer the worst of concern. This one is not even giving us a name. That's 2008. Anita, what's this big old one? Maybe if I make the background dark, no, that's not better. That's not better. That's better. Oh, that's huge. The 2007 Zaka. I had to zoom out. I didn't know that was a. Oh my God, that's massive. Whoa. Okay, I see what you're talking about. So it hasn't really burned since it's got that much load. Yeah, the Zaka fire. I see what you mean now. Whoa. Like when you zoom out, I realize what a chunk of California that is. That peachy chunk right there. Whoa, the Reds to Thomas. Another one of California's biggest fires ever. 2017. So is it the same kind of winds that drive it? I guess at the very, very worst scenario, if the winds didn't let up. All right, let's analyze which path it might take. It would run through the wind tunnels, also known as canyons. So structures are in orange. Let's go to sheet of relief. So where would it want to run? Perhaps to this point here. It'd be going down the canyons. Then it would probably burst east or west through here. Is this Highway 101, right? Because that's what we saw at the Caldor. It hit the brick wall of other mountains and then split east and west, and some would run over the top and down that way, right? So try to run almost due south and a little bit to the west too, depending on what the winds are doing. So what's in the way? We're talking not likely, but worst case scenario, right? We're going to examine. Solvang's in the way. Santa Inez. But first impacting would be like Los Olivos, which I thought could have been threatened tonight, maybe by dawn, the way it was just rip roaring through here. But all they need is time, but we don't know anything. I say it's famous for fires there, followed by the burn scar. Yeah, Rat thinks. I forgot to remind people about the like button, or if people don't find us. If you found us now, remember hit the subscribe button with the ringing bell. It would be very hard to find us again. Glad you're back here. That's Mike. I do want to go back to Plumas County this summer if I can. Maybe, well, I don't know that August is in the cards, but I'll be sure to try to set this up. And as soon as we get the laptop, I can be mobile and on the road. I do want to go and document finally the burn scar of the Dixie, and complete interviewing people and survivors. Mike, you'd be awesome too. I was very attached to places like Seneca, you know. JB says the Refugio fire in the early 70s. This area is historical for large damaging ones. Yeah. The basin is no longer my biggest concern. It's this one. Sorry, no, that's Portola, but what we were just looking at down at Santa Barbara. Sorry, I was looking for an update. Clicked the wrong thing. Here's Penman Peak. It's dawn. It's light out. No wonder the cameras are looking better. Oh no, I stayed up till dawn. Guys, I don't know how I can go on again. I don't know how I can wake up. And why did something have to happen at Plumas County to jolt me awake again? What's the weather forecast for Sylvain today? Yeah, we were reading it. The fire weather red flag warning is not good. It's not good at all. So that's why I knew that it could possibly get bad today when other people were like, oh, really? Yes. So let's go back to the red flag warning and sorry. Let's put in Sylvain. Might be more relevant to do Los Olivos, but okay, we'll go with Sylvain. Oops, wrong button. Because up there in the hills, like I was looking for Zaka Lake and its weather forecast. That might be a little more relevant, but we'll go with Sylvain, I guess. They had red flag up there. Let me just try Zaka Lake. See how it's 92 degrees right now with 9% humidity up there at Zaka Lake. You go back to Sylvain, Santa Ynez. What do they mean 100% humidity? Oh, is it that morning mist thing again off the coast? Yeah, totally different. 55 degrees. Totally different. Not too far away, but totally different scenario. But so for Sylvain, excessive heat warning, high of 97, low of 56 with patchy fog in the morning, of course. Patchy fog after 11 in the morning. West wind about 5 miles an hour, becoming calm in the evening. Blah, blah. Highs of 91, lows of 57 in general. But the devil's in the details. If you read excessive heat warnings, you get very different. So, but just hold on to your butts when I read you Lake Zaka. Dangerously hot conditions, temperatures 95 to 105, and very warm nights in the foothills until 9 p.m. Sunday. Check on your neighbors, drink plenty of fluids and stuff. But if you look back at Zaka Lake, terrifying. Red flag warning. It's 92 right now with 9% humidity. It was 8% a little bit ago. Multiple hazards are in effect. Today's high will be 99. Like just a couple degrees higher, but lows are 82, which will totally kill people if they just can't cool off at night. So on Monday night, there's finally a low of 75. It's just terrible. Hot the entire week, at least 90. But here, listen to this terrifying red flag warning. So this was 2:20 in the afternoon. It's the same one I've been reading at July 5th. I know, Radman. Red flag warnings are in effect until 6 a.m. Saturday for Interstate 5 corridor. Ventura County Mountains, Santa Barbara County Mountains, Southwest Santa Barbara Coast, Interior San Luis Obispo County, and Cumaya Valley due to gusty northwest to north wind, low humidity, and very hot temps, leading to large vertical plume growth potential and we've been clocking it at least 12,000 feet in the sky earlier. An extremely long-duration heat wave will bring very hot and dry conditions to southwest California well into next week. Hottest today and Saturday. Today is Saturday now. In most areas. The hot and dry conditions will coincide with northwest to northeast winds gusting from 25 to 45 miles an hour. Must be your sundowner things, right? Today, throughout tonight, across many mountains and interior areas, as well as southwest Santa Barbara County. The very hot temps in the red flag warning area will also bring a significant threat of large vertical plume growth with any new fires. While the classic red flag duration thresholds will not likely be met, considering the extreme nature of this heat event and the holiday fire ignition sources available, meaning the barbecues, the drunks, the dragging chains, the boating, the fireworks, the alcohol, the drunks, the fireworks. You know what I mean? Conditions are favorable for rapid and large fire growth along with extreme fire behavior. There is no stronger word. They should capitalize extreme fire behavior, EFB. That means apocalypse. There's nothing worse. They should rate fire behavior on like a scale. Let's call it the Catherine scale, like 1 through 10 or something. Maybe they'll name it after me, right? Something the public can digest. But I was trying to say that anybody interested in meteorology should invent a scale to rate the plumes and how big they are, right? We'll call it the Hanley scale or something. I'll suggest that to him. Onshore flow, which means winds and stuff from the ocean, will likely be on the increase today through Monday, which may lead to increasing southwest to west winds across portions of the interior and possible red flag warning extensions in some areas. And I'm not a, weatherologist, but we saw the clash and mix of the offshore and onshore winds ram themselves together, and all of a sudden there's a pyrocumulus cloud. We know now that there's a twisting vortex in the center of those things. It would be called a tornado, but it doesn't move, right? Good morning, Sister Golden Hair. Yeah, I know, Wrath. Jeez. I can't stay gorgeous if I don't get my beauty sleep, right? Kidding. Sorry, I've gone giddy with fatigue. Red flag warning remains in effect until 6 a.m. Saturday. That's now. In half an hour. So, what, are they going to cancel it? I can't imagine that. Or are they talking about next Saturday? Whatever, it doesn't matter. For extreme heat, low humidity, and gusty northwest to north winds over the Ventura County interior mountains and the mountains at southwest coast of Santa Barbara County. Northwest to north winds gusting at 25 to 40 miles an hour, except for isolated gusts of up to 45 miles an hour in the Gaviota / Refugio this evening. Humidity. Minimum relative humidity 5 to 15% with poor overnight recovery. Well, right now it's 8%. Izaka Lake. Driest in the foothills and mountains. Well, yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong, but baking cookies in the oven is a bit more moist in there. Temperatures. Max temps of 85 to 100 degrees across the southwest Santa Barbara coast. Up to 110 in the foothills and the mountains. Impacts of fire ignition occurs. Conditions are favorable for rapid fire spread with extreme fire behavior, which would threaten life and property. The hot temperatures will bring the potential for large vertical plume growth. Precautionary actions. A red flag warning means critical fire weather conditions are either occurring right now or will. Use extreme caution with anything that could spark a wildfire. Residents near wildland interfaces should be prepared to evacuate if one breaks out. Who knows what happened up at the lake? Hey, JB, thanks for checking in. I wanted to call you so many times, but I wanted to go off stream early and just sleep. I just wanted to sleep. Good morning, guys. JB says you do an excellent job providing related info for your listeners. Keep up the good work. Thank you, JB, for helping us understand the situations. It was quite bad when you were fighting these, right? Quite bad. If this was Dante's Inferno, would Santa Barbara County perhaps be one of the worst places on earth to fight a fire? Seventh circle of hell kind of deal. I'm getting that impression. All of California is pretty rough, but there are certain spots. And just looking at it with the burying my tabs, that's what's going on in Plymouth County at Graygle. There it is. Just looking at the wind that could brush over it from the ocean at the same time clash with stuff coming off the valley mountains here. It's like LA is sheltered a little bit down there by the little cove, but this elbow sticking out is exposed and gets high winds and crazy fire conditions even when it's all crickets over by San Bernardino in LA County. This is a unique spot, one of the worst places in the world to fight fire is what it sounds like. Yeah, but really very high praise, very honored. Thank you for giving us your wisdom. JB says plume-dominated columns look like what you saw in the Dixie. Yeah, very unstable air masses, very dangerous. There was an amazing twisting action. I took a screenshot, actually. You gotta see this. There's a mini whirl in front of the cam. Just frightening. Let me show you. They've got to have an incident management team coming, but we are completely in the dark. I mean, they've got to be dialing numbers today. That's just grass. There's no tree on fire here. When you see, I don't know how tall this is. It's like somewhere between 3 to 6 feet tall, 2 meters maybe. That's a warning sign, and all the twisting, unstable air that you have the possibility of fire tornadoes or the baby equivalents. Oh, did they arrest and convict that jerk, Mike Hendricks? No, I didn't hear about that. Sister Goldenhair, it's going to be 115 in the valley. Remember, guys, check on your neighbors, especially when it starts to cool off at night. Help them open their windows. Make sure they can cool their homes off. Or be a hero. Go buy somebody an air conditioner. You'll feel good the rest of your life. If they can't afford it, just do it. That's some of the best charity you'll ever do in your life. Yeah, the Painted Cave fire. I read about that one. 600 plus homes burned. But Mike Hendricks says, didn't know if you heard, an arrest and conviction for the person, the arsonists who were setting fires behind the firefighters fighting the Dixie in 2021. The bad years, he's only getting 5 years. The bad part, guess what's worse? California gives special rights to arsonists. Amongst all the other criminals, they have special rights. If you're a sex offender, you're screwed because everybody in the neighborhood gets notified you're dead, right? Well, you hit the jackpot if your crime was arson. If it's under the age of 21, after you do your parole and probably a couple of years in juvie or whatever it was, after a few years of good behavior, cops are not able to check your background. If they do, they don't see that you were convicted for arson. If there's a suspicious fire, there's people in the crowd, they're interviewing people, witnesses point that the arsonist I think that guy did it, or there's a blockade, a roadblock, and they check people's backgrounds, ID. The arsonist is just going to be waved on through because the cops can't see it. I'm so shocked to find this out. This happens if you committed the crime below under age 21, but also even adults. After a time, it's, oh, the poor little guys might face discrimination. What? It's invisible to the cops after a certain time. This explains a lot of what's wrong with California. Most crimes are committed by a few amount of people on earth, like called criminals, and they just repeat their behavior. It's especially true for fire crimes. Very, very few. I mean, of all the criminals, very few of them do fire crime outside of the insurance scam jobs, right? There's few people who stoop so low. So it's either the people willing to do it or the people mentally ill out of their minds that need a lot of help. Either way, they keep repeating their behavior until they're stopped, and that goes for reckless arson, just idiots, right? Yeah, that's unbelievable. And wasn't he a college professor or something that lost his mind, presumably? I could get a job at Pizza Hut. I love Pizza Hut. Right now, though, the pepperoni gives my stomach fits. I love it, though. I have loved it since time began. The breadsticks are the best ever, but ever since stuffed crust was invented, that needs to be in the Hall of Fame of the best things ever. If you haven't seen some of the time lapses are too old now. But we had camera burnovers. Okay, flashing light warning again. Unbelievable apocalyptic scenes all over Santa Barbara County. They need a miracle break in the wind today. You know, they need a miracle break. God, Pizza Hut Yuba City was my favorite. That one was sweet. It had like an arcade and like a theater thing as well in the corner. I was so sad to come back to Yuba City was gone. And Mom tells stories of Straw Hat and how that was in Yuba City. Sorry, the lights are still flashing. Okay, you can now look at the screen. Anybody seizure sensitive? Pretty intense craziness. JV, I wanted to show you the perfect example of spotting. It made perfect rings. So I'm just slowly backing up. Okay, maybe it's still light sensitive. Sorry. Trying to back up. Hopefully we have the frame here. Right there. Perfect. So here's the moving wall of fire along the grass, right? But the wind throws embers down to the hill down there. In the next frame, 1 minute later, all the embers have started individual spot fires, and then they're spreading out in a ring from each little spot. Grass says if we all say Pizza Hut, they might donate one to Catherine. The latest reported acreage, God, we haven't heard anything. Nothing. All I could say is I put $500 bet down. I said it was 10,000 by dawn. I stand by that. I stand by that. We'll see what happens. Let's look. They didn't have any planes. Nobody surveyed. No helicopters. No nighttime. No nothing. See the last acreage of 4,600 from. Even watch duty people are amazed at, like, why are we hearing nothing? It was mapped 6 hours ago at 11 p.m. by Figueroa at 4,600 acres. Whatever. Whatever. Yeah, it did. The wind did die down a little bit. So I don't know how much it ran in the hills. Yeah, maybe 10,000 a little bit too. I made that bet when it was still running wild with the wind. I would say 86. 8,600. At the least 10,000 to 11,000 at the most right now. That's my estimate. We only have, let's see, here's the different camera meltdown. This is looking south and Neverland Ranch is to the right. Don't know if they were able to save it. I didn't hear anything like they couldn't. They said they needed help. They're ordering other strike teams. I can see how it snakes down, kind of in lines, and then it slowed down way a lot. Okay, safe to look at screen again. Right, no, sorry, I'm about to do another time lapse, the one that we can do for 12 hours. Oh, check this out, guys. Before and after. Good. We've had some pretty apocalyptic screenshots that way. Funny, I mentioned the professor arsonist. The arsonist set on Dixie Fire was a former professor. That's what I was talking about, is he was a suspect. Wait, I have to say, suspected arsonist if he wasn't convicted. They arrested him a long time ago, right? Or was that new? He was idiotic. He went around like parking in front of people, walking out of his vehicle and setting fires, and then they like got his plate and everything. That's why I tell people, if you see something suspicious, vehicles, get the plate numbers, get photos of people, call 911 immediately. And he kept just going in a straight line and lighting fires behind the fire crews, trying to trap the Dixie Fire firefighters and kill them. That's what the prosecutor said was his motivation. Man, I love Pizza Hut. Stuffed crust. Pepperoni, mushrooms, and pineapple. As a kid, it was just pepperoni and mushrooms. Extra mushrooms. But now pepperoni upsets me anymore. It's a sad time. But chicken barbecue is alright. This one's a Papa John's, but they don't have a good crust like Pizza Hut does. They have an imitation stuffed crust. It's meh. Better than nothing, but meh. Yeah, let's just Google that real quick. And thank you so much for being here, JB. I don't know how much time you have. Dixie Fire arsonist. You're saying you got convicted? KCRA? Sentenced for arson spree as a crew. He was trying to kill them. A former college professor. Yeah, it was the suspect a long time ago. Has been sentenced to 5 years and 3 months in prison for a string of arson fires all over Northern California in 2021. As crews were battling the second largest fire in the state history. No, it's actually the first. The August complex was a complex, so it means a whole bunch of tiny lightning fires grew together. And that's because they had to go off and fight other ones, so they left them unattended. I hate stupid statistics. No, the Dixie was the largest. Thank you, PG&E. Gary Stephen Maynard, 49 of San Jose, pleaded. No, it's pled. Okay, pleaded is when you're begging somebody for mercy. It's pled in court. Nobody teaches proper English anymore. You enter a plea and you have pled guilty or pled innocent. But you're saying, oh, please, sir, can I have another? I'm pleading for you to give me another bowl of porridge. Okay, that's what pleading is. For God's sake. Pled guilty in February to 3 arson counts in connection to fires in Shasta National Forest near the Dixie in the Lassen National Forest. Okay, remember, it straddled like 5 counties. It affected Butte, then it moved on to Plumas, then it affected Lassen, then it affected Shasta, then it moved on to Tehama County. The fire burned over 1,500 square miles after igniting on July 13th because of PG&E. Destroyed over 1,000 homes, including 95% of Greenville, much of Indian Falls, parts of the west end of Chester. Many places. Maynard was accused of setting fires behind the firefighters to trap them. According to the Justice Department, Maynard admitted to starting the Cascade Fire. What did they rename them? That's the one my friend died in 2017. The Cascade Fire, July 20th, 2021, and the Everett Fire the following day. He also admitted to sparking the Ranch Fire and the Conard Fire on August 7th. Investigators arrested him after putting a tracking device under his car because good Samaritans or good citizens reported his car again and again. They stealth followed him around. This is why I tell people don't engage. Don't let them know you know that you suspect something. Let law enforcement handle it. They'll do it right. But get good info, good clear pictures. Call people right away. Keep your distance though. Because unless they caught him in the act like they did, there wouldn't be a conviction. It's really hard to prove things anyway. Oh, I've been traveling this direction and taking fire photos. I'm a fire chaser. But they kept following him around, and then they were putting out the little fires as he went away. But only because he lit them could they get a true conviction. They just remember, people who are getting angry. Why do they let people like looters? Why do they get behind the roadblocks when everybody's evacuated? Because they want to catch them in the act, guys. It's strategic. They're watching them. The guys who tried to loot the Arrow Fire by Coveropolis, not only were they just morons, they brought pounds of meth to their crime. Guns, illegal guns, driving without a suspended license. It's bad enough, but they started to steal mail out of the mailboxes. So mail theft's a federal crime. That's going to be awesome. And then they waited for him to try to break into a home, and they were like, okay. And they surrounded him. They're going to be gone. They're going to be put away because if weapons involved, it's not theft. It's not burglary. It's armed robbery. Awesome. Awesome. Those guys will never loot in the next decade or two if justice is served. I do not understand here, though. He faced the possibility of 20 years in prison and a $750,000 fine. But he gets off on just 5 years and $13,000 in restitution. Oh, and he'll have the special rights of an arsonist. A couple more years of good behavior. And cops will run his record and pass him right on by. On a roadblock. Oh, dear God. Oh, I don't want to hear about that sad news article down there. I'm really mad. There's people. Okay, there's a journalist, a photojournalist in Yosemite, who's being fined $20,000 for stopping traffic and saying a bear got hit by a car over there. Please be careful. They said he obstructed traffic. He tried to fight it. Like, that's pretty rational. That's pretty good. But since they don't like him at Yellowstone, excuse me, they want to make an example of him. He's like paying $20,000. And this guy starts fires that could have killed firefighters and done way worse. And he gets, what, 5 years and $13,000 fee? I want him breaking rocks the rest of his life for 5 cents an hour. And it all going to victims. I don't understand why these people would see the light of day. California. And we can fix things in California as long as we bring awareness to it. But if people don't know, why is California so screwed up? Much of this is fixable. New legislation. Starts with outrage. Starts with outrage. How long have I been on? 6 hours and 14 minutes for this broadcast. I started yesterday's broadcast at 4. 6:45 p.m. ended at 8:30 p.m. You do the math. It's not political. Justice isn't political, actually. It's justice. What is the justice system for? Protecting the public. It's supposed to be blind. It means it doesn't see race, color, creed, sex, left, right, whatever. It's blind. It's supposed to be administered based on the crime and the danger to the public. Somebody is supposed to be locked away until they prove themselves to no longer be a danger to the public. Somebody willing to do this, I don't really care why they thought they should do this. But could you ever trust them again? Out and about. It's very hard to catch an arsonist. Arsonist already. Like I said, the vast majority of crimes are from criminals repeating their behavior. I do not understand that. Wrath, the more you stay out of our politics, the better in chat, because you're an Australian who's usually up in the middle of the night and half asleep, but you can't cause riots or upset me on my stream, man. It'll get all political. Like, seriously, I'm not fond of that. Not fond of that. All right. I have a dilemma. We're still spotting issues in Calaveras County. We need to check it out. What's the Rocky Fire doing? Hopefully they'll deign to give us some sort of official report or information. If an incident management team takes over, hopefully they'll do things like talk to the public about what the hell's going on. But the reason we do what we do is this is what the public's been seeing all night. Apocalyptic. This is not, I never clickbait, but walls of flames marching towards them all night. With the media not saying anything, and there's not even a hotline to call. There's a 3-hour time limit. How would you like to look out the window and see that? And you just don't know what the hell's going on. Nobody really does. Mike Hendricks says now that photo brings back battle memories. Watch the Dire Mountain burn over on live cam of the Dixie Fire. That was where the little fire tornadoes were. That's still on my archives. I know, but we need the good cameras back. We need the good cameras back. California, make a little bit, couple of investments in those cams. People don't know what we're talking about. Stream one of the easier videos, fine. Let's go to my channel, hit the purple K thing. Go to my live streams, or just do a search. So the fire tornadoes, and at first I didn't know what to call these things. The little ones were marching over Dire Mountain, and this very special clear camera that could see through smoke and all that. That's how he saw it. That's how he found out that what's in the center of a giant pyrocumulus cloud is a giant twisting vortex up to 2,000 feet in the sky. I think I left this one on all night and went to bed. Here's me setting it up. The upper views are what normal cameras could see. Man, the Dixie was huge. Just gigantic. Did a couple of normal Indian Ridge things. Then I set up the Dire Mountain cams, which constantly rotated around. The normal infrared is what you could see on each side, but down there was what the special FLIR color infrared could see. These are movie cameras, not time lapse, live images. They rotated around in kind of random directions, but you could see the heat rising right there. Somebody was nice and put a timestamp to them. Somebody goes, for those without 12 hours to kill, the fire tornadoes start around 3 hours and 3 minutes. Yeah, here's the start of the vortex. It climbs to be about 3,000 feet high eventually. As the background, mountains in the background, are about, give you a link to this, guys. Hit the like button on it, too. That one was technically a vortex since it didn't move. So it quickly grows. This is in real time as the pyrocumulus begins to form, eating up all the old growth down there. We're looking northeast of Dire Mountain. I mean, on Dire Mountain, northeast. So it quickly goes to around 3,500 feet tall, and eventually, in some of my videos, it goes to about 6,000 feet tall. But you can see the snaking, twisting rope of heat going up. Some of it's fire, but most of it's hot smoke. But flaming bits are being thrown up into the sky. And then dropped miles away. And we had extreme long-range spotting with that. So really smaller tornadoes were going up and over the mountain the night that we lost Greenville. And I think the video went so long that I don't think it was saved by YouTube, but I still, of course, have my archives. I could upload them one day. But just marching over and over and over, burning these trees up is what probably been the day before, on the 8th. This is the 9th, so Greenville's gone now. They were just spinning balls of fire. Those trees were about 75 feet tall to 120, and they were taller than that. So in the foreground, on the right picture right over here, was where we saw little fire tornadoes. So they were moving. All it takes for them to actually be classified as a tornado is F1 is 71 to 75 mile an hour wind, sustained wind. So the only way they could have verified that is if scientists went up there and saw the tree damage. I don't know if they ever did, but they should have. But this is what California needs. They had multiple super cameras for the Dixie and the Caldor. We finally could see inside the pyrocumulus clouds for the first time what goes on. Whiter and brighter is hotter, and purple is dark and cooler. So I left this on all night, went to bed. This is my dilemma right now. What the hell do I do? Do I leave the stream on for mods to officiate today and just try to sleep as much as I can? I can't go on like this. JB says the information officer will be eventually arriving in 6 to 24 hours in Santa Barbara County. Fire department should have fire info. Like, do they have a normal person to talk to every day? We're just in a crisis. Like, can people just call their county's fire department and say, yo, what's up? What's happening? Is that normal? And here's fire marching up a mountain. But it forms and then stops, forms and stops, just like the clouds form and stop, the pyrocumulus ones. But this is how I convinced a lot of people to evacuate, especially around Taylorsville, Canyon Dam and stuff. I said, look, I understand you're putting sprinklers on your roof and stuff, but the 300-foot tall walls of flames that we kept seeing on the cameras, and look up in the right corner. This is what even a normal infrared camera sees. Nothing, not much. And the human eye, naked eye, sees less, just solid smoke. You will not be able to see 300-foot wall flames coming at you until it's way too late, until it's the end of your block. So I'm not here to tell you what to do. I'm just saying that it's hopeless if that comes your way. Nothing could stop it. Nothing on the face of the earth. The firefighters just run for their lives when that happens. That's why they couldn't protect Canyon Dam. It took out Greenville first and then took out Canyon Dam. At this point, these flames are around 200 feet tall, 250, because these are super tall trees. So in general, vegetation can... Oh, look at the firefighters in the foreground, right down here. Human body heat helmets. They were there protecting Dire Mountain's fire lookout. balls of steel. I just said, good luck, but you will not live through this. If it comes your way with this ferocity, and you just don't know when the wind's going to pick up and do this. So this is all it took to convince people. They went, okay, thanks for showing me. We're out. We're packing. Because it was just the truth illustrated. People have the right to do whatever they want with their own lives. My job, I feel, ours, is just to show them the best case, middle ground, and worst case scenario. But California could use a lot more of this. Show people what the heck is really going on. To study the hurricanes and fire tornado phenomena. Because very few people have ever lived to describe one. We need cameras to observe from a distance to understand what we still don't know about fire behavior, because the Dixie broke all records and all computer models. They apologized and said, we're sorry. We let people back into Greenville because our computer modeling said what it just did was impossible. We have a lot to learn. We know more about normal tornadoes and vortexes than fire tornadoes, for sure. But you can tell the orange smoke is the hot smoke rising, and on this particular mountain over here, everything is indeed on fire down there. So where did these cameras go? The company that put them up, their website doesn't even mention them anymore. This is incredible. California needs these everywhere. Oregon needs these. This will keep fire crews alive and people safe. This will help people understand what's happening and whether or not they really need to evacuate. When you can't defend your home, they realize you have to, but it's just not possible. And I could speak forever about my advice, but nothing really tells you like that. We need to not have this stop motion crap with one frame every minute. It's out of focus. Look at this perfection, this quality. This is not that expensive to put on the landscape. Really, it's not. I gave you a warning. When you don't abide by the rules, okay, if you obey, you can stay. I already explained how what you said is BS. I'm sorry, it's total BS. It's really easy that cars can ignite because they have things like tires which burn with a ferocity, which ignites the gases inside of the gas tank, which are very flammable. There's a lot of plastic parts, especially in the wheel wells, that just feed the fire like crude oil. Okay, and so that's any flaming debris rolling up against a tire will ignite that car. But if the winds are really, really crazy, it's going to fold down the vegetation and the grass. The flames will be against the ground. The grass burns up, and the trees are fine. I even showed you that on camera. Just believe the truth. Look, it's right in front of your face. Look. Okay? There's a time when there's conspiracy theory stuff, but then there's a time when it's just ridiculously stupid. Look. The trees above here are not going to catch because the flame is pushing the grass down. And it's so high winds, it's like a blast furnace. It's very hard to light a tree trunk on fire. Look, right there. The wind pushes what's burning against the ground, so it's not burning up and it's not lighting the trees on fire. And because the wind is so strong, it's going to burn much faster than normal. And unless the tree bark, which is basically fireproofing for a tree, is breached, like fallen off in a chunk somewhere, okay, the tree's not going to light on fire. That's the nature of fast-moving grass fires. They typically don't light trees on fire. Because have you ever had a cigarette lighter and just tried to light a trunk of like a log in your fireplace with a cigarette lighter? That thing will run out of gas and it'll never do anything. You have to put kindling at the base to get it to go. Cars are different. A little bit of flaming debris against a vulcanized rubber tire. Have you ever seen a tire fire? That's crude oil, basically. Many parts of the car and a gas tank. That's really no mystery. It's not microwave. It's not like you put metal in your microwave and it explodes. Okay, like, explain this. There's a solar panel to the right of this camera. If it's a microwave, why didn't it just blow up? Look, the trees are not on fire, though. What you're saying makes absolutely no sense. It's like, it's okay. I just want to explain it for the people. But this is why I don't engage those conversations. It's ridiculously stupid. Some of these theories are ridiculously stupid. And it's stressful. So I'm sorry you're banned, but I tried my very best with you. If you obey the rules, you can stay. If you don't, nice seeing you. There's plenty of places to express your opinions, no matter where they align on the intelligence scale. So, friends, but if you believe in conspiracies, I cannot help you. You'll be fried by the microwaves or the lizard people or whatever you believe in. But if you understand fire behavior, I can teach you how to live. You will live through this. You won't panic and run or try to drive away from a fire like people have that I've studied where people perish and where they survive to give good advice. There are people who leave perfectly good places of safety. They were in their car, and yes, the trees did not burn because the grass was flat and pushed the fire away from the heat away from the trees. They panic drove, they went up a hill, they rolled their car back down the hill. They damaged the car, it looked like they couldn't get out, either that or they were injured. And then the fast-moving grass fire swept over into the car, lit the tires on fire, and then they were surrounded by grass on fire and couldn't possibly escape alive. Meanwhile, if they just stayed in their car, they were safe, parked where they were, right next to their RV, in a cul-de-sac on a mountain ridge, a hilltop ridge, because there's nothing to burn on the bare gravel, the bare dirt of the road. They just panicked. But conspiracy theories use that image. I'm not going to show it. It's pretty awful. It's saying, oh, well, the tree survived because it was a microwave thing, and so that's why it fried the car. It's just, I can tell you how to live. If you listen to me. Good luck. Good luck if you don't want to listen to me. Can't save you from no lasers or mole people. But that's why I do take the time to explain to people. You have options, even if it's too late to escape by vehicle. It's a window of opportunity that closes. You have many, many options, usually all around you. Culverts, bridges, don't leave a recently plowed field, a construction site, place, if there's nothing to burn, chill there in your car, ride it out, pond, swimming pool, whatever you got to do. Don't panic. Look how fast the fire moves away. When it's a fast-moving grass fire, most of them move this way along the ground. It moves away from the camera very quickly, and it's downhill. You can come out in an hour. You probably have. It's probably cool enough to walk on. Look, is there anything still on fire in the foreground? Nothing. You can probably walk swiftly, and not melt your shoes or anything. You just gotta hold tight. You gotta hold fast. You gotta hang on. You gotta keep a cool head. But I know plenty of survivors that just went underground in a little culvert, even at the end of their driveway. And they put their kids in there, and then they crawled in after, and they lived. They're raging infernos. And this is why we do what we do. J.E. Cat says that's why I never leave without my tinfoil hat. Well, look, if the microwaves are going to explode metal, right, then your tinfoil hat's going to explode your head. I think they need to immediately switch to motorcycle helmets with a face shield. Of course, I mean, I first suggested football helmets, but you're going to get your nose burnt off, so they should immediately switch to motorcycle helmets with a visor. That's my advice. Yeah, JB says Los Padres National Forest is a responsible agency, not San Bernardino Fire Department, right? Or excuse me, Santa Barbara County Fire Department. Right. So it's a Los Padres National Forest, but do they have a Facebook then? I hate having to. This is why we do what we do. Also, we have to go all over the web to find Twitter info and Facebook. So that's Tahoe. Let's go to Los Padres, U.S. Forest Service, Los Padres government organization. 10 hours ago, the fire was reported approximately 4:10 p.m. But I think that was 3:45. But okay, the last reported size was 296 acres at 5:30 p.m. This is very fresh info. The fire is burning in steep, rugged, rough terrain. Crews are aggressively fighting it. This is now, right? Updated information will be posted as it's available. Meanwhile, Apocalypse was out off everybody's window, but they go to bed at night, but fires don't. This is why we provide 24-hour-a-day information to the people. All right, now. Yeah, JCat, you'll switch to tinfoil hat to plastic motorcycle helmet, full face shield. It's one of the cool cats have. I'm sure somebody's going to screenshot that and say space laser zapping spots. That's just a classic example of when the fire was right here on the ridge. It spotted over. That's why they call them spots. Spot fires. The ember lands, and then the grass is on fire in 360 degrees. It's called a circle. You back it up. Here it is, the marching wall of flame. See how stuff like grass is still burning and bushes in the foreground? In a few minutes, it's already cooling off. So here's a spot where the wind has pushed embers over onto the next grassy hillside. Here's 1 minute later, they're starting to catch all over. This is why it's so difficult to deal with. And then here's what's spooky. A pyrocumulus cloud tries to form again up on the top of the hill. It sucks the fire and air up the hill to the left. That's what's so eerie. It's not even, the wind changed because as the pyrocumulus clouds form, heat rising at tremendous rates, because it has tremendous amounts of fuel, pushes the heat and hot air up into the sky so fast that it's like a vacuum. So it sucks in new air from the bottom. And so here it was marching down the hill, clearly. Gets sucked up towards where the pyrocumulus is trying to form again, only to go back down the hill when that little part is over. Totally erratic and crazy conditions. But this is why you can't outrun a fire. Not downhill, not downwind, not uphill especially. Keep a cool head and shelter in place. And then once it's over, it goes past you, you come out of your hidey hole. I think a lot of people should invest in fire shelters, and I have some people to interview who want to explain their fire shelters. And what we need is affordable ones for the masses. I'm very interested in promoting them if that's what they provide. So once this calms down, we'll interview people who want to explain what the benefits of biochar are, a squirrel by Olympia, Washington, and then we'll interview the fire shelter people. But man, things have got to calm down for me first. So we'll keep checking all of the social media, all the various different websites. InstaWeb 2, we try to check out InstaWeb. Boom. I don't expect it to have much info. even, I don't care if this is the Los Padres fire, like if they claim it because it started in their land. I don't think there's an excuse for Santa Barbara County to make their own website about it, Lake Fire incident, and then just not give any updates and not even make an evacuation map for their county. This is your county, guys. I have to be awake all night because you say nothing as apocalypse rolls out of the hills. People see that out their windows. They see this out their window. It's even worse from a distance. Like here it was from the college, man, the university, or from other cams like Salmos 1 and 2. Yeah, Los Alamos 1. That 20-hour time lapse, 24-hour flashing light warning. It was a nice day. Spider in the can, that's always bad luck. We were covering this yesterday, and then all of a sudden hell broke loose. This is what people saw all night. There's not a number to call. It says, please don't call 911 unless there's an emergency. Okay, what? Who we call? I mean, damn. I looked back at my phone and went, this is not real. All I did was take an hour and a half walk after I ended my stream. That's not real. At 8:30 last night. I'm still giving them an F- grade. Not F-. Okay, they made a website. They addressed it. They put a number for evacuation information, but then they stopped short. So, okay, it's a D- for no evacuation map. I mean, seriously, this is not the kind of weekend where you can let your staff free. Not the Office of Emergency Management. Somebody's got to be there 24 hours a day answering questions. Until then, the public will not fully trust you and fully cooperate or even know what the hell you should do. But here we are. We're here to help, friends. Yeah, hi, Michael. Radman11 says, true story. I had a miner who worked for me who cooked a whole chicken in a cast iron skillet in a microwave every day. I swear, and I don't remember the microwave brand. You know what I picked up at the store? A microwavable stainless steel. A microwavable stainless steel like reusable snap-on lid thing. I kid you not. Would you guys want to see me test it out? I'm nervous, but it says you can put it in the microwave. I was going to make a little funny short of it where I pretend like I didn't notice that it was metal. I just put my leftovers in it mindlessly, and I'm waking up. And I put the stainless steel container in the microwave, beep, 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 and I go. I just start sipping my coffee, like kind of drowsy. And I go, ah! And I look, and I'm like, wait, uh, it's okay. And I show people the label, microwavable stainless steel. It exists. It exists. But guess what? There used to be different types of microwaves. My uncle in Orville had one, and it produced huge amounts of radiation. Actually, it had like a little radiation shield door, but it was very different than today's. And he said it broke down, and he recycled it. I went, no, that would be so rare. You know, I would love to have taken that. Those are so expensive and rare to collect. I show people what's inside it for recycling, but some things need to be preserved. They had this amazing 1974 so kitchen. The earliest microwaves, there was something else. And he knew I had to show. I mean, my first YouTube channel was going to be about recycling metal and how to be green. Look at that craziness. Okay, friends. It's time to actually like sleep. It's dawn. This is what's going on in Grayville. There's still smoke. Close County, but worried about it. Let's do a roundup. We gotta look at Calaveras County, see if they're still having the spotting issue with the Rocky Fire, the Eagle Fire at Grey Eagle. There's a line around it 32 minutes ago. Final update, great. What's going on with the Rocky? What? Stop recycling the fire names. The Rocky Fire threatened Oroville a week and a half ago. Jeez. But the ones that kill should be retired. I'm pretty upset that they renamed something to Cascade Fire. Okay, it's 4.5 acres with low rate of spread, but spotting issues persist. They said it was spotting 500 feet in front of the main fire, which, do we have any cams? It's tiny, but it's spotting. Take care of it by noon the next day. That's the best. Get a line around it by noon the next day. That is the best outcome. If you don't, it has potential to be something mega. I'm referencing the one down there in Santa Barbara County. If they only have one more day of crazy red flag winds, maybe they can minimize the damage to this fire. If not, I don't know. That's pretty scary what JB said, that it could run all the way to the ocean under the worst circumstances if the wind and the heat doesn't let up. But it should. Today should be the last day of highest heat. Redman Levis says I chewed him out and figured he'd ruin it the first time, and he kept doing it. It made an arcing storm, lightning show for lunch every day. How the hell did the microwave survive that? Okay, I used to put CDs in the microwave. Remember those AOL CDs that were everywhere? We collected them. I should have kept some as trophies. Some of them had really neat art on the top. They were just in the mail all the time. We had magazines. AOL, dial-up internet and stuff, right? Oh man, I should go buy some off eBay before they're expensive. I'm now into collecting vintage computing stuff. That is so funny. They camouflage this. They put camouflage paint on this. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure that's necessary. How cute. All right, we'll look away from Griegle and my old broadcast. If you just want to see the fire vortex, old vintage, my archives are there. Much of the Dixie fire is there in my archives. Nothing. All these conspiracy theories just wouldn't work anymore if people could see how the fires actually spread. Come to think of it, that's the value of these cams. You know, that's the value. Aloha? Hey, Michael, aloha. But I think it would make a pretty funny short, don't you? That putting a stainless steel container in the microwave and pretending like, oh my God, what did I just do? I think that'd be cool. Yeah, sorry, I'll stop traumatizing you guys. If you do want to see, I was just trying to give you an example of the crazy cams. Like fire at 500 acres, updated 9 hours ago. Okay, guys, I'm betting if the fire is between 8,700 acres right now and 11, a lake fire, judging by our heat detections. Of course, we have goes. Wow, it's chugging. Come on, come to life. El Topo. Mind you, it's all margin of error stuff. But my guess is It's at least 8,500 acres. Maybe 10 right now. Yeah, AOL, the good old days, man. People don't realize that some of the art CDs had cool art on them. That was the appeal, man. Yeah, it's time for me to sleep. So, should we turn off the stream, or do we have? Or what do you think? Vote mods. You would have to man this fort for me. I don't even know if any of the mods are still awake. Urban might be around. Jag is covering. Broke has gone to sleep. If we don't have mods, we can't. I would have to turn off chat and just show, like, say, a live image thing. But it'd be pretty silent. I just don't know if people would want that. You know, I don't know which fire to show. Would I really may go to sleep for a long time. I have to sleep to a full recovery. That is, go without an alarm. That could be quite a long time. Hey, Angela Cortez, good morning. Did you know about the apocalypse last night? Hey, Chaka, how did you find us? We spread mostly by word of mouth because the algorithm sucks. If we let the stream go 24 hours a day like it did in early 2020, week after week, it gets good views and metrics and gets at the top of the search ratings. But in order to save a video, YouTube will delete all videos that go over 12 hours. So to save it, I have to stop and make a new video every 12 hours, and it dumps all the viewers. Most of them don't find their way back. We go to the bottom of the search results again. So we do the begging, hit the like button, guys, if you haven't yet. Annoying like that, but videos that are trending get in the search results. Yeah, I have been here, Angela. Apocalypse happened, and it made a run down for Neverland and other places, record speeds, until just after 2 in the morning. The wind stopped going down the slopes and just it went flat, like straight out of the sky. So it's still fierce. The fire's still spreading up in the hills, but this miracle, maybe they could stop it at a couple of the main roads. But I don't clickbait anybody. This has been looking. This is actually the last 3 hours of a time lapse. Flashing warning, flashing lights warning, playing time lapse. This is the last 3 hours with the lake fire. So when we began covering yesterday, you're welcome. Thank you, Angela, for being here again. With no information provided whatsoever by any agency, not Los Padres National Forest, not Santa Barbara County Office of Emergency Management. We hear almost nothing on. We listen to the sheriff's office crap all night, but 3% of what was on the radio is fire related. Yeah. I don't think we have any mods to volunteer, so I'm going to go down. Sorry, it has to happen. Sometimes I have to go to sleep after covering crazy stuff like this. Jumper fire, Old Jacksonville Road, a new one, Jamestown, California. But we know how the chat will become chaos if we don't have probably at least 4 mods. You're here, J-Cat? Yeah. Could you handle this on your own, though? That's a big ask. So this is our live view that we're continuing to watch. Remember, subscribe or you'll never find us again. The way we spread by word of mouth, the best thing you can do to help the channel that's free is hit the share button and put it on your own social media, like your own Twitter. I am at K Wildfires on Twitter. There's links in the description of the video and such. On tag people, like on your own Facebook page or on X or whatever. Share it to them. I hit the share button and text, older folks who, YouTube comes installed on their phones, but they may not like social media whatsoever. But anybody you think could benefit, we've been doing this year after year, ever since my friend died in a wildfire and I nearly lost my brother in paradise. We get early evacuation word out to people. And we did that, give like a 4-hour early notice to people at Mariposa night before last. And yeah, this is pretty insane. The cameras burned over, like I thought they would, but sooner than I thought they would. I thought it would happen around midnight. It was going on at like 8 in the morning, but the ferocity of the wind saved the cameras. It flattened down the grass and burned it so quickly, but the heat didn't rise. It went sideways along with the flames, so the flames didn't shoot up and melt. See, this is a protective bubble of the camera number 2, just like a security cam. No, it's not high enough off the ground to be safe. And they had dead grass underneath it, but ironically, it was so fierce, the wind was, it flattened the grass down sideways and incinerated it so quickly that the heat didn't rise and melt the protective bubble on the cam. These trees are going to be damaged quite a bit because this one was dead and underneath them, so I thought that it would climb these. But strangely, again, the fire incinerated this dead tree or tree branch and kept the flames flat against the ground with ferocious wind speed. So I do all of the most impressive time lapses. They're no longer available because time has kept marching on. You can rewind this video about to end here, so you can do that later. To the beginning is just insane. The time lapses are insane. We've had a lot of good information and a couple of debates, a couple of teaching moments. I had to ban like 5 people that would not, even after I gently explained, the people nervous about fire who are in my chat who are evacuees, they don't want to hear about your nonsense conspiracy laser crap, okay? I said that as Southern belle as I could, because bless their little hearts, they need gentle guidance on how to be decent people. They just don't understand that barging into a support group and saying, hey, did you know you're being targeted by shadow governments, little lizard people, and war and terrorists, and they're using you for target practice? That's rude AF to people. But bless their little hearts, they just must have a, what do we call that, social awkwardness in the extreme. So I gently explained how their theories were bullshit, excuse my language, but nevertheless they persisted. So we went on a banning campaign, but hopefully we won't be bothered again. Morning, guys. It's going to be another bun buster out here today. Pedialyte works. Don't forget to hydrate. Yeah, I've got to rest. Seriously. I'm sorry. I'm cracking. When I close my eyes, I'm almost asleep. Yeah, save you, baby. I did explain it as nice as I could. I was practically begging, please don't add stress to the people here. There are so many other places that discuss all varieties of topics. Even write me a personal email if you feel like I need to know something. Oh, I was so gentle. Only for them to start spamming and all captioning and when are you going to start telling the truth? Okay. It happens. It happens. All right. Let's go. Whoopsie. How did I close the lake fire? This will be one to bookmark the U.S. Forest Service Los Padres National Forest, since it's going to be their fire. Hopefully they get somebody on it who will provide information at some point today. I thought that was like a little bear or something. It's tree stump. What a pleasant place. I haven't been here before, but pleasant place. The last update was 296 acres. Woo! But Fierce, the plane went over it according to watch duty at some point. We never saw any planes at night. And they had a 4,673 acres. Supposedly this was posted around 11, but I don't think the plane was flying around 11. I was here. It must have been flying more around 8 o'clock. So I'm guessing the true acreage is somewhere between 8,600 to 11,000 right now. I said 10,000 by dawn. It's dawn somehow. Hey, Husky, warning. SoCal Squatcher says PG&E at SoCal Edison and U.S. Forest Service need to take care of the understory here in the West. That would help a lot. PG&E help with fire protection. oh, oh, if we totally replaced all their that would only happen if we gave a brain transplant to the upper management, perhaps. Oh dear. You're guessing around 11,500, Angela? Yeah, my first guess was 11,000. But let's check. When was the last time Modus and Beers came by? Let's look. More pinpointy satellites, but they only come by like once a day, sometimes less often. So 2 in the afternoon Pacific is where we get these images. Yeah. I wish they flew by more often, but it is what it is. I'm gonna go with the goes. Maybe it's 12,000. But since it's all squares or margin of error, like is the majority of this one on fire? Or is it just this corner, you know? That's why it's so vitally important that they actually fly over with the planes and show us what the heck's going on. The last thing I can check is Lakefire Twitter tag. Maybe the Ferris flew over. Wow. And I am retweeting all the things at K Wildfires, you know, friends. There's a couple of aerial images. I'll retweet that. Somebody named Lisa Osborne is saying Lake Fire expanded to nearly 5,000 acres overnight. Another hot, dry day is ahead. They predict 90 degrees and excessive heat. It was actually 90 degrees all night at the top of the mountains. It only went to lower temperatures down the valleys. It's totally different. There's some images. I don't think I can reshare. Cascadia Fire has no season is a good one. Good screenshots reposted. 2007, the Zaka fire burned in the same general area, charring more than 240,000 acres before that one was stopped. At the time, it was the largest wildfire in the state. John Bruno is warning us that if the crazy winds don't stop, it can make it to the ocean. Oh man. But they, I think the more likely thing that they will do is protect the valleys and hurt it and make it burn in its own fire footprint from before up in the hills. So there's a lot of fire chaser photos I can't share, copyright issues, etc. That's all retweeted right now. But we don't have any updates from Furious or anything. So a lot of times they will do it. I'm just upset that no matter whose fire it is, like who claims it, if it's Forest Service or Cal Fire, this or that, Santa Barbara County should have had an evacuation map up. I'm sorry. They should have had somebody there to answer people's questions. Sorry. They got a website up early. I'm like, oh boy. And then they didn't update it. There's no info hotline. If you need shelter support, call that. It's probably the Red Cross. If you need support with animal evacuations, call that. Help keep the emergency lines open. Don't call 911 unless you have an emergency. Okay, well, where do we call just to get regular info? Seriously. Even though they have evacuation warnings, no map. Okay, D minus on my grade. They're not doing well. If you don't have round the clock people for the emergency management office, get some, because you are located in one of the worst places in the world to have a wildfire. You know it. No excuses for not having a night shift. 7-Eleven could do it. You could do it, Santa Barbara County. Come on. The more information you provide, even if it's bad, the more people will cooperate with you and be calm. Even if it's bad news, it's better than worrying. Like, confirmation is better than worrying. That's how you get public cooperation. SoCal Squatchy, though, I think they turned it into a place for like disabled children to experience or something, though. I think they turned it into something good. I'm all for that. You know, I don't know. It's historical now, like it or not. I know what you mean. I know what you're talking about, but turning bad places into good places, that's an alternative to wanton destruction, right? Yeah, it squelches the rumors. Confirmation squelches the rumors. There's a whole lot of people who just wouldn't cooperate during the Calder and Dixie because they were just being fed total BS. That's why we had to tell people at Tahoe to evacuate more than, 16 hours before the officials did. They got up there on the stage and said nothing about evacuation possibilities as the fire was roaring towards the town at the 5 p.m. meeting. I kept telling people at 3 a.m. It's hopeless now. They don't have lines complete. Only the grace of God and luck will spare Lake Tahoe. The wind blows towards it, it's gone. It's indefensible as a town. There's too many trees over every building. It's not compact enough to save. There's not enough people. This is a mega fire. It will rain down from the top of Echo Summit. You could save Christmas Valley. It's compact. It's small down there. But depending on where the wind blows, that's all that matters for South Lake Tahoe. So start leaving because 25,000 people have got to evacuate. 20-ish thousand. And you can't all do it at once. There's 3 ways out, just like there were 3 roads out in Paradise. So make your way now. I'm sure at the morning meeting they'll say, let's start evacuations, and they didn't mention it at the morning meeting, the fire crews. So I kept saying, guys, you got to get out. Then we watched together their 5 o'clock meeting with the Forest Service and the Cal Fire, who hate each other, kept insisting they loved each other, they're working hard together. And at the very end of this big speech, somebody said, we'll take question and answer. Will South Lake Tahoe need evacuation? And they go, nah, we'll let you know if you do need. And I spat my drink out, said, okay, I don't know what the hell's wrong, but they're wrong. You're going to be asked to leave tonight, so get out soon now. And 30,000 people are in the chat. We got about 7,000 people evacuated early, somewhere between 3 and 7,000. That's why we do what we do. I don't know what's wrong with the system, but somebody told me, and I can't verify it, that because the fire was some distance away from Tahoe, it was such a big tourist destination, and their economy could be so disrupted, somebody in Sacramento had to approve the evacuations. So guess what they did? After everybody went to bed, people took their hearing aids out, turned off the television, turned off the radio, tucked themselves in bed feeling safe, not prepared to leave. They went door to door at 10 p.m., 10:30 at night, trying to knock on 25,000 doors. It said mandatory evacuation, go, right now. And then it took 17 hours to evacuate the town. And there's a gridlock the next morning. And it would have been a mass death event if the fire had gone towards South Lake Tahoe at that time. It went over Christmas Valley and went to Nevada instead. So this is why we do what we do. Why we do what we do. I don't know what's wrong with the problem with the system. I just know it's broken. SoCal Squatcher said traffic in Tahoe was so bad it could take an hour to make it across to just to the South Lake. I know. I had been there as a kid. There used to be a train, and they tore it up because that's stupidity. From Truckee. Used to be one of those scenic and wonderful train rides on Earth. And I don't know why there isn't a train that goes to it now, because it's a treacherous, snow chains, blizzards, avalanche zone, one of the most treacherous winter drives on Earth, and they are dependent upon skiing, but even that had been ripped up, and that could have evacuated people without a car, for example, but one by one all the roads were closed. Yeah. Oh, and construction's ongoing. Yeah, it always is. It always is. And we had people refusing to evacuate, saying, "Hey, we could just jump in the lake." Oh yeah, the ice water, with 10,000 people trying to push you into, trying to get in at the same time, pushing you into deeper and deeper and deeper, until you go hypothermic in about 10 minutes, can't feel your arms and legs, and start drowning. Yeah, great idea. But they never explained to people that that was not a good option. Like I had to explain to people. People don't realize the worst wildfire ever in American history was the Peshtigo fire, but most of the fatalities were drownings because people jumped in one of the Great Lakes, the entire town. So they kept pushing people deeper and deeper into the water as the others jumped in. Yeah, Lady Bird said, I love that train. We took 3 trips on it. So beautiful. Yeah, you know what? It sounds really harsh, but screw rails to trails. Save our beloved endangered rails, man. We already have too many stupid trails everywhere. What are the disabled and elderly supposed to do? Locomotive transport is a million times more efficient carbon and energy-wise than vehicle. So having a trail there instead of a rail means there's a lot more emissions and tragic car accidents and stuff. And fossil fuel use. But if you have a train, you don't have that. But people don't think about it. Trails are so green. No, they're not. It means people have to use their cars to get to it. And it can only be utilized by the ultra fit usually. That altitude for sure. Anyway, but the world doesn't make sense, does it? It just means we need to take over, friends. You guys want to be my cabinet when the revolution comes? I'm going to need a cabinet. I'm going to need definitely, my first appointment will be a minister of slapping. And I'll say, man, that person is being an idiot at public safety. Minister of slapping, do your duty. And the job description comes with you have to dress up like Mo, Larry, or Curly, either one. But hey, we definitely need one. It'll be the first position filled. And can you tell I'm like deliriously tired? Yeah. So I don't know that leaving a camera on will do much. We're not going to hear much. Angela Rounds as I woke up to smoke in the glow of flames. Yikes. When was that, Angela? Right, we have 2 mods at least now. But should I just put it on for you guys to mod? This is up to you. I may go to sleep for a long time. My sleep deficit is racked up. I'm in a lot of pain now. This is up to you. I'll do what you guys want. My instinct is I just want to shut off everything and go to sleep. But if you feel you can handle it, this is your decision, mods. It's your show. You may have to do this for more than 10 hours. Like I may sleep for like 15 hours now. I've barely slept in 4 days. And I'm going to let myself do it if possible. It just tends to be what happens. I make a deal with my body. Hey, I need you. I need you to be awake right now. And as soon as the major crisis is over, you could sleep as much as you want. And it goes, okay. You can do that too. It's a thing. You need your body to do something. You convince it, say for how long, and once it's over, you get as much good food and rest as you possibly want. Your subconscious mind will make that agreement with you. It'll trust you, but you must keep your end of the bargain or it doesn't cooperate. Turn us off, Ladybird says. It's the mods that would have to be babysitting this all day. And I don't even know who's available. That's a big ask. But remember when I went to sleep and Greenville burned down, you know, that was rough. I would hate to be completely offline. Yep, J-Cat, that came on the line. That's in the description of the video too, I believe. Okay. I'll just sleep, guys. I'll just sleep. Yep. Good night, Ladybird. Morning, whatever. Let's do it. Let's do it. I occasionally have to have a day off. If I wake for some reason, I have to use the bathroom, I'll check things. But I may just go to heat sweat coma, you know. But when I do wake up from such epic sleeps, I am recharged. I am recharged. Don't know about you guys. We have gathered all information we possibly can. At this point, we checked the Twitter, social media, checked the Facebook. We checked flight radar. What is this? I don't know if I have my filter for altitude, do I? It's on. It's probably just somebody making a private plane trip. May not be anything to do with the fire. But I would think they would put a temporary flight restriction there. Maybe he's around the other side now. He's getting a good view of hell. Yeah, Larry, thank you for your kind donations. Everybody who has been here, mods, others, people contributing, people patting me on the head, other survivors, especially donors, guys. We are getting closer. Wow, I'm absolutely flushing right now. Yeah, that's a warning. I gotta just take like a cold shower. Everybody, you know who you are. You know how valuable you are to me, and especially like to thank the trolls who make me look so good by making themselves look so bad. Your heroic sacrifices, it's absolutely appreciated. We'll take a break. C-Pro knows how to walk over to the house and wake me if something incredibly crazy is happening, right? So we've set that up. The communication network is up. Thank you all for being here. And before something new beeps my phone, we are finally going to end it. But prayers sent for Santa Barbara County. This is a rough one. This will be one of the big fires of the year. Unless there's some insane freak thing like the tropical remnants of the hurricane comes over here, reads it out, which I don't believe is going to happen. Let's check out where is the remnants of Hurricane Burl anyway. Is it going to hit Houston? It's moving at the speed of snail. That thing is just taking its sweet time. And they keep changing its forecasted track. But boy, there's torrential rain in its eye. It could be picking up intensity because they weaken over land. They get their fuel from hot water. I haven't even been able to track anything, any kind of news. I did have a nice walk though last night. I saw daylight. I'm gonna walk right now too, right before sleeping. I'm gonna see daylight. Okay, friends, thank you so much for being here. Prayer sent. Stay safe. Man, it's the rough week continues, but at some point we will get relief. Hold on to your butts. Strap in. Stay safe. Remember, subscribe. Hit the like button on the way out. You will never find us again, probably. Once we restart the stream and retitle it. Once you hit the subscribe button, that's just the way it is. If you want to be a hero, hit the share button and share. Go hit the purple K. Go to my channel and share the link with anybody you think can benefit from this fire info, because time and time again, people come back years later and go, wait, you covered that fire? I didn't know you existed. Like C-Prop didn't know I was covering the glass fire the entirety of 2020, and he lived in the area and he was searching for it, right? Found us in 2021. What was that jingle on the phone? Somebody. Oh boy, Tuolumne County. The Jumper Fire by Jumper Mine Road forward progress has been stopped. That's awesome. Yay. Maybe we can end it on a somewhat positive note. All right. Oh, latest info on the French fire, 20% containment, guys. But remember, unless it's 100%, it's not 100%. Hold on your butts, guys. Keep an eye out. Photograph anything discreetly and keep your distance, and inform law enforcement if you see any suspicious activity or vehicles, especially get the plate. You know what to do. You know the drill. They come out of the woodwork in times like these, but we'll get through it. We always do. I love you all.